Started in just a few minutes. Man. Nothing I do on this computer will make Kick happy. I just don't get it. Question marks, 3 question marks by Aurora Heaven. Shooting the like if you like the tunes and the visuals. Very liminal. Liminal. It's so hot right now. I've been into liminal for fucking years, man. It's so hot right now. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground. #1 spot for news on Twitch. Believe it or not. Hard to believe. Let me know if the volume is okay. Looks like it's okay. I could crank it up a little bit. Let me know if it's good on your end. We'll be rocking out to HP Shody. Your little beats going. Volume is ein. All right. Oh, fine. Oh. We're going to be starting today's stream with talking about Ukraine. We're going to do a big Ukraine section right off the bat, kind of get that out of the way. Then we're going to should probably talk about Palestine. Just kind of get these 2 big issues out of the way. Then we're going to talk about, organize. You know it, Seneca. That's why we're here. That 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we're doing right now. It's a good time. Everyone has fun. Lots of fun to be had. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us right here. Here's the link. And step 3, we put in the work like somebody that I used to know. Somebody that I used to know. Every time I hear that song at like a coffee shop or a grocery store, it gets stuck in my head for at least a week. Also, a quick reminder here. Just a quick reminder. Now, is it hopeless? No, but we are going to be going through a lot of pain to get to the other end of this. Frankly, what is it? It's a revolution. So, you know, all the nice things that millennials used to have, don't get used to them. All those nice things that Zoomers and Gen Alpha want, stop wanting them. Bit by bit, piece by piece, they're going to keep taking. Who's they? The oligarchy. They're going to keep taking. The end game is either total enslavement. You know, each person has to work 18-hour days. They get, you know, just enough time to get home, shove some food in their mouth, and go to sleep, and wake up and do it all over again, seven days a week. Or full-blown eugenics, where there's like a couple thousand, maybe 10,000 rich elite people, and the rest of us are gone. This is the oligarchy's vision. It's kind of a battle in these rich people's circles about what they actually want to achieve. And they'll do it if we let them. The revolution will be peaceful if the left allows it, as someone said. So saying we're fucked is not defeatism. It's just get used to this, right? Get used to the fight. Big props to Markov, Seneca, and Strategy member. Number one in the chat, Strategy. Just fix this here real quick. I finally, after, I don't know, maybe 10 years, 8 years, the one that I bought is different. This one is a 1060 as well, but I finally upgraded my video card. Finally. My wife bought me a present for Father's Day. This is the 1060 that was in this computer. This is not the one that I originally bought, though. I got a 5050, which is... Okay. If you know anything about computers, you know GPUs are very expensive. So I got the budget 5050, which is, of course, still much more powerful than a 1060, 2060. But I wasn't going to pay, you know, it was like $300. And I was like, that's crazy for me right now. But okay. All right. She wants to be nice to me. Fine. We'll do a $300 5050 with 8 gigs of RAM. I think it's like, I don't know what kind of DDR it is. $3070 Ti is stronger. How could a 3070 be stronger than a 5050? That literally doesn't make any sense to me. But whatever. It's done. But what's weird is that I upgraded my card and weird things are happening on my computer. Like my news ticker just reset. Now I have to reprogram it. I got to plug in all the RSS feeds, so that's why you don't see the news ticker. And one file has gone missing on my computer. I opened up OBS and it's like, hey, I'm missing this video file. I'm like, what? It's, how does a video card upgrade do any of this? Well, I'm happy with it. 50-50. I, you know, fired up some games. Games that I used to be able, I had to like go low or medium settings and do 30 frames. I can now do high or ultra high with 60 frames. So I'm happy. Not that I have any time to fucking play them. But I mean, there were some games that were just off limits, you know, like Death Stranding 2 or the Final Fantasy remake. Like my 1060 just couldn't do it. And there were several games that I like to play, like Scum, that, you know, lowest settings, I do everything super low, 30 frames, and I was still chugging. And now I'm getting some more consistent frames. And of course, streaming, things do seem to be a little bit smoother on the streaming front. So, all right, that's enough. That's enough talking about that shit. Yeah, this, like, you know, the people that are like, you gotta upgrade, you know, upgrade right away. No more joy, no more fun. Get that shit out of there. But yeah, the people that are like incessantly upgrading their video card, you know, it's never made sense to me. I've been using a 1060 Ti for like 8 years. You know, I still could use a 1060. I'm not gonna get rid of my 1060. Anyway, no more joy. Get the shit out of here. No more fun. Unfortunately, we got some bad news coming out of Ukraine. And this is going to be kind of a long segment, so if you don't want to, you know, it'll be at least an hour or longer. Because we're going to cover 3 videos here. But the basic gist, yeah, Fedorov. I mean, the basic gist is that Zelensky is making a terrible decision. Yeah, exactly, strategy. But no, Zelensky is making a terrible, terrible decision with firing Fedorov at Syrsky's, seemingly at Syrsky's demand. And really just it boils down to the old school Soviet style. Yeah, Kim, I agree. He needs to reverse this. This is probably, if he allows this to happen, this will be one of his biggest mistakes so far. And of course, he hasn't been perfect, but this will be his biggest mistake, no doubt about it. And I'll show you why. But to boil it down to the gist of it, this is the old school Soviet style military, you know, Russia style, how to run a military, you know, theory versus reforms, which have, and I'm going to show you here with this video here from Reporting from Ukraine, have been, you know, extremely successful. Oh, wow, I just noticed there's a big-ass spider. He's looking good. I'll let him be. There's just a fucking spider chilling right there. Anyway. He's just chilling. He ain't hurting nobody. Eat them flies, man. Not that we have too many flies in here. Take them out. Spider co-host. Got a spider over here. He's chilling. But the Fedorov style of military, you know, theory is the reason why Ukraine has been so successful as of late on the battlefield. And the Syrsky guy represents, you know, Soviet style thinking. Meat waves, you know, torture your own soldiers if they don't do what you want, right? Don't, you know, who cares about the happiness of your soldiers? Threaten them with violence. If they're not doing what you want, put them to the front lines and let them get smoked. Kind of shit. And there's and Dennis gets into it. There's some evidence that this this son of a bitch, his name just literally just left my brain just 2 seconds ago, Syrsky. There's evidence that they're calling him the Butcher now, because there's evidence that he has engaged in literally murdering, not him himself, but, you know, allowing certain murders of Ukrainian soldiers to happen intentionally, like as punishment. And it's just, you know, it's really, it's hard to wrap your brain around, because you're like, wait a minute, don't these guys, if something is working, don't these guys put their ego in their pocket and go, okay, so it's working, let's try this new thing. We want victories, we want to win. But no. And, you know, look at World War II. There's lots of examples there of strategies that could have worked, but there was internal drama. Certain guys wanted it to go a certain way, right? Like Patton was, you know, he had the right idea in some cases, but there was internal drama that was holding him back. Certain guys wanted to be the ones who liberated certain areas. And it's hard to imagine, right? Because you're like, I just want this to be over. From like our perspective, it's like, I just want this to be over. And I just want Ukraine to win. So if something is working, we're going to keep hitting that win button. But no, there are people that are like, no, I don't want to hit the win button if it's not me doing it. If it's not my strategy winning. I would rather lose with my strategy than win with this guy's winning strategy. And okay, that's always been the case ever since, man has picked up a weapon. Yeah, Seneca. No, I'm really doing a great job here. But no, for as long as man has picked up a weapon and fought against another man, this kind of stuff has happened. The thing that's really fucked up is Zelensky going along with this, because I thought Zelensky was better than this, and him siding with Syrskyi, him siding with the old school Soviet-style military theories over the young guy who is producing, with new technology and new ideas, producing, victories on the battlefield. And it's like, wait a minute, what's happening here? And apparently there's, in this military, there's still people skimming off the top, making money. While they're desperately scraping around for resources and everything is on pins and needles, we still got guys in the Ukrainian military. Zelensky still hasn't gotten rid of guys in the Ukrainian military skimming off the fucking top. That is fucking mind-blowing. That is fucking mind-blowing. Welcome back, Smash. Always good to see you. How can Zelensky let this happen? Like, how could there be any corruption left in this military? By now, this military should be a tight machine. Focused, laser beam focused on producing victories. And instead, we're still dealing with this Russia, these people that are associated with Russia, that were trained by Russia, that have these Soviet-style mentalities. And Dennis puts it best when he says, we're not going to win if it's a smaller Soviet army versus a larger Soviet army. That's not how we're going to win. And he's constantly talking about asymmetric warfare, which has, for the last year and a half produced really positive results on the front line. So I want to give you an example of this report from Ukraine. Came out 2 hours ago. It came out today. And it's a perfect example of how the Fedorov style, right? Fedorov, yeah. The Fedorov style of military doctrine is like producing really positive results on the front line. And we might lose this. We might go right back to the ineffective fucking meat waves, to the old school Soviet style, or probably a mixture. But he'll turn down the technology and he'll turn up the fucking meat waves with Syrskyi. And it's like, wait a minute, why? Good God, why? Now, Dennis, I'm going to show you some videos from Dennis, and he is very biased. He's like literally saying, fuck Zelensky, which is pretty drastic. But a lot of people are saying that now. A lot of people are saying he needs to step down. But it's like, whoa, hold on. To be replaced with who? They're like, oh, let's do an election. There's, some people like Dennis are saying, let's do an election. Which, I don't know, doesn't seem that feasible. Yeah, Syrskyi is from Russia, trained by Russia on how to do on military tactics. The whole thing is cockamamie, and it's like, wait a minute, I thought Zelensky was better than this. I thought Zelensky has learned some lessons. Come to find out, not only are there still corrupt Russia-connected elements within the military, he's now prioritizing them over young bucks that are like, it'd be one thing if it was a young buck failing on the battlefield, right? Okay, oh, we gave this guy a shot. He tried a bunch of toy robots and they didn't do shit and we're losing. It's like, okay, then yeah, you got to change up strategy. But that's not the case at all. Ukraine has been absolutely whooping ass. So I don't get it. Like, I feel like there's something we don't know yet. Zelensky apparently wanted to give Fedorov like a ministerial position in government, which seemed like, and he didn't want it because he's like, look, if I'm not a defense minister, if I'm not in there on the front lines, if I'm not, doing military, I'm not interested. So, and it seemed like it was a position to placate Fedorov, but it's like, you get a desk job. Here's your paycheck, but you're no longer doing the thing that you were so effective at, and he doesn't want to do that. Dennis over here talking about how Fedorov might fucking start working for Palantir. Yeah, exactly. It's weird. Why is Zelensky doing this? And some are speculating that, well, Zelensky has buddies that are connected to the old way of thinking. He's corrupt, Zelensky, and he's making this bad decision because of favoritism. Because his buddies want it to be this way. Right? And there was, that case that we found out a couple months ago, this well-connected oligarch that had to step down because he was stone cold busted, close to Zelensky, good friend of Zelensky. I think he was one of the guys that helped him get into office. But he had to step down because, scandals came out. Zelensky tried to protect him. And it's like, what are we doing here? Really? I thought you were the one, man. I thought you were supposed to be different. Mindich, is that who he was? Well, Dennis will talk about him. So anyway, let me show you this example here. I'll quit babbling. Of an example of this is, the Fedorov style of military doctrine. This is what's been working for the last year and a half. And Zelensky is now deciding, no, let's go back instead of, because you're going to see here they're sending robots and stuff across, and that's Fedorov style, put the robots at the tip of the sphere, and then no, we're going to go back to the old way and just have poor schmucks in boats, floating up, getting their ass fucking smoked before they even get on the fucking shore. Right? We're gonna stop with the robots? Are we serious? Anyway.
Successfully landed a machine gun. Ukraine has just successfully landed a machine gun-equipped ground drone onto the Kinburn Spit
Seneca,
using a naval drone specially configured as a robotic landing craft. Equipped with a bow ramp, the surface vessel transported the unmanned ground vehicle directly onto the shoreline without exposing a single Ukrainian soldier to Russian fire. Once ashore, the ground robot immediately advanced inland and opened fire on Russian positions, while the landing craft safely withdrew across the water.
I hope that's not the case, Kim Goblin.
The mission was conducted.
I hope it's just like Zelensky trying to keep everybody happy. He's got oligarch buddies that are connected to Russia, but he needs them for continuity of government, right, or whatever, and he's trying to please everybody. Oh, okay. Well, if he keeps talking, I'll give him the flush. Thank you, Kim Goblin. And it's like, I'm just hoping it's Zelensky being like, well, I'm in a rock and a hard place, and I got to do it this way to keep a bunch of other people happy. And I hope he's like, okay, people are too pissed. This is turning into a scandal. Let's bring Fedorov back. I really hope he reverses course on this, because it seems like, it really does. It seems like it's just a stone cold bad idea to do it this way.
On the strategically important Kinburn Spit, used by Russian forces to restrict Ukrainian operations in the Black Sea. Rather than merely observing or striking targets, This operation proves that ground drones can now secure key positions independently, and a naval landing conducted with unmanned vehicles is a real and viable tactic.
So, I mean, this is huge. Tip of the spear. Put the fucking robots on the front, right? Have the robots do it. They hold the position down, and then you send in the fucking dudes, right? It's like, well, this is great. Because this is the most dangerous part. When they're fully loaded and they see the boats coming, right? They open fire. There's dudes on the boats. They can barely defend themselves. And even though it feels like you're going really fast over the water, you're actually going incredibly fucking slow. You're incredibly fucking vulnerable. You get smoked before you get, like, 3 out of 4 boats get smoked before they even touch the beach, right? And so it's like, instead of, having human beings do that, you have the fucking robots do that. Yeah, Chem Goblin. Well, I mean, I hope that's the case. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
This allows the Ukrainians to land these robots behind Russian lines to interdict roads, ambush logistics convoys, and block ground lines of communication. The geography of the spits in the Kherson region makes this concept especially powerful, as these narrow strips of land and extensive marshes and swamps leave only a handful of usable roads that naturally funnel any movement through predictable choke points. By placing machine gun-equipped ground drones at critical locations, Ukrainian forces effectively dominate entire sections of the spits.
Well, look, Chem Goblin, you can't be running a war and be transparent about everything, okay? Right? Subterfuge, lying by omission. Sometimes these things are necessary. But right now, it doesn't appear like that's the case at all. It literally just appears like it's my buddies want it this way. I don't care if this is working. I don't care if this is a good idea. My connected, rich oligarch buddies that are Russia connected want it to be this way. They don't like him. Apparently, Fedorov and what's his nuts? His name keeps slipping my fucking brain here. Sersky. Apparently, Fedorov and Sersky are butting heads. Sersky wants to send in the meat waves. Sersky wants to do it the old Russia way, and Fedorov is like, no, we can strap a fucking machine gun to a robot and and reduce casualties. And Sersky is all butthurt because he's like, he's like, he's being proven wrong on the battlefield. He's being proven wrong. And instead of being like, I care about my country, I care about winning, he's like, no, I care about my ego and I want it to be this way. So I'm going to pull all my cards and all my connections to get you fired. Which is, it's hard to wrap my fucking brain around, because we are talking about an existential crisis here. So that tells me that Sersky doesn't give a shit if Ukraine loses. He's like, whatever. I don't care. I could take it or leave it. I could take it or leave it. And it's like, you don't want to take it or leave it, guy, to be defending the existence of your country, right? You don't want to take it or leave it on, whether Ukraine exists or not anymore.
Sealing them off and preventing Russian reinforcements from rapidly counterattacking these newly established bridgeheads. During follow-up amphibious operations, groups of robotic vehicles can suppress the Russian defenders and provide covering fire while Ukrainian Marines disembark. Instead of replacing...
it makes sense to partner with Palantir because Palantir is technology designed to kill people, right? It's horrific when it's used against civilians in Palestine. It makes sense when used against Russians on the battlefield.
Infantry, the drones dramatically increase their effectiveness by taking their place in the highest risk phase of any landing operation while preserving offensive momentum. With the typical battery pack of a ground strike drone lasting for up to 12 hours of continuous movement and up to 120 hours in ambush mode.
So that's amazing. 12 hours of movement, bop, 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 a human being. Yeah, Seneca. Well, this is war, right? War isn't nice. War isn't fair. War isn't humane. This is war. And that's why Palantir absolutely should not be used against the Palestinians, right? Because they keep claiming that, it's not a war, it's not an apartheid, it's not a genocide. right? Oh, we're not trying to, it's not the greater Israel theory. We're not trying to destroy Palestine as a country, right? But we're going to use deadly killer AI robot technology to kill as many people as we can get away with. But no, Ukraine versus Russia is like, no, we're trying to kill as many people as we can. Trying to kill as many soldiers as we can. Right? We're trying to smoke a motherfucker. So we need that deadly shit.
These systems have plenty of power.
I mean, look at this motherfucker, dude. Imagine. You're trying to shoot this thing with an AK. You're not even killing it. Bop, 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 bop. It's massive, rolling up on your position, and then right behind it are the professional trained soldiers. And we're gonna say no to this? I mean, is it possible that Syrskyi doesn't want to change the strategy too much? He just wants to put his name on it? He's like gonna copy Fedorov, you know? And he just wants to take credit for this, right? Because, like, it's crazy to change this. This is how you do it. You send in the fucking robots, tip of the spear. Look at this motherfucking monster, dude. I'd be shitting my pants trying to shoot my little AK at this fucking robot coming at me, blasting me with this is like a tank-style machine gun. This isn't no kind of, like, you know, machine gun a human being can carry. It's like a 50 cal or some shit, man.
To survive long enough to secure the initial landing and disrupt immediate Russian responses.
Welcome back, Simply Steve.
Once Ukrainian infantry arrives, batteries and ammunition can be replaced directly on site. Alternatively, naval drones could continuously rotate new ground drones ashore while recovering depleted ones, creating a persistent robotic presence maintained entirely through unmanned logistics.
Well, if you got a link, Seneca, I'd love to see it.
This relay system would allow Ukraine to sustain pressure indefinitely while minimizing human exposure throughout the consolidation phase. The greatest threat to Ukrainian ground drone
because you push them as close as you can to these lines, and then you put them in fucking sentry mode, and then while the human beings are establishing a beachhead, it's fucking brilliant. It's amazing. Because these are the operations that get people killed by the dozen. Just shredded, because obviously the Russians are dug in and they have a massive military advantage. But you get a robot up there shooting anything that moves, and you can't take it out easily with small arms fire. And you got drone operators like defending it from the sky, right? Because FPVs can take it out. It makes perfect fucking sense.
Operations remains Russian FPV kamikaze drones capable of hunting the relatively slow-moving ground vehicles. Yet Ukrainian operations in Dnipropetrovsk have demonstrated that once Russian drone activity is sufficiently suppressed, Ukrainian forces rapidly dominate the battlefield. This means that Russian FPV usage is not an automatic counter to a Ukrainian amphibious ground drone landing, but only a problem that needs to be solved through electronic warfare, counter-drone measures, or specialized interceptor drones. On top of that, dedicated Ukrainian ground drone units have spent months experimenting extensively with pure ground drone assault tactics, refining coordination with other ground and aerial drones, navigation and electronic warfare resilience in dedicated rear area training grounds. The Kinburn operation represents the evolution of these efforts, extending proven robotic assault concepts into amphibious warfare. The scale of Ukraine's investment
Homie got a PS4 controller there. Look at that.
Increased by more than 122% since the beginning of the year, with over 66,000 missions confidence in this direction. Ground robotic investment further demonstrates its confidence in this direction. Ground robotic missions increased by more. Operation represents the evolution of these efforts, extending proven robotic assault concepts into amphibious warfare.
Right there. Look at that. Look at PS4 controller, man. God, that blows my mind. That just is fucking crazy. Hooked up to like a fucking Android tablet. And he's killing motherfuckers. Xbox controller better. That's nuts. I mean, that's fucking crazy. Anyway.
Scale of Ukraine's investment further demonstrates its confidence in this direction.
Yeah, Simply Steve, I saw that.
Ground robotic missions increased by more than 122% since the beginning of the year, with over 66,000 missions of different types already completed. More than 22,000 ground drones have been contracted for production and delivery during this year alone, while Ukrainian planners openly aim to replace...
No, it wasn't a PlayStation controller, it was a Logitech USB controller. Is like literally the kind of game controller you get from fucking like an office store, from like a Staples.
Virtually all frontline logistics missions
Even
with
worse.
robotic systems.
Like it would have been better if it was a PlayStation controller, but you know, that would require more programming because it's a different kind of controller. I think the Logitech one uses X input.
Reserving soldiers for combat,
Yeah, it's a
while
terrible
continuously
controller.
expanding unmanned battlefield capabilities to take more and more combat roles as well. Overall, these developments show how Ukraine is systematically identifying vulnerabilities within Russian defenses and building robotic tools specifically designed to exploit them.
Right. So there you go. I've made my point. This is Fedorov's battlefield theory. And it's like, wow, that makes a lot of fucking sense. Wow, we're using cutting edge technology to gain an advantage on the battlefield. Yeah, bro, using the N64 controller, I mean that's that'll tell you that they're in trouble.
New sensational
7 minutes ago, Budanov has set the record straight. Statement has changed everything. Okay, well this is kind of interesting. Let's see what we got. Thank you very much, Seneca. Let's see what we got here before we go to Dennis. This is latest, came out 1 day ago. Pretty fresh, says Seneca. Let's see what we got.
details regarding the high-profile dismissal of Fedorov. This has just become known. Budanov has
Yeah, Palmers, I'm pretty pro Fedorov, and not because I know anything about the guy. All I know is that he has been producing solid victories for Ukraine on the battlefield for the last year and a half. And that's a fucking fact. All right, so let's see what this person has to say here.
additional details regarding the high-profile dismissal of Fedorov. This has just become known. Budanov has put an end to this matter. Syrsky's response shocked Ukrainians. You have to hear this. Crimea will not hold out until tomorrow morning. The peninsula is on fire. Ukrainian drones are striking without mercy. A new tactic. Our birds are burning Putin's expensive jets right as they prepare.
Right, so this is giving me propaganda fucking vibes, but that's okay. Let's see what they got to say.
For takeoff, an epic moment. The Black Sea is locked down. Erdogan has launched an offensive against the RF. What a loud move from Turkey.
This is like
A
headlines.
new truce format
Okay,
for
so we're gonna
Ukraine
get
and
to
Russia
Putin
is
off
already
here in a
on the
second.
table. Ankara has put forward an initiative that could change the game rules. The geopolitical battle for peace is moving to a new level. And all this happened right now. Greetings. I am Darina Hutskao, and we are beginning. At this very moment, Kharylo Budanov has made a move following the loud decision regarding Mikhailo Fedorov. The head of the president's office responded to the personnel changes and tensions surrounding the conflict between the official and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine, Oleksandr Syrsky.
We must direct all our energy and strength into a single path for the fight against the occupier. Our strength is in the ability to debate, but remain a united front where everyone in their place continues to bring our common success closer.
Note that on July 16, during a briefing on his results as Minister of Defense, Mikhailo Fedorov confirmed the conflict with Syrsky and stated that the commander-in-chief had blocked all his initiatives and issued ultimatums. He stated that he proposed dismissing Syrsky, as well as the chief of the general staff.
Syrsky saved our state in 2022, and we cannot underestimate such a commander. But the war has changed completely. Drones are changing the architecture of combat operations. Technologies are changing 20 to 30 times faster. The management system has changed, and we cannot move forward by relying only on what worked back then.
Yes.
The commander-in-chief himself also responded to
That's Budanov's statement, huh? Okay. Let's see what the rest of this section here says before they move on to other things.
public accusations against him. He noted that he is proud that thanks to the Kyiv defensive operation in 2022, it was possible to defend Kyiv, and added,
I thank Mikhailo Fedorov for his work as Minister of Defense of Ukraine. I wish him to remain in the Ukrainian team in the future. Together to victory.
In turn, dissatisfied Ukrainians launched a second wave of
completely
peaceful
useless
protests in the
statement.
evening in support of Fedorov. It also became known that Yevgeny Khmara, by order of the president, will serve as acting Minister of Defense of Ukraine. So we are following the developments.
Okay. So that's what Budanov said. Basically, kind of on the fence a little bit, but basically saying he didn't shit talk Syrskyi, right? Didn't say he did a bad job, but he kind of did. Right? Because Syrskyi was in charge of that failed push. Was it 2 years ago, right? Supposed to be a big summer offensive. And, was a big nothing burger. But he didn't shit talk him, but he acknowledged that with, Fedorov, like if we're going to win, it's because we have superior technology and fresh tactics, not this Soviet style, battle theory of infantry heavy, tank heavy, artillery heavy. Cause it's like, one side is doing that, and they have more of everything. Even though they're getting chipped away, they have less, but they still have more, right? Because the main push is soldiers, and Russia will always have an advantage of personnel. They're always going to have that personnel advantage. I mean, until it's like at the very end of the war, but they're gonna have that personnel advantage for seemingly, the entire course of this war. There's always more drunken idiots to pull off the streets, and they're getting more desperate, right? The recruitment has basically turned into kidnappings. But they're always going to have, in this war of attrition, they're always going to have more personnel. So if you're trying to go up against them using the same theory, but you're lacking personnel like Ukraine is, it's a recipe for disaster. You're not going to win that. I mean, because even though they're drunk and undertrained, they can still peek their fucking AK over the trench and fire. All right. Anyway, so Dennis isn't really pulling any punches here. He's not happy with Zelensky. So we're gonna watch a little bit of this one, then we're gonna watch a little bit of this one where he's even more pissed off. Thank you, Sabercat. Trying to get to the videos that I had lined up.
Hey, I'm Mr.
here.
Terry. High school.
Americans react to Count Binface, Nigel Farage. So I do have a Binface video. We're gonna watch the Channel 4 or the Newsnight Binface interview. We will do that. Look at this motherfucker over here with the OG NBA Jam. No. Okay, this is a aftermarket NBA Jam. It has several different NBA Jams in it. Still, that's really cool. Final Fight and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, this motherfucker's got good taste. Good taste. I don't know if that's probably another aftermarket. Yeah, that looks like an aftermarket. Yeah, arcade 1-up. Yeah, so these are all aftermarket, but still, that's cool as hell. I'm not dissing. You don't need to get the originals. Those are expensive and hard to find and hard to maintain. These aftermarket ones are a lot easier to maintain. And they have multiple games on them sometimes. Look at this. It's got Hang Time. NBA Jam Tournament Edition. This motherfucking baller. Love it. Okay, anyway. We will get to Binface, Sabercat. Trust me. So let's try to get through this Ukraine section. Yeah, new Metal Slug coming. Legitimate Metal Slug. Apparently, the XCOM style Metal Slug game that came out recently is really good as well. I have it on my wish list. I want to buy it once it goes, on sale low enough, at least 50% off. But yeah, new. I think it was Metal Slug 7, which is great. I mean, will they be able to match the pixel art of the original Metal Slugs? That's the only question I need answered. Is it going to be pixel art, animation, crazy like the first 6? Or is it going to be this new style of, modern indie tweening animation, like Cuphead? And Cuphead looks great, don't get me wrong. But Metal Slug set the standard for pixel art animation. And if you're going to do a new Metal Slug and you're not going to do gorgeous, fluidly animated pixel art, then get that shit out of my fucking face. All right. So anyway, that's awesome, Simply Steve. Anyway, Dennis here is not fucking happy. He's not pulling punches. And he's constantly saying that he has sources and connections within the Ukrainian military that are kind of giving him the inside scoop here. He's clearly biased, but he does seem, his bias seems to be for Ukraine and Ukrainians people. He does seem to be representing the disappointment that most regular Ukrainians seem to have. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Chem Goblin. But he doesn't seem to have a bias towards Fedorov. Like he's definitely he has a bias towards Fedorov, but not because he's like a fan of Fedorov. He likes that Fedorov has been effective. Oh man, good times, Sabercat. I mean, Gauntlet, dude, you need a Game Genie to really enjoy Gauntlet. It is like that's a fucking it's like it's designed to fuck you up. I'm the same way. Okay, good to know, Chem Goblin. So let's hear from Dennis here. Try to get through this as quickly as I can. We're not going to listen to the entire 30 minutes, but he does have a lot of important things to say in these two videos. So let's get to it.
Yeah, today I'm gonna leave my door open. It's kind of hot. Well, one more spiral of this Mikhailo Fedorov, Ukrainian ex-defense minister scandal. And I have lots of the stuff to say about it because, first of all, Fedorov went with his debrief, with his analysis of the situation, of his activity. Then he was a defense minister of Ukraine. He went open to the press and openly stated what had happened and what is the
right. And that's what person in the chat there, Palmers, is saying. Like the big criticism of Fedorov is that he was making a lot of public statements. He was making a lot of people angry, you know, stirring up shit, stirring up drama, being a fucking, you know, millennial Zoomer, whatever the fuck, a zillennial maybe, but stirring up shit on social media. Which is, you know, might be one of the reasons why Zelensky was more interested in kicking him out. Like, okay, fine, you know, you quit the tweeting, cut the tweeting off, right? Can we, just take his fucking phone away? Like, do we really got to fire the guy?
Of the problem. Second,
yeah,
Ukrainian people went on protests all around Ukraine, but most of all in Kiev, Lviv, Kharkiv, like in big cities.
Yeah,
but
and Simply Steve, Putin is going to be, and that's what Dennis points out here, is that he's going to, you know, he's loving these changes. He wants Syrskyi back in charge. He wants a smaller Soviet army versus a modern asymmetric, you know, younger, you know, using new tactics and whatnot. He wants to go up against a predictable military doctrine that he knows he can overwhelm. He can eventually beat in a war of attrition. He loves that. So, like, the speculation is that people in Russia are fucking jumping for joy at this news.
Smaller cities too. And the third one, Zelensky's absolute chaotic reaction. So yeah, altogether we're going to discuss the good, the bad, the ugly, and how it might influence Ukraine in the future. Well, spoiler, it's not a good influence, absolutely, and if you monitor social media, you understand why. You already heard the reactions of all of the pro-Ukrainian channels, I guess. Well, some of the channels, they're saying everything is fine, and not really, guys. And in this video, I'm gonna tell you, like, step by step, what happened and where are we going to.
Сьогодні коротко розказати про
Okay, so it was the debrief of Fedorov. He went to the press, and there were also members of parliament, some of the influencers, some of the media, and they asked him the question. Yes, not everybody, because the time was quite limited, but anyways, the video is almost 1.5 hours where Fedorov told about the situation in Ukrainian army, and he also told what he achieved as the Minister of Defense, not just him, but his team, let's say. There was an interactive board behind him where he pointed out also all of the issues in Ukrainian army that are still there.
Right, and this will piss off a lot of the old guard, because who set this up? Who's making these mistakes? Right? And that, you know, and it's like if you're going to put your ego above battlefield success, then yeah, you're going to get fucking pissed off at this young buck coming in who's slam dunking it on the battlefield. And he's like, yeah, this is all the shit that you're fucking up. That, you know, you're gonna look, even like, unless you are a total stone cold patriot, and unless Zelensky has these motherfuckers by the toenails, they're gonna start pulling cards and calling up their connections to try to take this guy out. That's just how it is, man. You know, men are not above this kind of shit. This kind of like, you know, this kind of fucking snipping at each other, you know, in the background. Like, that's not just a woman thing. Like, this is, you know, men can be little bitches. We can be little fucking bitches, right? That's not just a female thing. And even though the motherfucking country is on the line, these motherfuckers don't want to have their dirty laundry aired out like this, right? And they get all butt hurt. They get all their egos get hurt, right? And what happens when a man has his ego hurt, right? He turns destructive. He gets angry, and he starts, you know, I don't care, right? Men can't handle, you know, certain kinds of men can't handle this kind of shit. This is why you need a fucking rock solid hierarchy that says, look, I don't give a shit about your fucking feelings. If, you know, you're either on the team win or you're with the fucking Russians. And it seems like Zelensky doesn't have that kind of, he's not commanding that kind of respect, which is like pathetic.
Basically, as I said to you in my previous video about Fedorov, this guy was definitely
80
reforming
years old,
Ukrainian
Saber
army.
Cat.
All of the success which we see for the last half a year is mainly because of him. He stopped Starlink for Russia, directly communicating with Elon Musk. They even had a video call with him, not just messaging, and there was a low chance
That was a huge
of
win, by the way. If that really was him, that was fucking Fedorov, who finally got Elon Musk to set up a whitelist and ban the Russians off Starlink. That's a massive fucking win.
Elon Musk to agree on this proposal, and Fedorov said about it, like just 1%, but he agreed because Fedorov developed a special system to whitewash all of the
He says whitewash, he means whitelist.
Ukrainian authorized Starlinks. The main issue for Elon Musk was that Starlink
Look, man, you gotta, and Zelensky, a Jewish guy, you know, has to, you know, I guess that would make sense on a surface level. He has to pretend that he's pro-Israel, right? So it doesn't, you know, is he a legitimate fan of Elon Musk, the Sieg-heiling oligarch who wants to take a fucking private plane to Little St. James Island? You know, who knows? But you have to front. You have to front like you're a fan. So you know me, I fucking hate Elon Musk. If I was in Fedorov's shoes, I'd be like, Tesla great, Elon Musk #1. Because like it or not, Starlink is a major factor on the battlefield. Major factor. Right? So you got to play the fucking game if you want to win this shit. Right? So it's like, yeah, you know, feel free to judge him. But it's like, but also understand the real politique, right? The real political situation here, which is that, you know, he had to do something about Russians using Starlink. It was incredibly effective at killing Ukrainians, and he was able to remove that, you know, the Starlink from Russia there. That's huge. I mean, yeah, okay, that's. So here's the thing. Was he using Doge as, you know, a fucking word to basically say, I want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse from the Ukrainian military, which absolutely needs to happen, right? Was he just using that as a catch-all term? Or was he saying, I want to cut essential services that will actually end up costing us more money, right? Because that's the reality of Doge. The fantasy of Doge was that it's, oh, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, right? So it's like we got to be a little careful about this, right? And him saying like, I want a Doge, I want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse to try and curry the favor of an infantile oligarch, right? Of a fucking oligarch that just, oh, he said my name, and oh, he's you know, he likes me and he likes to use my terminology, right? Like for all we know, it could be an intelligent person who's fucking playing Elon Musk, right? Oh yeah, I'm using Doge, and I claim I'm a big fan, so I can wrap this idiot, this child named Elon Musk around my fucking finger and get him to do the things that I want him to do for me, because I want to fucking win on the battlefield, right? I'm not to defend any defense of the Sieg Heiling Elon Musk, but once again, if it was me in his situation, yeah, that's what I would be doing, because like it or not, Elon Musk is incredibly influential when it comes to the fucking frontline battlefield in Ukraine. It's mind-blowingly insane, and of course, he doesn't deserve that kind of power and influence. But welcome to reality. Welcome to fucking reality town, right?
Things could be cancelled for everyone, like people would complain, people would not obtain the proper service. Well, it did not happen, and SpaceX, they were surprised about this achievement, which was only possible because of the DIA application that was developed by Fedorov himself. Then he was a minister of the digital transformation of Ukraine. So Fedorov is a really smart guy, and he structures everything. He structured the work of the defense ministry, then he was in charge, and he introduced the system of Brave One. He introduced also the actual control of the positions of the Ukrainian infantry, Ukrainian units, Ukrainian drones, and in this system, the false reports, they're not possible. So it's not like the Russian system that they say, okay, they perform some of the flag operation, or even without it, they might report to the higher command that we liberated something, some of the village. And it was like that in Ukrainian army before. So fake reports about gaining positions, and especially fake reports about losing positions, because every sort of the commander could be punished for losing positions in this case.
Look, it's one thing not to tell the public, oh, we lost this or we didn't do that, right? And it's one thing to, I'm not defending lying to the public, but it's like I understand why militaries do that, right? Because morale is a real thing. You're trying to recruit, right? But he's talking about internally, right? Just like what they do in Russia. Oh, we took this position, and then it turns out, no, you didn't take that position, right? Oh, we got this victory, we got that victory. No, you actually didn't. Like reporting that internally, where the battlefield commanders, the people that higher up in the hierarchy that are making these decisions, think something is happening on the battlefield when the reality is something else. That's how you lose a war. Welcome back, Lenny. Accidents waiting to happen, folks. You know what to do. Click follow on that Lenny over there. Click follow on Accidents Waiting to Happen. Check out that Lenny stream. Good stuff.
But in Fedorov's digital system, everything is available live. So you see how many.
You can't hide anything. So he was offering true transparency to the higher ups, and fucking. I keep wanting to call him Sokolov because I'm a video game idiot. But no, and Sersky was like, no, I don't want higher ups to have that kind of transparency. I don't want higher ups to see, real time what's actually happening on the battlefield. I want to hide my mistakes like they do in Russia. That's why Deep State Map is usually more truthful. That's and he's like, no, we got to change that. I want Zelensky. I want my commanders to know exactly what's happening. Win, lose, draw, whatever the hell is happening on the battlefield. I want them using technology to see exactly in real time the results of their command decisions. And Sersky is like, no, I want to hide it. I only want to show them the victories. I want to make sure that, the losses are first brought to me so that I could curate them and deliver them in a specific way so that I still look good. And then, that's how you lose a fucking war, folks.
Units are out there. What particular brigades are asking for specific types?
Imagine if you were playing like Command and Conquer or StarCraft, and you're making, you're sending your troops out, and you don't know if your troops are winning or losing, right? And you don't actually get, the troops that you send out there are lying to you. Your commanders are lying to you, and you actually don't have accurate information about the decisions that you've made, in your video game. You imagine how difficult that would be to win in StarCraft or Command and Conquer or whatever if you're sending out troops and you don't know for sure if they're winning or fucking losing. It does kind of sound like an interesting game idea, Chem Goblin. It really does, where you have commanders, can you trust them? You know, is this real information, right? Like you have to, it is actually, yeah, like having some kind of fog of intelligence game mechanic would make things really interesting from a game design perspective. But can you imagine if it's like life or death, like it is here in Ukraine, and then you have one commander that's like, no, I would really prefer to kind of lie to you. I'd really prefer to hide certain pieces of information from you. And then you got this other guy that's like, no, I would like to give you accurate real-time information about what's happening on the front lines so that you can make better decisions. And then you choose the guy who's like, no, I want to lie to you. You're like, I know, I like the guy who's fluffing me up.
The drones. Okay, how many of the electronic points each brigade has? Like which brigade is more efficient compared to other one? And based on that, you may move your force. It's like a strategic game in this case. I don't like this comparison because after all, it's a war, but the logic is to obtain the information live, which is correct.
Yeah.
And further of
And you would think this shit is common sense, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not happening? What? Wait, we're emulating Putin and the fucking Moscow style of fucking lying to everybody, and we're skimming off the top of what are we doing here? What are we doing? And what the hell is Europe going to do when they catch wind of this shit? When like, are we going to do another $50 billion package when 10 billion of it gets, stuffed into corrupt Soviet style commanders? It's like, no, we're not, this is how you lose support.
Implemented this system like it was the main part of the reform. I recorded 2 videos about this reform. I was really happy, and one more video like 5 months ago, and Fedorov was appointed, and immediately we saw the changes. And I guess it was 1 month ago, then he introduced those reforms like full scale. But the rotted down, corrupt system of Ukrainian army did not allow Fedorov to do it. There were lots of the complaints of those Soviet-era generals, Syrsky himself. Well, Fedorov said that definitely there was the confrontation between him and Syrsky. And Fedorov also mentioned in his debrief that with Syrsky, Ukraine cannot win this war. It doesn't matter whether Fedorov is a defense minister of Ukraine or not, but since Syrsky is the general commander of the Ukrainian armed forces, and also there is the head of the general command office, one more guy, so he told about both.
He's getting all butthurt at the guy beneath him with new ideas and new strategies that's kicking ass and making him look bad. And instead of being like, stepping down and letting this guy take over, or changing some of his ideas, no, let's just destroy his career. Let me pull my connections and pull my cards and destroy his career. I mean, that's... And then Zelensky lets it happen. He's looking at this from the very, very top. He's at the very top of this. He knows this shit's happening, and he chooses to let this happen. That's unbelievable. That's unfucking believable.
Of those, they stuck in the past. Those are Soviet dinosaurs, and Fedorov said about it openly,
exactly
like they're very successful. They were back in
Sabercat's talking about in World War II. What was the name of the operation? Right, money grab or something like that. But there was, Monty was from the UK, was a commander from the UK versus Eisenhower, and Monty wanted to Market Garden. Thank you. Monty wanted to do it a certain way. And Market Garden's not the only case of this, right? But Monty wanted to do it a certain way. He wanted to direct U.S. troops to do this and do that. And Eisenhower had to constantly, push back on him because either it was a bad strategy or it was a strategy that was going to, make the British military look better at the cost of American lives. And it's crazy to think, right? Because your country's being invaded by fucking Nazis, and you're over here worried about how you look, or how your military looks. You're not prioritizing victory above everything else. You're prioritizing this ridiculous, surface level bullshit. Your own fucking ego. You're putting your ego in front of the existence of your entire fucking country. But no, it's this is how it's always been, though. This is how it's always been throughout all of history of war. Commanders and people in charge putting their ego, putting other factors in front of ultimate victory. Like, and from our perspective, it's like our lives are on the line. You want to think, you want to engage in this fantasy that the people in charge are putting all that stupid shit aside so that they can win. No. I mean, World War I, the entire existence of World War I is a great example of this thing, right? Of this, of other factors getting in the way of actual victory. But here we are. This is what's happening, and it's up to Zelensky. It was Eisenhower who ultimately was able to push back against Monty and find a compromise, right? Get him to compromise, get him to fucking pull back a little bit on what he was trying to do. But it requires a strong leader like Eisenhower to do that. It requires strong personalities who are putting victory above their own ego to do that. And the question is Zelensky really? Is he really doing, is he really just letting ego get the best of him?
2022 with their tactical operations.
Sabercat.
By the way, there was a General Commander Zaluzhny by the
No, the
time,
history of
but
that is
for example,
fascinating.
Syrskyi was responsible for Kharkiv operation, which went very well. So as for the old school commander, if he has resources like lots of the infantry, artillery, the same stuff as Russia has, he can be successful. But the thing that he needs to have lots of that stuff, and
Right.
now it's impossible to achieve.
Right.
So-
And he's not willing to bend. He's not flexible when he doesn't have everything in the perfect, in the perfect setup. He's not willing to use different strategies. He's going to try these old strategies with, with less troops, with less artillery, with whatever, right? And then what's the end result? Motherfuckers get killed. And what is Syrskyi sleeps like a fucking baby. Oh, well, at least we tried it my way. We tried it my way and failed, but at least we tried it my way. Zelensky needs to step in here.
The only variant for Ukraine to be successful against prevailing enemy is to reform and strike Russia asymmetrically, which is only possible with the drones without any sort of the previous school. So actually Fedorov achieved even more compared to what Ukraine has achieved back in 2022. We are not speaking about liberating territories. Territories doesn't matter here. It was a completely different level of Ukrainian army development. Because back in 2022, Russia had resources,
Sabercat.
Russia had developing economy. Now, because of the Ukrainian
taking it
actions,
is easy.
the Russian system itself starts to struggle. So it is even more important than
yeah,
to
holding it is
liberate
the
all of
hard
those
part.
territories. And with the current kill zone on the front lines, you may call it gray zone, but actually it's a kill zone, you cannot counterattack that massively as before. So tactics of Syrskyi doesn't work. And he's a tactical guy. He doesn't think strategically. Also, Syrskyi is loyal to Zelensky. And Fedorov said it himself that selection in Ukrainian army is based on loyalty. Those commanders. That's why 90% of all of the Ukrainian army commanders, Soviet commanders, they complained about Fedorov. And they complained to Zelensky directly. Actually, Fedorov didn't say anything.
So he's outspoken. He's like, no, you're wrong. He's the guy in the room saying, no, all you guys are wrong. And on top of that, he's proving them wrong with his strategies. So then they're like, we got to crush this guy. And Zelensky needs to come in here and say, okay, wait a minute, who's actually, okay, we tried your guys' ideas and they weren't working out that great. Right there, there's some examples, of victory, but there's a lot of failures here. We tried his strategies, and they seem to be more effective. This is where Zelensky needs to come in here, and if certain people want to step down and fucking go back to Russia, I don't give a shit. Right? Let Fedorov come in with more of his guys. You need to be a strong leader. You have to accept that you're not going to make everybody happy here. And Zelensky seems like he wants to be a people pleaser or something. Like, what is the fucking mentality here?
Bad about Zelensky, but I may state it, as non-official figure, as some sort of the analyst, influencer. YouTube calls me an
Right,
independent
Sabercat,
journalist.
yeah.
Okay, let it be like that. So
Yeah.
I can
Hitler over here giving orders about fight to the last man when he should have retreated in certain areas to reinforce other areas. But his ego was too big. He didn't want to hurt his ego.
judge what is happening. So there was the confrontation,
Chemjob.
we know it already, between Fedorov and Syrskyi. It was confirmed, not just Fedorov, but his initiatives, his defense ministry. He told about it himself that all of those initiatives were blocked by Syrskyi and his team. Syrskyi doesn't want to change. His generals, they also don't want to change.
That's fucked
because
up.
they see their
That's
miserable
fucked up.
lives.
So you try something on the battlefield, it fails, and then you don't learn anything from it, and then you just try the same thing over again. Right? And you have a personnel issue. You're low on soldiers, but you're going to keep trying the failed strategies. And by the way, your enemy sees this. Your enemy understands that. Right? So you're being predictable to your enemy. You know what I mean? Like, you're not changing anything. You're not trying anything new. That makes it easier for your enemy to kill you and defeat you.
Affiliated with what they have achieved before, and they're comfortable about it. They don't
Exactly,
see
Seneca.
behind their comfortable offices. They cannot reach the level of the reforms that the Ukrainian army needs right now. Zelensky doesn't understand it, and he took Syrskyi's side. That was a surprise for me because Fedorov was in Zelensky's team for 7 long years as the Minister of the Digital Transformation. And guys, this guy, like, what he was saying is just pure base after base after base. I would like him to be not just a defense minister, but a president of Ukraine, because Zelensky discredited, is it a proper word, himself multiple of the times. He wasn't prepared for the war. As I mentioned you in my previous video, his friends are either corrupt, all of them,
Yeah, maybe.
or they're traitors. Like, for example, Bakanov, who was the head of the SBU, and all of his deputies were Russian spies. Later on, Zelensky had to dismiss him because of the public pressure. And now Zelensky does a very big mistake, the biggest mistake in this war, canceling all of those initiatives that Fedorov introduced in the Ukrainian army. There
Not
was
like
the
this.
vector of
Not like
development,
this.
Ukrainian drone army with Magyar
man.
and others. For example, Beletsky, commander of the 3rd Army Corps,
Not
and
like this, bro.
really talented commanders are out there. Hartia also, they're like the best of the best. And by the way, they don't have any sort of the issues with infantry personnel, because there is the queue from the people, as Fedorov mentioned today, like 2,000 people would like to join the 3rd Army Corps or
All right, so you get the gist on this video. Let's, out of respect for your time, if you want to watch the rest of it, and I do recommend watching the rest of it. I watched the whole thing. Fascinating stuff. He gets into more detail here, but he's even more on fire in this video. Dennis is getting into it, and he's not pulling any punches here. So let's just try to, like I said, just, respecting your time here. Let's try to get through this as much as possible. But he gives us more details on the failures of Syrskyi here, and how Syrskyi is not only using failed Russian techniques on the battlefield, but he's also, there seems to be some evidence of him, intentionally murking his own troops and, using that Russia-style motivation tactics of, violence and sexual assault and whatnot, to try and, get people to fight on the front lines. There's also, he's going to show a video of extremely overzealous Ukrainian, military recruiters who are like kidnapping Ukrainian men off the streets and like kicking their ass and fucking like stomping them, like a fucking gang. And it's like, look, I do understand you got to be aggressive sometimes, right? You got to, you've been drafted into the war. It's against the law to run away. I get that, right? Sometimes you do have to be a little harsh with cowards and people that are not too enthusiastic about potentially, sacrificing themselves, on the front lines, right? Like, you got a personnel issue. You got to make up for that. So you got to be aggressive. kicking down some doors, but you don't need to be curb stomping motherfuckers. You don't need to be doing that. Sure, you might have to tackle a dude. You know, you might have to wrangle him up. You know, fucking lasso his ass. But you don't have to be curb stomping motherfuckers to be achieving this goal, right? That's exactly how they do it in Russia. And it's like, I thought we're better. I thought we're different here. And this is all on Zelensky. He could ultimately reverse this. He could ultimately change this. And he chooses not to.
Guys, it is happening. Protests are all around Ukraine. People are calling for reforms.
Damn, these are pretty big.
Lviv and most of the people, in the big cities like Lviv, Kiev, Kharkiv, Odessa, in the smaller cities too, multiple of the images.
I mean, interestingly, if they wanted to suppress these protests, they should get the military recruiters out there. Yeah.
So it was during the daytime, closer to the evening, there were even more people. And now the air sirens are being announced because Russia probably likes for Syrsky to stay as the general commander of Ukrainian army.
Yeah, they'd love that.
Well, if yesterday people were
not stopping,
protesting against
Good.
removal of Fedorov, today they were calling to remove Syrsky, together with appointing of Fedorov once again on his position as the Minister of Defense of Ukraine. And you know what? Today I watched this stream of Sternenko. Sternenko is the biggest drone volunteer of Ukraine, like the biggest one. And Fedorov made him his personal advisor when he was a defense minister of Ukraine. But now Sternenko is no longer an advisor. Moreover, there's the question about his cooperation with
What's this fucking logo? Yeah, so he's gonna say like this guy's cooperating with fucking Russia. What's this logo, Chem Goblin? This looks like a fucking pro-Russian logo.
the Ukrainian army because of his rhetorics against the current general commander of Ukraine, Syrsky. And then he recorded this, like, it's not a record,
okay.
it
No,
was
isn't.
live. And he said what he said, and he has
It looks like Russia Z. You know, it looks like that from an English perspective. So I'm glad I'm wrong.
direct access to all of the information because he speaks directly with the people elsewhere. Also, Skela Brigade, like every sort of the unit, they know Sternenko and they cooperate with his fund because he is the biggest freaking volunteer. And he said about Syrsky something that I'm shocked about.
Right.
I thought that
So
it is possible
Oh, okay,
only
let me
in
take
the
a look.
Russian army, but no. It is happening in Ukraine, and all of those rumors
Oh, okay.
that I thought was maybe the Russian propaganda or
Okay. Means something like cutter of Russians. I see. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's definitely not pro-Russian.
maybe we didn't know something, but no, this is the darkest shit happening. With the general commander
Listen to
Syrsky,
this.
Ukraine has a smaller analog of the Russian army, with all of the approach. Moreover, Syrsky is a war criminal who is killing his own soldiers.
No.
And Sternenko told about it. Syrsky should be prosecuted after the information Sternenko told, and also other journalists.
No way.
And yeah, there are so many stories.
Zelensky,
Yeah, here
you
I have a
can't let this
transcript from
happen.
that video. I translated it into English just to have the success. Yes, it's the artificial intelligence, but it saves the time. And I know Ukrainian, but for me it's like really hard to translate right away. So Sternenko says that if Syrsky personally dislikes
No
some
problem,
of the
Saber Cat.
commander,
Thank you for coming.
and there were the
Thank you for coming
cases,
back.
that particular brigade may not receive enough supplies, enough military personnel.
Right. So he's like playing favorites. Syrsky is like playing favorites with certain brigades. Not because one brigade is more effective than the other, but because like he's, you know, like someone has like, you know, he's like buddies with somebody or something. Which is just, it's just, what are we doing, Zelensky? What are we doing, man?
To continue to fight. Moreover, the brigade's flanks on particular section of the front could be weakened. Forces holding neighboring positions could be withdrawn. Normal supplies removed and personnel replacement withheld, so when the Russians attack the brigade, its defense would collapse more quickly. Then the brigade commander could be removed, dishonored, and replaced by someone more loyal to Syrsky personally.
So you hear that, right? So literally putting them at a disadvantaged situation so people get killed, and then he can put more of his loyalists in charge of that brigade or whatnot. That what? In Ukraine? Come, not like this, man.
They could appoint, for example, a former chief of staff of Skela, someone who would later order people to be killed because he had become completely drunk. And there's the real story. There was basically an assassination of two of the civilians by one of the ex-commanders of the Skela Brigade who was recently arrested, and he was, by the time of the arrest, the commander of 155th Brigade. He left his military branch, he tried to hide, so he's a complete psycho. And he killed some people just because they listened to loud music or something. So this is the case. And here Sternenko also explains a counterattack of the Skela Brigade in Grishina. That's the Pokrovsk direction. The counterattack was not planned in a good way. It was basically useless. And our soldiers from that brigade, they stepped on friendly minefield, and there was also Ukrainian position of the other brigade. They thought that those are the Russians coming because they were not warned.
Okay, look, this happens in war, even with the best of intentions. The question is, has he learned anything from this, and is he going to change strategy? Is he going to, is he going to change anything about this, or is he going to cover it up? Right, and it sounds like Syrskyi is the kind of guy that will just cover stuff up like that. He's not going to learn anything. He's not going to change anything. But yeah, I mean, this is an unfortunate reality of the front lines, right? You walk over your own mines, or you shoot at friendly soldiers because you can't ID them, and there's no communication. So that stuff does happen even in the best case scenario. But the question is, are commanders learning? Are they trying, to new things, right? Like, okay, let's improve communications. Let's invest more in new style radios. Let's try some new things to try to avoid this in the future. Or are they just covering that up and not telling their higher ups that this happened? They said, oh, it was a mistake it wasn't because of a command mistake. It was because of, a mistake that a soldier made. And that, that's how you lose a war. That's how you lose a war. Ask America how well that kind of shit went with Iraq and Afghanistan, because that was the kind of bullshit that was happening there.
And they opened the friendly fire. Then Skela guys, they fired towards them. It was a mess. And then Russians opened artillery fire. Everyone was disoriented, and basically almost all of those guys who attacked positions, they were cancelled, either by friendly fire or by the Russian artillery or FPV drones.
Jesus.
And Russians, they published that video. I thought, oh, maybe they survived or something. No. Sternenko confirms it was a useless attack and just few of the soldiers survived that. It is a famous, like, the best of the brigade of Syrskyi, where they flatline own soldiers. It's like a small analog of the Wagner army. If you do something not okay, the punishment is death. Yeah, we have it from Dylan Burns, by the way, he retweets this. So 425th Syrskyi favorite unit, and widely viewed as his correctional guard, is being accused of murdering soldiers who attempt to desert. Mother, I am in hell, pray for...
Now look, you have to be harsh against dudes that are deserters. You can't allow desertion to just, a slap on the wrist. That doesn't mean you murder them. That doesn't mean you sexually assault them. Okay? But, you make them, you make them part of the latrine cleaning crew, or, you arrest them and put them in jail for, a long period of time, right? You don't shoot them in the back. You don't rape them. That's not how you improve morale. That's how, what do we see in Russia? How many times have you seen, if you watch combat footage, they fucking off themselves. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. It doesn't fix morale. It just turns these guys into fucking zombies who give up, who just give up. Right? So it's like you can't allow desertion to just become a common thing in your military. It does need to be punished. But there are ways to punish desertion without execution. or sexual assault. Now, look, in World War II, there were some cases, even in the U.S., of deserters getting executed. You know, like I'm not saying war is hell. Okay, war is hell. I'm not saying, you know, don't punish your deserters, but I'm saying, like, if you're gonna, you know, execution of deserters should be a last resort kind of situation, right? At least, you know, let, you know, if you desert once, you get heavily punished. If you desert twice, maybe then, okay, we got to talk about making an example of some motherfuckers. Like, this is war, folks. You know, there's no easy answers on this kind of shit. Like, the one thing you can't have is a lax attitude towards desertion. You can't have that running through your military of like, oh yeah, we'll just bail, and then you'll get a slap on the wrist, and then you don't have to fight. Because not everybody on the front line's a hero. Okay, not everybody is a fucking patriotic hero on the front lines. Okay, it's like, it's not a pretty picture. You know, war is not pretty.
Me, those were the last words of this guy who somehow got the access to the phone, to internet, and sent the last message. His last week he spent at the training grounds in Kirovograd Oblast of Ukraine. Probably he tried to escape very hard conditions in Skela, but was caught and murdered. And do you think that there is an investigation or something? No, nothing is happening. People are demotivated to join this kind of the Syrskis army. As Fedorov says, more than 200,000 people, just imagine, 200,000 people escaped their military bases, evolved or deserted, like you may use any sort of the term, because of this shit happening. And now, what would you say to young guys in Ukraine? Like, what is the motivation factor? We got rid of Fedorov, who changed everything, and we're gonna leave Syrsky, who is basically a butcher, but you need to join the Ukrainian army. No, there will be many more deserters, many more avols, and people will not join the Ukrainian army, absolutely. So Zelensky himself alone canceled everything. Like, it's the biggest crisis since the start of the war. And it's not even close to the corruption scandal that was before, also with Zelensky and his friends. And sadly now there is no pressure from our European colleagues. And Zelensky tried to cancel the independence of National Anti-Corruption Bureau.
That was nuts. And he reversed course on that. But that was bullshit. Like, no, you know, let us investigate ourselves for corruption. Like, what? That's what a fucking corrupt criminal would say. You know, that's like something Donald Trump would do.
The pressure. But now just people with the placards. Zelensky is not communicating with people. Just yesterday he said, oh, people went to the streets, they have the right, that's it. That nothing more, like there is...
Yeah, that's fucked up. So he came out with a statement that said, you know, people have a right to protest, but okay, are you going to change anything? You going to react to that? Whoop, I don't know. I guess not.
Absence of communication. What he did today was like PR stunt. Him in the office pictured himself with some of the commanders of the brigades. Some of the commanders are quite popular, as Magyar, for example, we see here. So it's the Antichrist that I'm doing something. Also, they publish kind of the stupid videos with Syrsky, and post after post of they're like shit posting. It's a brain-dead Soviet-style Antichrist. Like, I'm with my guys, I'm with the military. Then de facto he cancelled all of the reforms himself.
What the fuck?
Reminds me Kadyrov. You know, this style. They put the music,
exactly.
some of the bunker, like we're doing something here. Or Putin, and he visits somewhere, no one knows where. He said he visited Kupiansk, and he should post it all the day on his channel, freaking butcher. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine can't post anything on social media without the comments being swarmed by critics. Guys, just understand, this this is the country at war. It is fighting for its existence, and people of Ukraine, they hate this guy the most. After Putin, I think Syrskyi is the most hated person. And if it continues as it goes, the third most hated person will be Zelensky. If it is not like that already.
This is terrible.
Because
Look at
those
this.
are the protests.
Look at this, man. They got a picture of Zelensky with his bottom out and they're spanking him. I love this, by the way. American protesters need to emulate this immediately. This is great.
You see who is there? It's not
Spanking his
Syrskyi.
bottom.
Yeah, and Dylan continued to base here. I don't see how the Ukrainian government can operate military recruitment in an environment
Yeah.
like this. Protests are only escalating, and we're concentrating its anger at Syrskyi before the direct call out by the now ousted defense minister. His image is toxic to national morale. So the only way out is to, well, I would say remove Syrskyi, of course, and also apply Fedorov's reforms. That's the only thing that might save the current Ukrainian
Get that guy
government.
back in there.
I like this analysis from Ilya Ponomarenko. Actually, I can give you a very simple and comprehensive explanation of what lies at heart of the current major political crisis and the protests against the dismissal of Defense Minister Fedorov in Ukraine. The reason is that Fedorov's brief time in office, together with the impressive
hope.
success of the
Yes.
Ukrainian defense forces in the air and at the sea, gave the Ukrainian people one thing above all else: hope. Hope
Yeah.
that this horrific war, with its appalling sacrifices and monumental heroism, might end in something far better than, at best, the bitter and humiliating peace. Yeah, there are many words like so. Fedorov gave the hope.
The bitter and humiliating peace, quote unquote, for heroic Ukraine that would certainly be nothing more than a short respite before even a greater nightmare, right? Giving up the Donbas, giving up Crimea, letting Russia take a fucking breather for five years or so, and then another fresh invasion, taking advantage of Ukraine, who's like, not going to be able to keep up the pace that Russia is able to in terms of resupply. It is the hope
Yeah, he's
it is the hope that good will ultimately triumph over evil, that life will overcome death and light will overcome the dark, that justice truly blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah. This is like a Marvel movie. And that the great vile evil embodied by fascist Russia will be punished for its crimes. And who knows how history may yet unfold. Perhaps the hope will one day lead us back home to Donetsk, Luhansk, Mariupol, Melitopol, Berdansk, or Crimea, so treacherously stolen from us. And hope is a tremendous force. Yeah, and that's what these battlefield victories were bringing. It was hope. It was like, oh, we might actually have a chance here. Because up until that point, it was, we're giving up ground slowly, but we're still giving up ground. And it's like this creeping eventuality that no matter how hard we push against Russia, even though it's like 4-1, 5-1 deaths, that they're going to eventually win this war of attrition because they're fucking Russia, fucking 11 time zones, massive country. And there's always more, right? That's their style of war. Just more.
system that the losses were not for
The
nothing.
last bit of it here says, I strongly advise no one to stand in the way of Ukrainians who have finally seen a light at the end of the tunnel of darkness and a source of genuine something.
That we are changing for better, we're taking initiative, and Russians are suffering their economy, their refineries, their fleet, their supplies, logistics, everything. So there is the chance, there is the hope. So the hope that truth over evil and life will overcome death, light overcome
just read all
dark,
that.
himself.
Okay, so he does
Once
throw
again,
the-
no one
a source of genuine good hope.
pushed him for this decision. Well, maybe except corrupt officials, maybe Yermak also is into it, because yesterday evening Yermak visited Syrskyi's office. Yermak, who is under investigation, who is with bracelet, who is a corrupt thug. But it seems like he is into controlling, like, what the hell is happening in Ukraine. So Zelensky stole that hope, and people went in the streets telling him politely now to
Yeah.
return everything back. Politely.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are sharing those images too.
This is great. And this really tells you the like current state of the situation, where it's like they don't, you know, it's like a piece of junk drone. It's not a complete drone, because all the complete drones, anything that's like, you know, complete and working, is getting sent to the front lines. So, you know, this is just some junk, and they had to, you know, affix it to some cardboard and draw the blades around there, because they don't actually have access to a real working drone to use as an example here. But yeah, they show Sirski here, you know, beating on a drone, and it's like, man, Zelensky, please, for the love of God, man, change this.
Unknown technology, блядь.
Unknown technology, bleh.
This is seriously. It's definitely like this, guys. This guy is not evolving, not upgrading. He is a stupid dumb fuck. And what kind of the operations he did? Okay, the one in Kharkiv was successful. But what about the Baltova, where Ukrainian forces were encircled even before this full-scale war?
Yeah.
It was back in 2015. Yeah, as far as I remember.
It was like 3 or 4 cases of Ukrainian military getting surrounded. You know, staying way too long, staying until the absolute last second, and then these poor sons of bitches having to, you know, withdraw, while having to fight. One of the most difficult military maneuvers, apparently, if in the military, is to, you know, fight. Being engaged in combat while you're retreating, and how many times under Sirski's, leadership did we see the Ukrainian military stuck in that fucking situation? 4 or 5 times.
Remember, what's about Bakhmut operation with
Bakhmut.
so many losses? What's about Ukrainian counteroffensive in 2023? What's about the Ukrainian operation on the Russian territory, Kursk, let's say? Like, are we still in Kursk? No. But how many losses were there? Like, what that operation strategically was for? Tactical success? Okay, we showed that we may go into Russia for several of the kilometers, but what is next? Yeah, of course, on my videos, like, I always cheerful. Then Ukraine attacks, counterattacks, then our guys went to Kursk. I thought, okay, we're gonna take maybe even nuclear power plant as the hostage for Russia to release Ukrainian nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. So some sort of the exchange. That was maybe strategic logic. But no, our guys just went there. They spent some time. I filmed multiple of the videos about it, telling that probably there is something about it.
Well, it wasn't our guys. I mean, it was technically, but the people that invaded, you know, that portion of Russia, and that was a brilliant move, but they were Russian volunteers to the Ukrainian military. That was a very smart thing to use those guys to do that. But yeah, it would have made more sense to take a nuclear power plant, to occupy that nuclear power plant. But, you know, as mentioned in the chat, you know, taking it is one thing, holding it is another. And you're fucking with Russia over here. And they, you know, Ukraine has been very careful about, attacking an occupied nuclear power plant. Will Russia?
No, nothing. So tactical operations and meat grinding the own infantry for basically show off. And yeah, I'm not even saying about the counteroffensive in 2023. It was Zaluzhny and Sirski there the same.
The counteroffensive was a fucking disaster.
Same old school. And Zaluzhny is like in Sirski's post. Zaluzhny is also against Fedorov. And just for you to understand, Sirski is fully Russian. He's not Ukrainian. He also learned in the Moscow's academy. So all of his...
That's fucking crazy to me, man. Look, I get it, though. Like, you know, up until Zelensky came along and the start of the war, it was all dudes trained in Russia, coming from Russia, okay? So it's like, you know, but it shows, the mentality shows on the front line. Kursk invasion, at least it triggered the plane crash of Prigozhin. That's true, yeah. I don't know how connected those two were. Like, it seemed like Prigozhin had, you know, kind of sealed his own fate anyway. Motherfucker acting like he was some kind of diplomatic minister. He tries a coup, and then he's like, okay, well, we're still buddies, right, Putin? We're still buddies. Like, no, you're not. It's like the most predictable thing in the world when we heard that the plane crashed that he was on. Oh yeah, no, it crashed. You bet. So anyway, he talks more about Sirski being a failure, but I wanted to show you this video here of he criticizes the enforcer, which is pretty interesting because he agrees with the enforcer. You know, he'll show enforcer tweets. So let me show this. No problem, Blue Brother. Thank you for stopping in. So he shows this enforcer tweet, criticizes it a bit, but then he shows this video of, you know, these heavy-handed recruitment tactics that, you know, like I said, look, you know, you got a guy who's been drafted. He's running. He's breaking the law, right? You got to kick a door down. You got to lasso a dude. You got to tackle a guy. Those are all understandable things. Why are we fucking, you know, curb stomping and beating sons of bitches? You know, like that's wildly unnecessary.
Translate, AI translate, or just Google, and you'll understand the same thing. The enforcer doesn't understand a thing. Is Ukraine going to tear themselves apart over one defense minister?
Yeah, this is really like definitely Western brained, you know, and of course I'm Western brained as well, right? But this is definitely like when you're seeing the reaction of Ukrainian people, of people like Dennis, and you see the objective reality of the battlefield here. This is just wrong-headed, you know. This is like, I don't want to say privileged, maybe, and maybe privilege is the right term here, but this is like, no, you're not plugged in as you think you are, right? If you're saying this here, because it's bigger than just one defense minister. We're talking about, you know, battlefield theory, you know, which battlefield theory are we going to use? The one that hasn't really been that effective a couple times, but, you know, there's a lot of examples where it doesn't work really that well, versus a battlefield theory that's like surprising Russia and like causing all kinds of chaos in Russia and like is you know producing surprising battlefield victories for Ukraine on the front line. So that's what we're talking about here. It's not just one defense minister. It is an entire theory of frontline battle, right? Like it's bigger than just one guy here.
Being ousted. Do you understand really what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not about freaking Fedorov. It's about system. It's about reforms.
Yes.
It's not about Fedorov as a man. Fedorov will find his job. Ukraine will suffer without him. I get that some people like him, but let's not forget that the war is still. Let's not forget that the war is still on. That there is a freaking Sirski that loses it. If they want to lose,
we're talking about more dead Ukrainians with Sirski style fighting. You know, and it's like, it's one thing. It's like, okay, we don't have the drones. We just don't have the tech. We don't have the money. We can't afford Fedorov style of fighting. That's not the case. It's really not the case. Ukraine is like cutting edge right now in the front of the line when it comes to this kind of technology. And they've put a lot of money into the manufacture of drones, right? They're able to produce these drones. So it's like, you know, of course they can't transform their entire army into a robot army or anything. But they're not exactly like so short on supplies that they can't actually fight in the way that Fedorov wants them to fight. No, they have the supplies, they have the drones, they have the means. And we're just gonna give Russia this W. Why?
To Russia, then have at it. Fedorov should stop fanning flames and stabilize the situation.
He kind of is though. Like he's absolutely. Like he's telling the truth about it, but he's not saying, you know, Zelensky's a piece of shit and you know, Sirski's a piece of shit. Did it work? Yeah, it did work. I was yes, it did, Josephus. I was very triggered.
Here is useless, silly. They know nothing. I know that I'm gonna lose some of the subscribers, but I have my own opinion. For a couple guys researched the war so much, I'm very surprised that you don't understand and would make this. Yeah, it's.
What did he say? What did the enforcer say? Look inward and examine your own beliefs before claiming others don't understand. If Ukraine ends up tearing itself apart over the ousting of a defense minister, that doesn't seem wise, does it? I do agree with the fact that, like, we're going to, okay, now, because now we're seeing Dennis call for an election, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right move. But the right move is that, you know, like, if that's the kind of pressure that needs to be applied for Zelensky to reverse course, then so be it, right? Then that needs to be threatened. That needs to be put on the table. But technically, you know, logistically, is that really a smart move to have a fucking full-blown election, you know, while we're doing this? I don't know about that. And I kind of agree with that, with the enforcer on this. But if that's what needs to be threatened to make Zelensky sweat and disagree with apparently 90% of his military that doesn't like this young buck Fedorov, who's showing them up and proving them wrong, then so be it. Then that is what needs to be called for. But I do agree. It's like, does Ukraine really have the time to be doing this, to be doing an election or whatever? Probably not.
Don't understand and would make this, yeah, it's cuckoo. Yeah, just for you to see the mobilization campaign in Ukraine. Basically,
So he pauses the video right here. The guy's on the ground. This piece of shit, this is in Ukraine, right? You tell me this is in Russia, I would believe you. But this is in Ukraine. This is supposed to be a recruitment. Guy's on the ground. You handcuff him, you put him in the thing, and you say, look, man, I know it sucks. You've been drafted. You know, we're going to train you. We're going to try to give you all the resources you need to be deadly and effective in the battlefield. But yeah, you know, you got to defend your country. You don't run up and boot the guy. You don't treat him like this. This isn't going to help morale. This isn't going to help with recruitment. Oh yeah, let me go to my local recruitment office and sign up for this military. Hope I don't get shot in the back because Sersky wants a commander that he's more friendly with. I hope Sersky doesn't send my team into a fucking suicide mission because he wants different people to be in charge. This is how you lose. This is how you fucking lose. Like I said, you got to tackle the guy. You got to kick down a door. Like that's, you know, unfortunately that's war, right? When it comes to recruitment. The guy's on the ground. So you're going to kick him like a fucking, you know, like a mule? You're going to kick him like an animal? And this guy's supposed to be fighting and dying on the front lines in a couple months after he's trained? Right? Oh, I can't wait. Oh yeah, I mean, I learned my lesson. Got my ass kicked by my own people in my own side. Now I'm going to gladly fight and die in the front lines. Or am I going to throw down my weapon, you know, and give up, you know, surrender and give up my other you know, fighters, my comrades? I'm going to give up their positions as well because I don't have any loyalty to my country, because the memories that I have of my country recruiting me is throwing me on the ground and fucking kicking my ass. Treating me with no respect whatsoever. So you're going to put a gun in this guy's hand, send him to the front lines. He's going to fucking give up the second he has an opportunity to. And then all of a sudden he's compromising his fellow soldiers. Gee, thanks a lot. And let me tell you, folks, it's not nice when Russia takes your ass prisoner. They fucking torture you. They mutilate you. Okay, they like to do things to people's genitals, to give you an example. So this is how you're recruiting people, and then you're sending them to the front lines. They're compromising those front lines. This is not how you win a war.
A guy was kicked in the head by two of those TTSK officials. That is the mobilization in Ukrainian army. This is Syrsky army. Yeah.
Okay,
they blame
almost run his ass over.
Fedor for not reforming TTSK.
Fucking black bag the dude, throw him in a fucking van. Like I said, look, you know, if you're running, you know, you might get cuffed, you might get tackled, okay? But you don't kick people in the fucking head. You don't treat them this way, especially if you want them to be fighting and dying on the front lines with any kind of effectiveness.
Gun mobilization, because this
Fucked up.
Bussification, it's called, even by Zelensky. Like they kidnap people from the streets, but it's not the task of Fedorov. Fedorov was responsible for supplies, basically, for contracts for Ukrainian army. So Ukrainian defense minister...
Right. So he gets into it more, you know, you get the gist. You get the gist here. And I basically agree with Dennis. Like, the one thing that here's the link to the rest of the video if you want to watch the rest of it. Make sure you give him the like and subscribe, folks. He's keeping it real. You got to respect that. The one thing I disagree with that he says in this video is, you know, we need to, you know, Zelensky needs to step down and we have to do an election. And it's just like, I think we should pressure that. We should threaten that. But I don't know if we're there yet. And I don't think that would be, I don't know. I don't know how that happens in a way that doesn't help Russia, that doesn't slow down this effort. You know what I mean? Like, that should be an absolute last fucking resort. But I do understand how you should be threatening that. If I was Ukrainian, I would be threatening that. I'd be getting out there. I'd be spanking the little picture of Zelensky too. Because it's like, no, you got to be applying pressure to the guy who's making these decisions ultimately. You can't be giving Zelensky a break when ultimately he's the one making these decisions. It's like, sorry, Zelensky, you're going to have to piss off some of these Soviet-trained old heads to get the guy who's, you know, pissing them off. Now, do you have a sit-down with Fedorov and say, you got to curb your language, especially in public? You got criticisms of this, you know, of how things are being done, you bring them to me. We'll have private meetings. We'll have private discussions. But don't be doing PowerPoint presentations in front of, you know, for the public to see about how, you know, this guy's wrong and that guy's wrong and this strategy doesn't work. We got to keep that private. Right? It doesn't mean that you're wrong. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to listen to you, and doesn't mean I'm not going to implement these changes that you want to implement. We're going to do that. But we're going to do it in a way so that, you know, the old guard that I still need, so they can save face. Right? So that's kind of how I would handle it. I'd be like, okay, I'm going to reverse course on this, but Fedorov, you're going to keep your fucking mouth shut. And when you have criticisms of the way things are done, you're going to bring them to me directly. And we're going to have closed doors meetings about these things, and then we'll implement them, you know. Let the drama's going to happen in the background, but we're, you know, that can't be helped. But we're going to try to keep it so that the public embarrassment is kept to a minimum. So that these old heads can continue to parade around with their 300 fucking medals hanging off their fucking chest and pretend like they're strategic geniuses. Right? Because, you know, I'm sure some of these guys Zelensky needs, right? He can't just piss off 90% of his military and say, fuck it, I don't care. Right? So I'm pretty sure he's in a rock and a hard place here. You know? But that's how I would handle it. I'd be like, we're bringing you back in. Sirski's getting the boot. But you are going to, you know, you're going to curb yourself. You're not going to be out here in public embarrassing these motherfuckers. I don't care how embarrassing they are. We're going to implement these reforms, but we're going to do it in a way so that these guys can save face. Yeah, no, they're whiny little bitches. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, no, they're being punk ass bitches. I agree with you. But unfortunately, I need them. Okay? That's how Zelensky should handle this shit. Not getting rid of the guy. I mean, it's one thing to get rid of the guy, okay, that's been successful. But then you're going to get rid of his reforms on top of that? Oh, hell no. Get that shit out of here. We're going to go back to the old way when we were getting our asses kicked. Absolutely fucking not. There you go, folks. That's the Ukraine section. Let's do the UK next. This is a fun one. We'll do something fun for once in our goddamn lives. Let's talk about motherfucking Count Binface. Huh? Let's talk about the Binface revolution. Huh? That's fun. So, real quick, just to give you a recap what the hell's going on. Nigel Farage trying some bullshit. He's basically, the plan for Nigel Farage was for him, yes please, welcome back Ace Fram. The plan was for Nigel Farage to step down and then run for re-election, step down to basically avoid scrutiny over this $5 million gift that he was given by a fucking crypto billionaire. So step down to avoid that, which I don't think he would actually dodge it, because if he wins, the investigation's just going to pick up where it left off. But basically, step down to avoid, because he's been getting hounded every fucking time he goes to the press. So for the first time in Nigel Farage's life, he's avoided the press because every time he gets in front of a microphone, they're like, "What's up with this $5 million?" And he's tried a bunch of different tactics to try to avoid it. First, he tried to say it was for my security. I had milkshakes thrown at me. I'm so scared. I'm such a scared little boy. And that wasn't working. Because people were asking him, okay, how much of this $5 million have you spent on security? And he goes, none, nothing. No, it's for security. It's for security. Yes, for my security. It's because I'm a naughty little boy, and all the liberals hate me, and the liberals throw milkshakes at me. But I haven't spent any of it, so that wasn't working. So then he went to a different strategy, which was none of your fucking business, bitch. He started snipping and snapping at motherfuckers. I could spend it on, he literally says this, I could spend it on Ferraris if I wanted to. He was talking to Nick Ferraris. That's probably where he came up with it. From LBC, the conservative, the fat fucking Rush Limbaugh clone on LBC. He's like, I could spend it on Ferraris. It was a gift. It was a gift. So first it was technically a gift, but specifically for security. Then it's a gift and it's not so bad. And what do you mean? And it's none of your business. And I'm just a private citizen. You're not allowed to scrutinize me like this. So the whole thing has been a fucking disaster in terms of PR. He's tried to blame it on the elites, right? He's tried to say, oh, the elites are coming after me, blah, blah, blah. The usual bullshit that this elite and this group of elites called Reform, right? They try to say, oh, it's not, oh, we're of the people here. We got your back. Meanwhile, it's the fucking monocle wearing oligarchs that make up the entire fucking team. So that whole thing's failed. So now this is the strategy. We're going to step down as the representative of Claxton, I think. So he's going to step down and run for re-election. And the plan was to have all the other parties, right, run for re-election as well. And because Nigel Farage is a shoo-in, apparently Claxton is like UK Alabama or something, right? It's like one of these right-wing areas where Nigel Farage is guaranteed to win. So the idea was to run for re-election, right? Do the grandstanding, get on the soapbox, defeat the Greens, defeat Labor, defeat the New Democrats, whatever, right? And then everyone's going to forget about the $5 million, right? And Nigel Farage wins again. So this is what actually happens. So motherfucker steps down and then runs for re-election. Strategically, none of the other major parties decide to run for re-election. They don't want to give him that victory. They know that they would lose in the UK's version of Alabama, right? The Labour Party, the Tory Party, they don't have any. It's all about reform, or the other even more right-wing party. What are they called? What are they called? Someone help me out. It's the guys that are to the right of fucking reform that Nigel Farage has problems with. The Tommy Robinson motherfuckers. So they decide not to play along. Even more right? Yeah, it's the party to the right of reform. Restore. Thank you, Restore. Yeah, that's what they're called. Restore Britain, I think is the name of the party. It's the party even more to the right, even more extreme than the Reform Party. and they're like currently splitting the Reform Party, and Nigel Farage is not happy about it. Because like it's like, come on, guys. Obviously, we're the alternative to the Tories here, even though Reform is filled with a bunch of ex-Tories. You can't write this stuff. You can't write this stuff. So anyway, that was the plan, right? We're gonna show up the establishment once more. Rah rah, chip chip, hip hip hooray, chip chip chiroo. See you at the pub. Nigel Farage wins again. So that doesn't happen. The other parties decide we're not even going to run. That leaves ya boy, Count Binface, the one and only, the motherfucking Count himself. This motherfucker, okay, who is a comedian who has created this character called Binface, Count Binface, who's a space alien. And he's got a bunch of ridiculous fucking, proposals. Like he wants to build one council house. He wants to nationalize Adele. Absolutely hilarious. He's, obviously the whole point of Count Binface is to, hold up a mirror to UK politics and show how fucking ridiculous the whole thing has gotten. So now it's basically Nigel Farage in Claxton versus Count Binface. You can't make this up. There's also the Raving Loony Party, which is another joke party in the UK, but they're not relevant. So so it's like, is Binface gonna win? No, likely not. But he's getting way more support and way more attention than he's ever gotten in because he ran for mayor of London against Sadiq Khan, right? And it's usually just a big joke, right? It's usually just a ha ha ha, funny. But it's like literally like during the debates and stuff, it's gonna have to. It's just him. It's just him and Binface. It's just Nigel Farage and Binface. Yeah, at least one affordable council house. He pledges he's gonna build one. But no, the whole thing is a parody of how ridiculous UK politics has become, right? It's actually genius. It's genius satire from this guy. And he's whip smart, too. He's not, he's a comedian, but he's not a fucking joke. And you'll see in these interviews, he's boom, boom, boom. Like, he is fucking whip-ass smart, and he knows exactly how to put a motherfucker in their place. It's great. It's great. And it's exactly what Nigel Farage deserves. Because he wants to have some pretend legitimacy, and now he's up against a fucking trash bin. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. And what's been great is that Binface has exploded in popularity, and he's going to get a lot of votes. He's going to get tens of thousands of votes in Claxton. And left-wingers are like, no, vote for Binface. Defeat if Nigel Farage, if Binface defeats Nigel Farage, that's the end of the Reform Party. That's it. Because like if there's no more political career for Nigel Farage if he gets defeated in one of his most in one of the most likely writings that he would win in. If he gets defeated by a fucking trash bin in the place where he's most likely supposed to win, that's the end of Nigel Farage's political career. So all of a sudden there's a lot of attention around Binface to get this guy to win, right? It's probably not going to happen because, like I said, Claxton is like UK Alabama, UK Kentucky, and they'll vote for Nigel Farage even if it's the fucking apocalypse. But that's the current situation with Binface, and it's just amazing. It's exactly what UK politics deserves. Just going to read. I think we should hunt all part of the. Yeah, okay, whatever, buddy. The title of the stream is that it's a bad thing that right-wingers are going to start hunting left-wingers in America, okay? It's not a good thing. But no, let's watch this video here. You'll see what I'm talking about. Binface, you'll see here, whip fucking smart. Whip fucking smart. This is not like, it's one of those things where it's like brilliant satire, like Sacha Baron Cohen kind of style fucking satire, right? Like this guy is smart. Even though the character is ridiculous and the whole thing is ridiculous, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what his purpose is. And the whole thing it's clearly from the mind of a very smart person. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about here.
Well, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, today cleared the way for the Clacton by-election by accepting Mr Farage's resignation as an MP, a responsibility which falls to her due to parliamentary rules. She wrote online, "It is a farce and a desperate distraction, and the people of Clacton deserve better," adding, "He was clear to spend his summer arguing with a bin." Well, let's turn to the bin himself. Count Binface joins us in the studio.
Hell yeah,
Hello,
boy.
Bin.
Oh, it's Count, actually,
Oh, it's
but
Count.
it's lovely to meet you, Paddy, the wonderful panel, Newsnight listeners. I've come down to Earth specially to be on Newsnight, and because there are no World Cup games on, so I was at a loose end.
Well, now, look, here's the thing. We know that the Monster Raving Loony Party are running as well. So do you
That's the
think
name
it's
of the
time
party.
for a loony bin?
No, this guy thinks he's so clever. But no, that's the name of the other party, the Monster Raving Loony Party. I love it.
Loony Party are running as well. So do you think it's time for a loony bin pact?
Well, look, the fact is, if the Loonies and Farage want to fight amongst themselves for the
No,
the
I'm
novelty
talking
vote-
about you and the Monster Raving.
I know you are. I'm making a separate point.
Well,
I'm
why don't you
suggesting-
do a pact?
No, I don't need a pact with anybody. I'm quite happy, thank you.
Here. Well, hang on a minute, because why don't we...
And indeed the SNP. It's very kind of you.
I mean, these are serious times.
Quite right.
Why don't you
Quite right.
bin off the bin on Newsnight now? We know that your name is John, and we know really a lot about you. Isn't this time, for serious times, to bin off the bin?
Oh,
And,
yeah.
listen to this perfect fucking response. I mean, perfect, solid gold response to this guy who's like, "Oh, why don't you just take this seriously? Why don't you just take this seriously?" It's like, motherfucker. Listen to this response.
Really a lot about you. Isn't this time, for serious times, to bin off the bin?
Oh, here we go. I mean, has anyone here seen Return of the Jedi? Nobody wants to know what's underneath a recyclone. It's disgusting. It's absolutely putrefying. No, if you want to be serious with me, I'll tell you, you want to talk to Count Binface, and then you get me on Newsnight, and you start trying to deconstruct a character. I would say, what are we doing here? On a programme which used to construct proper investigative journalism, and now is a souped-up podcast, Paddy.
Well,
Oh, dude, boom! It should cut to the funeral. It should cut to this fucking guy's funeral. Whip smart, dude. You couldn't have written that better. You couldn't have whipped that better. It's like, oh, here we go. Right, we're gonna deconstruct a character when this entire operation itself used to be legitimate and is now a fucking farce. I mean, god damn, dude. You know what's ironic? If Binface were somehow to win, he would legitimately be probably a really great MP. He would probably be really fucking awesome at his fucking job, right? And be like, you know, and he'd be entertaining, but he would also actually put the concerns of of his constituency forward. You get that vibe from him, right? That he's just above it. He's above it. I don't want to say genius, okay, but the guy is whip fucking smart.
Construct a character, I would say, what are we doing here? On a programme which used to construct proper investigative journalism, and now is a souped-up podcast, Paddy.
well, I mean, a souped-up podcast is where people want to know about transparency, and this is the point. You're not transparent, and that's the criticism being made of Nigel Farage.
Oh yeah, you're not transparent. Oh no, because people can't fucking, because we're all a bunch of fucking idiots like you are, and we can't understand that this is political satire and this is all serious British politics. Meanwhile, a fucking Trump associated, oligarch associated motherfucker taking $5 million from a Bitcoin fucking billionaire who implemented Brexit, that has, plunged the UK into fucking economic disaster, wants to continue to be taken seriously as a fucking populist, right? No, we got to take this. That's what serious British politics is. But no, we simply can't understand. It's just such high-minded satire. The guy with the bin on his face. We just can't get it. Really, we should just take politics seriously, and he should take the fucking costume off and run like another serious politician. This motherfucker, dude. This motherfucker.
What do you think about this yourself, to be A, on a sofa with Bin, and B, to be seeing this as the Clacton campaign unfolding?
Well, it's a bit of light relief. I think it's a masterstroke in some ways, because Nigel Farage is performative and populist and attention-grabbing, and is where he is because he likes to make people laugh a lot. He's met probably his best rival possible, someone else who's even more populist, even more performative, and actually probably much funnier in the pub as well.
And there's already a debate taking place in Parliament right now with potential representations to the Speaker, because were Count Binface to be elected as Count Binface,
yes,
your mandate is as Count Binface.
Right.
Now, under current parliamentary rules, you wouldn't be allowed to appear in the chamber like this. And there are MPs right now thinking of writing to the Speaker saying, were you to be elected, that your mandate would have to be respected and you'd have to appear in the common chamber just like this.
Yeah, and it would be exactly what British politics deserves, because it's a fucking joke. Because it's a fucking joke right now. How can you look at Keir Starmer's career and not say that is a fucking farce? It's exactly what British politics deserves. Yeah, this motherfucker should get up there in Parliament and start making demands that we nationalize Adele.
Let's not beat about the bush. He actually said that. It's politics in 2026.
Yeah,
and I think
exactly. Like I said, this guy's a I'm not going to say genius, but he's right there. He's right there. He's like, yes, you see, this is exactly why I exist. This goofy motherfucker sitting next to me. This is exactly why I fucking exist. Listen to him. Thank you, honey. Listen to him try to make a legitimate political criticism. It's like, oh well, if he wins, oh then he might be dressed in the bin costume and he might make his demands. It's this is exactly what UK politics deserves. These fucking jokesters right here.
And you'd have to appear in the common chamber just like this.
And let's not beat about the bush. He actually said that. It's politics in 2026. And I think your viewers are going to be thinking, my goodness me, did we all just stay up too late watching England-Mexico? We all haven't had enough sleep and it's just one giant fever dream. Maybe this is just a group hallucination. Maybe we're all in one of Christopher Nolan's Inceptions and it's a giant publicity stunt for the Odyssey. Who knows?
But the thing is, I'm just looking at the bookies because they're meant to know. William Hill are offering 4-to-1 odds. Ladbrokes are offering 7-to-1. Could you win?
Never tell me the odds.
Do you think that it's a chance in this through the looking glass world we live in, Therese, that there could be a contest that's serious between, in terms of result and outcome, between these candidates in Clacton?
Well, I think the other parties have taken the right decision to not contest this by-election. It is a joke. I mean, literally the Circus Fantasia is going to Clacton next week, and they've already recruited their clown. He's called Nigel Farage. I mean, this is a real joke on the people of a town that is very proud, that Frinton, and actually has the poorest part of the UK.
And she's a Tory, right? And the Tories are no friends of reform, right? But make no mistake, if Nigel Farage were to become prime minister, and she would eventually bend the fucking knee. Okay, let's not get it twisted, right? She's a loyal Tory, and that's why she has these opinions here. But let's not get it. We all know how conservatives act, right? She's just like the Never Trumpers, like Ted fucking Cruz. Right now, I'm against Donald Trump, and and Lindsey Graham, who was like, if Donald Trump wins, it'll destroy our party, and we'll deserve it. And then Donald Trump wins, and it was like, hey, Donald Trump's really great, and I sniff his farts every day. Same shit over here, because she's going to want to keep her career. So if Nigel Farage were to win, her fucking tune would change real quick.
Jaywick. So I have to say this stunt led by Nigel Farage deserves, frankly, to not get that much contest at all, and I hope that Count Binface won't be upset if people instead tune into other matters over the summer.
I should just say
that. So she doesn't have the fucking cojones to be like, I like this guy and you should vote for him as in opposition to reform and Nigel Farage. She doesn't have the fucking guts to say that. She's like, oh, I think we should just all ignore this spectacle that, that the Tory party is partially responsible for turning UK politics into this embarrassing spectacle. She would never admit that. She would never come to terms with that. And she doesn't even have the fucking balls to tell people, yeah, you should vote for the bin over Farage. What does she say? Oh, you should focus on other matters. Oh, worry about other shit. Just like a fucking conservative would say.
I did say to Nigel Farage yesterday, this is a stunt, isn't it? And he said, no, it's a gamble. And he feels very, very strongly that there are...
Listen to this piece of shit over here representing Farage, defending Farage in this farce.
allegations about him, about receiving this money. He believes under the rules he didn't need to declare it, and he believes he's being unfairly maligned, and he wants
unfairly maligned. And look at the guy. Look at this guy
under
in
the rules
senator's
he
reaction.
didn't need to declare it, and he believes.
Look at this guy's reaction right here in the center. I think he's I think he's a Labor Party representative, or maybe he's a Green Party representative. I'm not quite sure. But he's clearly like, no, this is completely fucking absurd that there's any legitimacy to what Nigel Farage is doing, and that he's just a, maligned citizen who took a little gift, a little $5 million gift, right? Because I guarantee you there's clips of this fucking bespectacled piece of shit, and I got my spectacles on too, but I guarantee you there's clips of this motherfucker right here criticizing Keir Starmer for the fucking gifts. And of course, you know me, I'm happy to criticize Keir Starmer for the fucking stupid gifts, the fucking football tickets, the clothes. I think he got his glasses. He got several pairs of fancy glasses, paid for him by gifts and whatnot. Of course, he shouldn't be taking any of those gifts. But to criticize Keir Starmer for that bullshit and then say, no, it's totally legitimate and totally okay for Nigel Farage to take $5 million fucking dollars from an oligarch who doesn't even live in the UK but would benefit from more Brexit-style policies is the height of hypocrisy.
He's being unfairly maligned, and he wants to take control of the narrative and face his voters. That's what Nigel Farage would say.
But that's exactly like Marine
investigation continues.
Exactly like Marine Le Pen in France. I mean, it's a similar pattern of popular.
So the Tory conservative said, yeah, well, the investigation will continue if he wins, which it will.
Who are trying to present themselves as being up against the establishment because they've fallen afoul of the rules.
Okay, and Count Binface, are you going to Clapton? It might be a good place to start.
It might be. That's a little bit of patronising, but I'll take it in the spirit it's intended. Yeah, I might go, but, apparently the current incumbent seems to spend more time in Washington, D.C., so maybe I should go there first. We'll see.
Will it be a good...
Talking about Nigel Farage spending more time with Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. than he does in the country he's supposed to be running.
Clean fight.
I hope so. I'm not into ad hominem attacks. I have as Gillian was mentioning, I have a forward-thinking, fully costed manifesto. And what's more, as Nick has been alluding to, and Tilly's, as I'm sure you're all aware, it costs roughly 348,000 Earth pounds to run a by-election, and there's a quite strong possibility there would be a second by-election if Farage were to win. So I can say here now on live BBC television, by voting Binface, you are saving the British taxpayer 350 grand. You can put that on the side of a bus, and I haven't done anything. It's a win-win.
There's a poetic symmetry to this farce, Paddy, because what Nigel Farage has done, and of course Nigel Farage says, oh, this is a witch hunt. These rules don't apply to me. That's exactly how Nigel Farage works. He works on the basis of reform and Farage exceptionalism. These rules...
I think this guy just took a sip of this woman's cup. He's got 2 cups over here, and he just took a sip of this person's cup. There's a cup for him, there's a cup for her, cup for him, and a cup for her, and this guy's got 2 cups, and motherfucker just took a sip of her cup. Look at this. Homie takes a sip of her cup.
Of a bus, and I haven't done anything. It's a win-win.
There's a poetic symmetry to this farce, Paddy, because what Nigel Farage has done, and of course Nigel Farage says, oh, this is...
you got 2 cups to yourself. What the fuck are you doing?
It's a witch hunt. These rules don't apply to me. That's exactly how Nigel Farage works. He works on the basis of reform and Farage exceptionalism. These rules are for the rest of Parliament, but they're not for him. So for him to pull this stunt and to manipulate the people of Clacton, he's supposed to be a servant of them, and he's turned them into a servant of him and his publicity stunt.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you to you. We heard from Reform UK on the programme last night, and there will likely be other candidates in the Clacton by-election, which we will...
outgoing Prime Minister in
right, so then they get to some of the headlines here, and Binface doesn't have anything more to say. But this, I mean, like I said before, this is exactly what UK politics deserves. This is exactly what Nigel Farage and the Reform Party deserves. And quite frankly, I wish something like this were to happen in the United States, right? Where Tim Heidecker, dressed in like a MAGA costume or something, right? Or just dresses as a space alien and runs for office and actually gets some traction, right? So he can just show the absurdity of the current situation. This, it's exactly what's needed here. John Lennon actually talked about how, like you have to sometimes, you have to inject some. I'm butchering this, but he basically said, like you got to be able to laugh. You got to be able to laugh at yourself, and you got to be able to laugh at the things around you. Once you've reached a level of seriousness where it's like it's impossible to joke about it, it's impossible to make fun of it, then you've actually started to lose the plot. You've actually breached into the realm of absurdity. I'll try to find the actual quote, but something that John Lennon said that's always stuck with me, which is that basically you got to once we're incapable of laughing at ourselves and laughing at the situation, and then we're actually in dangerous territory here. Tom Hanks dressed as Forrest Gump, that'd be great. Does she know he just sipped her cup? I don't know if they care or whatever, dude. But homie's he's got 2 cups of his own, and he takes a sip of her cup. Very strange. I'd like to gesticulate a lot myself. It's a great magician act to get a sip of that CEO only Colombian coffee. I think he's just not very good at his job. I think he's kind of like, his gears are grinding, trying to find a way to get the bin, right? Because it would be a big coup for him if this comedian takes the bin off his head and says, "Oh, okay, now I got to take it seriously, and you're right, and great point, and you got me here. I'm going to take the bin off." Right? It would be a big win for him. I think he's just thinking of his own career, and his gears were grinding, so he's just taking a sip of this woman's fucking drink when he's got 2 cups. Not 1, 2 cups. Whatever. Maybe he has Count Binface's cup. Maybe Count Binface had his own cup, and they gave him. There's too many fucking cups on the table. I'm one to talk though, because I'm literally I got like drinks all over the place. I got my soda. I got my tea. Just drank my coffee. I got my energy drink. I got water. I have lots of liquids. Okay, I'm definitely a liquid positive kind of streamer. But there you go. Can we just label the damn cups? No, that's too hard. Come on. Prove it. Drink some what? What do you want me to drink? My energy drink, my soda, my water. I got my chai tea right here. Got my chai tea. I even have an empty cup. I even have an empty cup right here that I bought from Timmy's during Halloween. I got the cute little ghost cup. I thought this was just too cute. I had to buy it. I haven't used it yet, obviously. You gonna drink some water? Sure, no problem. Always keep my water handy. Oh shit, that's actually vodka. Whoops. No, just kidding. It's just water. Could you imagine? I'm just fucking horking off a fucking 5th of vodka this whole stream. I'm just getting completely fucking wasted. I used to do that with weed. Remember those days? My marijuana streams? That's a taste tester for a dictator. Ooh, water. All right, so there you go. That's the Count Binface stuff. I could cover Binface. Like, Binface is all over the fucking news. So if you want more of that entertaining Binface, pure methanol, exactly. If you want more Binface, just type Binface into, I've quit weed since last October. I'm still sober. Still doing it. Wait, laughter? No, wrong button. Totally clean. Totally clean. I don't like alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. Thank you. Yeah, it's been very difficult. I have dreams about wanting to smoke weed, right? Like, and like some days it's so tempting. It really is. Some days it is so fucking tempting. But you know what helps? Let the smoking cat girl have it. Absolutely. Have at it. The one time I did break my rule, not with weed, but with mushrooms. I had mushrooms from the inauguration that I still hadn't ate. and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to the Backrooms movie. Okay, this is perfect, right? I've been looking for an opportunity to get rid of these fucking mushrooms that I've had for fucking months after like a year, actually, over a year. I've had these mushrooms sitting on my shelf because remember I took mushrooms during the inauguration. That was fun. I was like grinning like a Cheshire cat the entire time of just the absurdity of watching Kamala Harris get her ass kicked by a fascist pedophile. Right after she ran a Hillary Clinton style campaign. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to the Backrooms movie. Perfect. So I got completely, I thought, okay, you know, these mushrooms are over a year old, right? They're not going to be that potent, right? Whatever. Maybe I'll get a little buzz, right? So I made some tea, and then I drank the tea like when I got to the movie theater, right? I didn't drink while driving, so you know, got my car parked, slammed my tea, and I was fucking like, the walls were melting when the movie was starting. Like I was fucking completely fucked off mushrooms watching the Backrooms, and I loved it. I loved every minute. Like a big grin on my face. I love that fucking movie. It was, you know, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't exactly what I wanted from a Backrooms movie, but you know, whatever. I'll deal with my criticisms. But I was in that shit, dude. I was fucking I had like a perfect seat too, you know, like right in the middle of the theater, right in the center. You know, because I bought my ticket like a month in advance. You know, I had the perfect seat, completely geeked off mushrooms, just fucking loving the fucking movie, dude. Loving the movie. And then by the end of the movie, I was sober and I drove home. So I had a really good time. I had a really good time at the Backrooms movie. I kicked the eagle in the balls. No, I mean, like, I was eating my popcorn, just like, just completely zoned out, fucking munching on my popcorn, just loving it. And thankfully, you know, I'm here in Canada, so the crowd was mostly respectful. I didn't get one of these, like, Zoomer crowds, or there's a bunch of motherfucking, you know, people calling for Tung Tung Satur and a bunch of other fucking memes, you know. You know, watching XQC streams of the Backrooms games, and they think that's what the movie was going to be. So I loved it. So that was the only that's the only drugs that I've taken since October, was these mushrooms that I wanted to get rid of. Trip C from A Million Ways to Die in West was great. That movie, really? That movie kind of sucked. To me, that sounds like a waste of good drugs. A Million Ways to Die in the West, that fucking, what's his nuts, the Family Guy asshole. His fucking 5-minute diatribe about spicy foods. Bunch of celebrity friends in the fucking movie. I don't know. I can think of better movies to watch on good drugs. Movie I just watched recently was a Japanese movie called Killmageddon. I saw it on the Extreme Horror Movie subreddit, and I was able to find a Japanese softcore porno website that had hosted it, because there's no official stream, there's no official DVD of it, but they had a pirated version of Killmageddon on this like softcore Japanese porno site. It's like literally the most hardcore horror movie, Killmageddon, and then dozens of like softcore Japanese porno. Like you don't see the penetration, you just see boobies. You don't see penis, but you just see boobies. Right? And it's got these stupid ass stories, you know, my teacher was a virgin kind of fucking movies. And then Killmageddon. So that was the last movie I've seen. I'd recommend it. It's only 30 minutes long, but I'd recommend. I can't even show you the trailer. Look up the trailer on YouTube. Type Killmageddon into YouTube, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Decent movie, not a great movie, but a decent movie, you know, especially the first 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes of that movie are really good. The last 15 minutes, I don't know. I couldn't understand the dialogue, but there's not a lot of dialogue for a movie called Killmageddon. There were these guys role-playing as I don't know, but after the movie, they were all outside wearing suits talking about the movie like they were YouTube essayists. That's fine. You do you. All right, you do you, guys. It was kind of like that when I went to see Angel's Egg, that special re-release of the anime Angel's Egg. Everyone was confused about, and I'm still confused about the movie, but everyone was like outside being like, what the hell was that movie? What did we just watch? I have no idea what the fuck what even happened. It's a very confusing movie. It's by the director of Ghost in the Shell, and he goes completely like philosophical throughout the whole thing. It's a beautiful movie, by the way, Angel's Egg. You can watch it for free on YouTube, but there was like a 4K release, cinema release, right? I was like, wow, I get to see this like incredibly niche, esoteric anime in cinema. I'm gonna take advantage of that, right? So I went to go see that. Unfortunately, I was totally sober for that one. Totally sober for Angel's Egg. Oh yeah, heavily recommend it. But don't think that you're gonna understand it, especially at the first watch. Like, it's one of those movies where you have to read like a professor of like philosophy breaking down the actual meaning of the fucking movie. But it's a beautiful movie. So anyway, let's instead of talking about beautiful movies and having fun and taking drugs and having a good time, let's talk about Stephen Miller, huh? Come on. What? Come on, don't you want to talk about a fucking cosplay Nazi bitch boy? So here it is. This is kind of like the whole reason why I named the stream what I named it, right? That the left will be hunted. Because this is the plan. This is NSPM 7. Yeah, that's how art is, right, Kim? I like how Baldy is, right? Yeah, well. He's a piece of shit. But no, this is what NSPM 7 is. This is what Project 2025 is, and it's as bad as you think it is, where it is literally criminalize leftist thought, anything to the left of MAGA, and I'm talking like MSNBC Rachel Maddow fans, right? Centrist, liberal Democrats who like wear the "I'm with her" T-shirts and the fucking pussy hats. Right, we're not just talking about social democrats, democratic socialists. We're not talking about anarchists. We're not talking about actual communists. They do exist. No, we're talking about anybody to the left of MAGA, and that includes, by the way, these people consider rhino Republicans. They do exist, but anybody that disagrees with the fascist MAGA agenda basically is now going to be considered a terrorist and a communist. Yeah, exactly, Seneca. Yeah, and of course the plan is to eventually incite violence, push people into a corner, force leftists to defend themselves, and then when that eventually happens, and it will eventually happen, because there's a lot of people that aren't bitches, and it's going to be all over the news, leftist violence. Look at these incredibly violent lefties. We have to shut down the whole thing. Anybody that agrees with this is anti-American. And this is the plan. This is the plan. They're going to arrest people like me. They're going to arrest Kyle Kulinski. They're going to arrest Hassan. This is what they want. Will they get away with it? I don't know. But I do know that they're going to try. Maybe the whole thing falls apart after the midterms. They try to steal the midterms. They end up losing big in the midterms. They lose their majority. It turns into like fighting investigations. And, even though the Democrats are milquetoast, they're still going to hinder their agenda. And all the energy turns into fighting that instead of, enacting their fascist agenda. Maybe. But I do think they're going to try. Right, and the question is Stephen Miller, how is the more unpopular this gets, will Stephen Miller get to continue to be whispering into Trump's ear like he's what's that guy's name from Lord of the Rings, some kind of Worm Smith or something like that? Right, but that's who Stephen Miller is right now. He's this fucking, he's this whisperer into Trump's ear. This is going to be a big win. You're going to be very popular. go after the immigrants, and it's a big political win, and white supremacy. This is what worm tongue. Yeah, thank you, Woke Patriot. Welcome back, by the way. Good to see you. But yeah, that's kind of who Stephen Miller is right now. He's worm tongue. Look him up. Type in worm tongue into YouTube. You'll see the scene from Lord of the Rings. It's amazing. But he has this king under his spell, and the king is like enacting all this tyrannical reforms, and it's because this worm tongue guy is whispering into his ear. 28th Amendment of MAGA use of violence. Yeah. So I'm gonna show you this 2 minutes. I'm not gonna interrupt it. I'm gonna fucking handcuff my hands. You know how I think. I might have to say something into the mic, but this is the plan. This is NSPM 7. This is the goal: to criminalize leftist speech, leftist thought, leftist expression, and not just democratic socialists, not just communists, not just anarchists, we're talking like literally people who watch The View unironically. We're talking like the wine drinking MSNBC only, I really like Jen Psaki, centrist corporate Democrats, right? Let's keep sending money to Israel kind of motherfuckers. They're in the crosshairs too. But they're not going to start with those motherfuckers. Those are going to be the last lefties that they round up. Because those are the lefties that are most likely going to be shutting up when the crackdown happens. They're going to start with people like me and Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball and fucking Hassan and Vosh. Influential lefties. And they're going to, 20 fucking years in jail, 30 fucking years in jail. Like, they are going to go crazy hard with the sentences. It's going to look like North fucking Korea. Right? They're going to make huge examples out of these leftists, right? And what would help them a lot, and they might manufacture this, is a major violent outburst of violence of some sort, right? They might do a false flag operation, get some guy in an anarchist t-shirt or a democratic socialist t-shirt, does a massacre or blows a building up or something like that, and he's got a little manifesto, and they say, see, they're all terrorists, and we got to do a full crackdown. And anybody that even though Hassan would come out and say, like, I disagree with the violence and this guy doesn't represent our movement, no, they'll try to say, Hassan encourages this behavior, and it's because Hassan calls Republicans fascist. That's what foments this violence. That's what foments this reaction, right? We all know it's fake. We all know it's bullshit. But this is how tyrannical, despotic empires work. This is not new, right? They're not innovators. They're literally following a playbook. Right? This is how Erdogan did it. This is how Putin does it. This is how Xi Jinping does it. This is how Kim Jong-un does it. They manufacture this kind of hatred towards their political enemies. Assad, another character, that does this. Hitler did it, sure. Right? Try to avoid Hitler. Talking about Hitler because that seems to discredit your argument, but yeah, exactly. Hitler absolutely did this. I mean, hell, he called his party the National Socialist Movement, right? To confuse people, to literally intentionally confuse people. So let me show you this uninterrupted, and then we'll watch some ICE repression. ICE has been killing people quite, it's like 3 or 4 people now in the last couple weeks. So we'll watch some of that, and you'll get a good look at the face. If you're a leftist who loves your country and loves democracy and loves the Constitution, or at least respects the Constitution, you're now enemy number one in Stephen Miller, Donald Trump's America, right? And this is exactly the kind of shit that guys like me have been talking about, right? They've been saying I'm hyperbolic. They've been saying, I'm a fearmonger. I don't know what I'm talking about. I talk about stochastic terrorism all the time, so maybe, maybe. But they for the longest time, guys like me, democratic socialists like me, and folks like Woke Patriot who were pulling our hair out and trying to warn the quote unquote normies, like, hey, this is for real. Fascism is real. This is not a fucking joke. They're going to take it to the next level. The system is not going to correct itself. You know, start understanding what's happening. Start to understand your oppression and take this system seriously before it overwhelms us and hurts everybody. This is the kind of shit that we would, you know, we get criticized for. Ask Woke Patriot, I'm sure he'll tell you, oh, yeah, people think I'm fucking crazy. You know, oh, I'm the elephant in the room. I'm the guy that, oh, let's not talk about politics anymore. This is the shit that guys like us have been talking about. We saw this coming because they've been telling us. Heritage, this is not new for the Heritage Foundation. This is not new for these right wingers. This is the culmination of their fucking dreams and desires, and they honestly won't shut up about it. As soon as you get them in front of a fucking microphone, they won't shut up about it. This is what they want, a Christo-nationalist monarchy. And we're going to cover that too after that. I'm going to show you how Tucker Carlson is trying to sell this monarchy. He's trying to sell the Great Replacement theory and trying to sell, destroying democracy and replacing it with, a monarchy-style system. So this is what we've been saying. This is it. It's really, what I'm trying to say is that it's really fucking happening. And it's the 3-step program, folks. It's like what I say. If you don't want to fight, they're going to bring the fight to you. So you might as well learn how to fight now while you have the time, while you have the ability. And you don't want to be in a situation where the motherfuckers are knocking on your door and you have no idea how to even resist or what even to fucking do. And it's already too late.
Thank you, of course, to Secretary of State Rubio for organizing this conference and for leading this initiative. Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government.
So that, I'm sorry I paused it, but right there is very telling. Our Republican form of government. Right. So we're not a nation of ideas. We're not a nation of debate. No, it's over. Our government is Republican. Anything that criticizes or goes against that, Republican form of government, that's very, very telling. That language is very, very intentional. Yeah, you got it. See if I can make these subtitles a little bigger. Nope, I can't. That's all you. That's the size of the subtitles that you get. That's it. Sorry, but that's a very telling, intentional language right there.
That is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive in our parlance. It's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM.
This is NSPM 7. So he's literally referencing NSPM 7. He's like, yep, this is, it's literally, that's what this is.
NSPM 7, to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists.
So anybody organizing, right, and it requires money, it requires energy and time and social media to do that, lock their accounts down, arrest their leaders, whatever money that they've raised, seize it, completely destroy the concept of dissent. Completely destroy it. This is exactly what happens in China. They go after your bank account. It's literally what happens in fucking China. And yeah, Fram is correct. How many times, how long have we heard from these Republicans? Oh, we're not really a democracy. We're a republic. No, we're a democratic republic. And Tucker Carlson has been doing this for a long time as well, convincing Republicans that No, be proud of your opposition to democracy. Be proud of that. Democracy is not something you should, democracy means multiculturalism. Democracy means, liberals get a seat at the table. Liberals get a voice. And, liberals are demons, and liberals drink blood, and they hate your kids, and they want to sexualize your kids and turn them gay, etc. Right? All this fear mongering. It's all an effort to install literally an emperor, a fucking dictator.
That are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system.
So the overthrow of our system is literally people making a democratic decision, left-wingers winning in a democratic contest. That's what he's describing as a political overthrow. Really? Trump is doing another speech right now? What, for real? I just covered the speech he did on Thursday. Serious? Or are you talking about the one on Thursday? One day ago. High alert. Yeah, you tripping. He's not doing anything right now, is he? Ugh, I hate looking at this fucking pedophile. Let's get back to Stephen Miller.
And form of government. And we've seen this has taken place many times in many places throughout the years, and Secretary Rubio has provided you many examples.
So he's talking about like lefties overthrowing Bolsonaro, right? Like lefties winning in South Korea, and this is a danger. So yeah, if you're a fascist, if you're a fucking fascist and a wannabe dictator, then yeah, democracy is your enemy.
Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering.
Lie.
It only can travel in one direction.
So let me see. This is live. That's a fucking lie.
The resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking.
Is this happening right now?
A beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever.
So this stream started on July 12th. I think this is a repeat. It's hard to tell, though, isn't it? It's really hard to tell because there's basically streams that are just 24/7 repeating. Yeah, okay. Anyway, back to fucking Goebbels over here.
Provided you many examples. Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering.
Lie. Absolute lie. In fact, it's his ideology that always ends in bloodshed. Every fucking time.
It only can travel in one direction.
Lie.
There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the...
Who's building the gulags right now, by the way? Who's making that a big priority in their administration, right? Is that Zoran Mamdani? He sits in the seat and he's like, okay, start building the fucking gulags. Exactly. Sartre. Exactly.
Mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms.
Who's doing that? Who's stripping us of our rights and freedoms, right? Is that left-wingers calling for the end of democracy, calling for the end of free speech? Yeah, is that left-wingers doing that? It's fucking certifiable.
Inflicting immense pain, humiliation, suffering in order to establish complete and total control.
Right. Which is exactly what you're doing, what your administration is doing, literally killing American citizens in the street with ICE. 3 people fucking dead just in the last week or so. Hypocrisy is an essential part of fascist dictatorship. They can't exist without it. No, he knows, Blue Brother, especially Stephen Miller, right? Maybe you got true believers like Mike Pillow, like Mr. Pillow guy, and fucking Jesse Waters and whatnot, right? Maybe you got, actual fucking boneheaded idiots who don't know what the fuck they're saying and don't know what the fuck they're spreading. But no, Stephen Miller knows exactly who he is and what he's creating and what he's doing and how he's lying and manipulating. He is 100% aware.
Control through psychological and physical and actual terror. And we have...
Right. So it goes on from here. The long-ass speech, but you get the fucking... literally says, NSPM 7, we're criminalizing the left. It's nothing but blood and genocide, and they hate, it's nothing but gulags. And that's what we're going to use to justify cracking down. And they've already started, right? We just saw those people protesting ICE get insane prison sentences. Now, I'm not advocating for shooting at police, right? I'm not advocating for shooting at ICE. I think the guy who shot at ICE, who is part of this group, he shouldn't have gotten 50 years. I think that's ridiculous, but he should have gotten, 10 years or something, right? You don't be shooting at cops. But the guy who was handing out zines, literally just handing out fucking left-wing zines, 10 years. And then other people who were part of that group, 30 years, 40 years. And that's the plan. They're gonna kick down Hassan's door. We're gonna see his stream. We're gonna see Hassan Piker. They're gonna kick down his fucking door, drag him into a fucking, kangaroo court situation, take him to the fucking, a Republican right-wing friendly court, probably take him out of his, I think he's in LA or something. You're right. Take him to Texas, take him to Kentucky, take him to Georgia. And we'll see, a book thrown at him. You're advocating. They're going to need a false flag to justify it, though. They're going to need a guy screaming fucking Allahu Akbar, I love Democrats, I love democratic socialism with the fucking rose on his shirt. And they're going to start. I think they're going to start with the high profile people in our movement, and then they'll start flirting around with going after Zoran Mamdani. I think that's the plan. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Like I said, they could get slowed down from the midterms if they're unable to successfully steal the midterms, which of course they're trying as hard as they can. So let me just show you some of this ICE footage that I have, and then we can move on from this. I could literally do the entire stream about this, though, to be frank with you, and that wouldn't be inappropriate for me to do. Yeah, so here's one from the ICE, one of the recent ICE shootings. So one of the guys that killed somebody in the streets is a fucking psychopath. Like literally stone cold, out of his fucking mind, threw his 13-year-old daughter through a fucking coffee table. She's taking a shower in the house, and he fucking blasts down the door in the bathroom and points a gun at her while she's in the shower. Let me just show you this here. Just trying to get some of this ICE stuff here. Yeah, this guy right here. This is the guy. So I've reported on this guy before. This happened a couple months ago. But this guy right here is the one that just murdered somebody, right? And a couple months ago, he was, being recorded in public doing his job, which should be is legal, totally legal.
Get back, I'm gonna shoot you.
Get back or I'm gonna shoot you.
You're gonna what? You're gonna
Pulls a fucking gun. Pulls a fucking gun.
We've been watching ICE escalate in their lawlessness, in their violence, in their brutality against citizens and immigrants, and we have been warning that if they are not reined in...
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Oh, they can't fucking wait. They can't fucking wait. They want to turn every street in America into fucking Fallujah. Right? And they're the heroes of their own twisted story. Right? Their families hate them, their kids fucking hate them. But the government gave me a gun. The guy I just showed you right here, his like ex-wife or whatever. Apparently, like he was applying for ICE, and they were looking for references. She thought it was a joke. She's like, I couldn't believe it. Of course, I'm not going to vouch for you. You're a psychopath. She couldn't believe that a government agency would, with this guy's criminal record, would even flirt with having this guy as part of the team. And they're like, oh, hell no, sign me up. Get this guy in there. That's exactly who they're looking for. And it is true. That's exactly who they're fucking looking for. Emotionally unstable, but loyal. Right? Trump gives them meaning. Trump takes their pathetic, mediocre, dumpster fire of a life and elevates it to legitimate, right? I'm not wrong. Everyone else is wrong. I'm the authority. The government has my back. The president has my back. I was right the whole time. Everything's bad because of the lefties and the immigrants. Yeah, it's kind of more like the Gestapo than the Stasi. Sure, I would agree with that. Yeah. Because it's like overt violence. It's like the brown shirts, Mussolini's brown shirts, right? Where they just come out and crack heads.
And we have been warning that if they are not reined in, they were going to start murdering people in the street.
That's a gun. That's a gun. That's not even a paintball gun or whatever, the pepper ball launcher. Like, that's a gun. Look at he just can't fucking wait. He thinks he's fucking Solid Snake out there. He thinks he's fucking, siphon filter out
not
here.
Rein in, they were going to start murdering people in the street.
Hey, you can't do that.
And look at that, right? Not trying to hit anybody. Like, should you be driving away from law enforcement? Probably not, even if they are illegitimate like ICE. But, like, these people are facing kidnapping, being thrown into, a fucking gulag, literally, where they're fed food with worms in it. And they're told, they're meant to sleep on the fucking cement floor with a fucking tinfoil blanket, if you're lucky, in a fucking cage in a goddamn sweltering warehouse. So of course people are gonna fucking flee. But then what do? What do you hear? Listen carefully. What do you fucking hear? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, they're driving away. Oh, I'm under attack. Exact same shit that our cops were doing regularly. Not 5-10 years ago. They had to be retrained to stop mag dumping because they're killing fucking toddlers and killing children in the back seat. They still do it, but they do it less now because they were trained not to. But these fucking guys, I think I saw, I don't know if I put it in the activism resources or not, but someone said, a badge and a gun is not a license to kill. Someone on social media said that, and it's very true, right? Just because, you were given a badge and a gun by the fucking, government, that doesn't mean that you can just mag dump anybody that you don't like. That's inconvenient. Because, like, what does this result in? Right? Now you got to track him down, arrest him later, right? Oftentimes that's what happens, right? These guys, that they don't get away. Maybe they get it once in a while, they get away. But it just means you got to get them at a different location. But you don't, because we're talking about if you miss, Where do the bullets go? They go into people's homes. They go into other people's cars. They hit fucking innocent bystanders. And then, of course, we got kids and passengers sometimes in the vehicle, because these are guys that are getting targeted, you know, picking up their kids from school or dropping their kids off from school or dropping their kids off at the fucking hospital or something. You know, there's a reason why cops were, you know, instructed not to do this anymore, because you're not only putting, you know, the people in the car at risk, but you're putting the innocent general public at large at risk. If you actually hit the driver, well, now you got a 1-ton killing machine, you know, swerving and driving into God knows what. So right there, you can hear it. Boom, boom, boom.
If they are not reined in, they were going to start murdering people in the street.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, Blue Brother, that's accurate. I think it's fair to say it's like proto-Gestapo. Because if left unchecked, if Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and Tom Hooman get their way, it will go full-blown Gestapo, right? This is like, you know, alpha version Gestapo. And if left unchecked, you know, left to their own devices, it will evolve into what we historically have known to be the Gestapo. Yeah, Blue Brother, it's absolutely true. They're not there yet, but they're on their way. They're on the same road that the Gestapo traveled.
This lawlessness and brutality is a direct result of the leadership from the top, from Trump, from Vance, from Homan, from Noem, from Stephen Miller. These agents were given tacit approval to be violent and to be brutal when none of them were held accountable for any of their crazy actions. And now they've been given explicit...
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Billy Badass over here. Yanking the Glock out. These are American citizens.
Immunity from the vice president to be violent and brutal and to...
Right, and this, you know, right here, Mr. Sniper with the pepper ball launcher shooting a fucking pastor. Guarantee you this is a motherfucker who calls himself Christian. Guarantee you.
Murder U.S. citizens.
Yeah, the trigger-happy ones sign up fucking first. You bet.
Any legitimate administration, any law-abiding law enforcement organization would have shut this down day one. But we're now living under a lawless regime, and these goons are going to continue to get more violent because they...
There's one case, Simply Steve, there's one case of an egregious psychopath. But soon, you know, it's all swept under the rug. Those guys, they get light sentences, if they even do get sentenced, right? They get it. It's just like with the cops, right? They get a fucking vacation, and then a couple months later, reinstated, right back at it.
Been given permission from the very top to continue to be more violent.
Doing that shit right in front of the daughter. Cracking her head on the fucking cement right in front of the daughter. And look, he's like, "Get up, bitch! Get up, bitch! You're not hurt." Let me get into some specifics here. The guy that we just saw, AP exclusive, ICE officer in Maine shooting has history of violent behavior. Family and records say. Yeah, I agree, Simply Steve. One person held accountable. All the murderers so far have not been held accountable. But there's one guy who was egregious, and the cops arrested him. It's something. This AP investigation into David Broluet, the ICE agent who shot Duran Guerrero in Maine, is genuinely horrifying. Long history of extreme mental illness, chronic violence against spouses and kids, PTSD, and heightened violence from military service. So as you can see, this is where the crime scene happened. Blood stains still on the fucking road. Someone put in chalk, "This is blood." Joel from Blue Sky here. The detail I can't get out of my head here is how he told his ex-wife that he had been hired by ICE, but she thought he must have been having a delusion, because how could ICE hire someone who had such a long history of family violence? Okay, so maybe I was incorrect about her being called as a reference. Maybe I heard that. Maybe I hallucinated that. But that's a very true detail where she was like, what? You were hired by ICE? You? The psychopath who threw my daughter through a coffee table and pulled a gun on her in the fucking shower? Her? ICE agent in Maine killing identified as officer behind throats should be cut voicemail. So he left a voicemail on his daughter's phone saying that either she should have her throat cut or that he was going to cut her throat. This is the guy that ICE vetted, gave a gun, and then, of course, it led to a murder. Of course it did. Yeah, we've already seen evidence, Lenny, of how ICE vets people, and it's like, it's an incredibly, like the person who was, I think before the arrest that we saw that Simply Steve is talking about, the other one that we saw was a person who was supposed to be vetting ICE agents. I think he was busted with like CSAM, something like that. That happened a couple months ago, I think. But the guy that was supposed, like the chief of police got in front of the cameras there and did a press conference talking about how we arrested this guy. I think it was like a child sexual assault sting. And one of the guys was an ICE agent. And the ICE agent was literally one of the people who was vetting other ICE agents. Not yet, Quantum Traveler, but I guarantee you it's going to be a corporate Democrat. Number 2 to the left, Ben-Gvir's plan to surround Palestinian prison with crocodiles moves closer. That's fascinating. Good stuff. Right, just emulating America. We're going to talk about Palestine, so I'll put that in the queue. He wants to hang Palestinians and Palestinian children. And now he wants to create prison gulags with crocodiles. Literally like a cartoon villain. God help us all if this man gets control of the Israeli government. If he becomes prime minister, if he replaces Bibi Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir. Then it's completely gloves are off and like he's gonna drop a fucking nuke. He's gonna deputize the settlers, give them legal protection fully. He's gonna say the settlers are legal. They're not even, we're not even gonna pretend settlers are illegal. And it's gonna be mass violence and death if Ben-Gvir becomes prime minister of Israel. Sharks with frickin' laser beams. Federal agents past raises questions about ICE hiring practices after fatal shooting. Federal agent who shot dead a young father in a small Maine city. By the way, the person that they shot dead wasn't even the person they were looking for. Literally. Totally legit. Totally fucking, and there's the sharks with laser beams. Nice. But no, the person that was shot and killed wasn't even the guy that they were looking for. Just another brown guy. What's the difference? Because this is the point, Quantum Traveler. This is what Stephen Miller, Tom Hooman, and Donald Trump want. They want to say that, every time they get in front of the press, they're like, well, this is in response. This is because you're calling us fascist. This is because Hassan Piker gets in front of the camera and says we're bad guys. And that's why this is happening. And then, the other thing is to normalize it, right? Have it just over and over and over again, become numb to it, right? We had a big reaction to Renee Good and Alex Preddy. The reaction this time, there was protest, but there wasn't this national outrage. Couple more incidences, and it's just like school shootings, right? It's just like, oh, scroll. Yep, another school shooting. Okay, keep scrolling. We know we don't even shoot an email to our Democratic representatives to be like, oh, did my representative even, make a statement about this? They don't even care anymore. Right? School shooting happens. Democrats don't even need to make a statement about how they're going to try to fix it. And they're going to pretend to care. They don't even do that anymore. Oh, yeah, 5-6 kids died. Yeah, okay. Same thing with this. Normalize it. David Michael Broluet, 37, was named on Thursday as an Immigration Customs Enforcement officer who fatally shot Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero, a 25-year-old Colombian husband and father, as he drove away from a Biddeford address under surveillance on Monday morning. And of course, they're saying he weaponized the car. No, there's video of the psychopath of David here running along the car, trying to get a good angle to shoot him in the head. Right, so there's video. It's not even like Renee Good, where it was like, obviously she's turning away, and obviously it's the officers like leaning in, leaning in to try and get a better angle to shoot her in the head. No, he's like literally running along the side of the car with his pistol out, trying to catch up to him and kill the guy, and he did. Turning the car, of course, into a deadly weapon. Thankfully, it didn't hit anybody. The identification came from the government, which has refused to name the agent, but Brolouet's ex-wife, who says he telephoned her after the shooting and admitted to it. So he's like crying to his fucking ex-wife, who doesn't want to fucking have anything to do with the guy. Her account and a threatening voicemail she provided to reporters have intensified questions about the vetting behind ISIS' unprecedented hiring surge, as Maine's Attorney General investigates a killing that has drawn candlelit memorials and congressional demands for answers. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, they'll get right on it. Did we do the bare minimum? I sent an email. To ICE demanding accountability. Vote for me, vote blue, no matter who. Right. You get in the streets, you're going to lock down the streets with your constituents. You're going to hang out in front of the fucking police department until you get answers. No, but I will accept a $5 donation. Thank you very much. I'm a friend of Israel. An identification the government refused to make. Reports have first identified Brolouet on Thursday through his ex-wife, Ashley Brolouet, who told both outlets he called her shortly after the shooting, sounding unusually calm. That's a sociopath trait. After it's kind of like after sex, right? After an intense, shooting, killing, you're feeling pretty good. You're feeling pretty satisfied. That's how sociopaths act. And asked her to lie for him and vouch for his character. Oh hey, ex-wife, who I threatened the daughter of, pulled a gun on our daughter in the shower. Yeah, people are, can you tell the media that I'm a really nice guy? Yeah, I just killed a guy. I just murdered a guy in cold blood. Yeah, ex-wife that hates my guts. Could you go ahead and tell the media that I was a super nice dude? Yeah, I'll get right on it, honey. Good job. Like, this guy's totally delusional. This guy's completely fucking delusional. This is ex-wife. Okay, it's not even like his current wife. Right? It's not like a good buddy. It's like, you're divorced because of your extreme violence. Oh, hey, can you let the media know that I'm a super nice guy? Yeah, no, I killed somebody. Yep, yeah. I know, no big surprise there, huh? Yeah, no, I know. We all knew it was going to happen. Yep, they gave me a badge and a gun, and I murdered somebody. Yep, he's a brown guy. Turns out he wasn't even the guy we were looking for. Yeah, you win some, you lose some. He has not responded to repeated requests for comment, and an attempt to reach him at his home was unsuccessful. So, I mean, we haven't gotten justice for Renee Good's murderer. We haven't gotten justice for Alex Preddy's murderers. Multiple murderers. They're just gone. Right? In fact, I think the Alex Preddy guys are back on, I think that was reported that they're back on the job. No investigation into Renee Good. Just nothing. Fucking nothing. No justice. Not even a kangaroo court. Not even like a, quick little, oh, he's innocent. It's all good. Okay, back to work. Nothing. No, that's, there won't be justice under Trump. Okay. But even if it's delayed, and of course, justice delayed is justice denied. But that doesn't mean that these guys are innocent. And of course, this is why, and Stephen Miller and the rest of them understand that. And that's going to get Republicans even more motivated to do another January 6th, because it's like, we're in trouble. How many? I think we've seen 2 statements now, public statements from high-ranking Republicans who are like, literally, I think Steve Bannon came out and said this, and then another one came out and said it. Like, literally, we're going to be arrested. And we all know the Democrats aren't going to do shit about it because they're fucking pussies. But they're over here fear-mongering and saying, yeah, no, they're going to get us. Oh, wrong button. Where's that? There we go. Like, oh, they're going to arrest us for all of our crimes. We're just trying to install a dictatorship and destroy the Constitution and end America as we know it. And they're going to come after us. So here's the scene from the murder. Obviously, I can't show you all the gritty details, but it's on the internet if you want to find it. They shoot the guy, and, his fucking corpse flops out of the fucking vehicle. And apparently his last words were, I was trying to stop. Whether it's true or not, that doesn't matter. But that was the last thing he was able to say, according to eyewitnesses who were right there at the scene, who heard him say that, as his dying body flops out of the vehicle. And then, of course, they slap cuffs on him. Something that we've seen cops do for fucking decades now. Fucking mag dump a 17-year-old black teenager, run up on him and put him in fucking handcuffs as he's fucking bleeding out. Exactly, Seneca. So, of course, they slap the handcuffs. And it's theater. Right, because he's so dangerous. He's a dangerous terrorist. Oh, he's John Wick. Federal officials have declined to confirm or deny the name. Quote, we will never confirm or deny attempts to dox our law enforcement officers. Right. Bunch of bullshit. Department of Homeland Security said in a statement on Thursday evening, arguing that identifying agents endangers them and their families. The stands contrast with standard practice in Maine, where state police routinely release the names of officers involved in shootings, right? And the reason why you do this is because these people are supposed to be transparent, and if they do wrong, the public have an obligation to know. The public pay their salaries. The public demand accountability. You shouldn't be allowed to just commit crimes and be anonymous, wear masks, have no identification on your fucking badge or whatever. Just some fucking number. That's what they're doing now. I'm R307. I'm F409. So yeah, then it talks about the ex-wife. So apparently this guy, he obtained a real estate license in 2025 that went inactive by December. So he tried to do some other career in real estate, fell through, right? How many times have we seen this? A failure, right? Wife divorces him. He's I'm gonna do something else. Joe Rogan said, real estate's really hot right now, whatever, right? They listen to some guru on YouTube, same kind of crypto bros and AI bros now, right? And he was a new ICE recruit hired this year when he fired the fatal shots. The most disturbing element of the reporting is a recording. Ashley Broluette has provided a voicemail she says her ex-husband left in the autumn of 2025, in which a man with slurred speech disparages her repeatedly and says, you should have your throat slit, or you should have your fucking throat cut. So this was to his wife, not his daughter. Before adding that he was not threatening to do it himself, merely that he believed it should happen. And then he calls this woman up. Hey, I just killed a guy. You got my back? No, dude. Other reports have noted that the man has been described with a history of violent behavior by the wife. If the voicemail dates from autumn 2025 and his ICE hiring from that year, this sequence places the alleged threat months before the agency put a federal firearm in his hands, a timeline that goes to the heart of concerns raised repeatedly about the speed and standards of ICE's recruitment drive. Remember, it's 47 days
I'm gonna come.
Because dictator's number 47. So that's how many days that they're trained. None of the allegations about Brolowetz's conduct has been tested in any proceeding. He faces no announced charges, and the voicemail's attribution rests on his ex-wife's account. ICE has not said what, if anything, its background checks surfaced. And this is the new normal. You protect them and make sure they're all totally anonymous. The masks are mandated, right? Oh, yeah, they're going to pretend like it's for their own safety, but no, it's about having no accountability for the crimes that they know that they're going to be committing. So this just gives you an account of what happened, tracking some guy, whatever, right? Hardworking dude, probably never committed a single crime. But he's here illegally. Oh, illegal. He's probably, the reason why more than half the time, they know who these people are because they're trying to do it the right way. They're giving their information to the government freely. I live here. I work here. I'm trying to apply for citizenship or asylum or whatever. I'm trying to do it the right way. Here's all my documentation. Here's who I am. So it's literally like shooting fish in a barrel. Right, because they pretend like they're fucking, Miami Vice or fucking, some actual law enforcement agency, some fucking, Dog the Bounty Hunter, like they're a bunch of bounty hunters going after criminals in the underground. No, they literally just, they have a program that says, okay, yeah, this guy over here who lives and works in this neighborhood, his visa is expired. Go there, go to his house, go to his place of work, which is all documented, and kidnap him. Exactly, Seneca. It's literally like shooting fish in a barrel. These guys are doing no investigations whatsoever. They're clicking a fucking button, and they're reaching into the barrel and grabbing another fish. None of these have, I think, what was it, 90% have no criminal record, something like that. And I heard reports that one of the big reasons why we're seeing stuff like this happen is the quotas. Stephen Miller and Tom Hooman, they put ridiculous arrest quotas. I don't care who it is. I don't care if he's innocent, guilty, whatever it is, arrest, because they think this is going to help them in the fucking elections. And it'll help them with the Nick Fuentes crowd who fucking love this. They love violence. They love hurting brown people. The Asmund Gold crowd. They love hurting people. But for everybody else, including moderate Republicans, this is like, whoa, this is fucking Nazi shit. A former law enforcement officer told the network the operation looked like a good example of how to do everything wrong. Pretty much. Yeah, hello. Let me guess, China number one? Not to be racist, but I see your name there. China number one, right? Right. So Maine Attorney General Aaron Frey has opened an investigation. That's something. Running parallel to any federal review. Now, the Renee Good shooting, the federal government finally wasn't able to delay this any further. And they were able to, and apparently they were able to give the local law enforcement, the state law enforcement, evidence for their investigation, because the federal government isn't investigating it, and the local the local police, because that's how the jurisdiction works, right? You've seen those cop movies. FBI shows up, right? The sheriff is running the show, then the FBI shows up, and it's like, okay, I'm in charge of this operation now. Sheriff gets all mad, right? Because he no longer has jurisdiction over his own operation. So the federal government gets... What are you laughing at? You laughing at this dead guy? Oh, okay. Yeah, but China number one, though, right? Right? China, real democracy, right? Over there in China, right? Mao wasn't so bad. Go ahead and say it. I know that's what you're going to get to. I know that's why you're here. Go ahead and say it. Mao wasn't so bad. Come on. Throw it in there. Just get to the fucking point. Pop in your little fucking propaganda, then fucking leave. Hop to the next stream so you can do the same thing. Go ahead. Go ahead. Right. Meanwhile, a 25-year-old father is dead. The man who shot him was named by his own ex-wife rather than his government, and the agency that armed him will now say will not say what it knew. Right. There you go. And that's just one. There's two others. There's two others. Let me see. I'll give you one more example here before we move on. See if I can find it here in the chat. Turn up the tunes here for 1 second. Oh wait, wrong thing. Hold on. There we go. I post so much stuff on the Discord, it's ridiculous. This is a good video. Yeah, it's about Lindsey Graham. We'll do this video next. This is a good one. Hey, speaking of China, this is what's happening over there in China. By the way, this is what actually happens in China. This is the reality of China. Yesterday in Hong Kong, an independent bookstore employee was arrested and taken away by police. What was her crime? She got dead bodies in the basement. She's poisoning, people are trying to read a book and she's sprinkling arsenic on their heads while they're flipping through books. No. She had some books that were considered seditious by the Chinese government. Right? TLDR, possession of quote-unquote seditious materials, otherwise known as anything that is against pro-Beijing sentiment. Freedom of speech in Hong Kong has been increasingly restricted since 2020, with independent bookstores being one of the last safe spaces. Now even these spaces may not be safe anymore. So any place where dissent was being ignored, now they're cracking down on the last little bits of dissent in Hong Kong. And look up the history of Hong Kong and China and Britain and whatnot if you want to know more about why this is happening, why this, why pro-democracy dissent was even happening in Hong Kong. But this is the reality of the Chinese dictatorship. In a statement, police said, quote unquote, police investigations revealed that 5 arrested individuals were suspected of displaying seditious items and selling seditious publications. Whoops, where's my...
Thank you, darling.
What's wrong with... Thank you, darling. And selling seditious publications in the shop, the content of which included hatred against the Hong Kong government. Oh, no. Really, Zhang? You disagree with this? Well, that's nice to hear. The content of which included hatred against the Hong Kong government, judiciary, and law enforcement agencies. Officers also seized a batch of seditious books in the shop. Oh! Wait a minute. I saw Hassan's stream, and he went to China, and all they did was stop him in the middle of the street and demand to look through his phone. China's not so bad. China's not so bad. I keep hearing China #1. China's a great alternative to America. Maybe we should let China and China's currency, replace the dollar as the reserve currency. Freedom is real in China. It's all standard stuff. This is, there's no social credit score. You remember that golden nugget we keep hearing? That's not real. That's overblown. The Chinese government doesn't give you a social credit score, except it's actually completely fucking real. You'll lose your right to travel. China will take your fucking bank account, which is exactly what Stephen Miller just said he wants to do. They just up and take your money. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad America is free and not threatening to crack down on left-wing dissent. Yeah, exactly. According to local reports, the titles in question, listen to these titles. The titles in question, including a Taiwanese public. Oh, there we go. People who think Taiwan isn't independent. Oh, that's seditious. Question included Taiwanese published Chinese translation of Let Only Red Flowers Bloom, Identity and Belonging in Xi Jinping's China by Emily Fang, an American journalist. Oh, there you go. Seditious. Seditious. Better round them up. Send your fucking secret police. Shut it down. After the crackdown on opponents of Hong Kong's pro-Beijing government, which began in 2020, independent bookshops became some of the few places where democratic and liberal ideas could be aired without risk of immediate suppression. Not anymore. And this is exactly what Trump wants to bring to America. Any place where discussion of democratic socialism, of even, like I said, corporate neoliberal Democrat style government, right? You're wearing an I'm with her shirt. Your ass gets fucking taken down. You're seditious. You're a terrorist. This is what authoritarian dictators do to their people. And it's like, you know, this is the blueprint. This is the fucking blueprint. Woke Patriot here with a great image. See if I can get this. Oh, there it is. I don't know if this is AI or not. I don't know if this is like this was actually put up in the streets. Somewhere in America, a little girl is hiding in an attic writing about ICE. Right? We're almost there, folks. Almost fucking there. Oh, yeah, here's another one. Okay, yeah, so this is a good one right here. This one happened in an airport. See if I can find the video. Yep, that one's about the one we just covered. See if I can find the video here. But this Chinese guy right here, I think Chinese, maybe I'm being racist here. Asian dude, we'll say that. Yeah, here's the video. But look at this shit. This guy's wearing a fake fucking mustache, no identification whatsoever. This woman and this dude wearing a hood, walking through a fucking airport.
What's going on? What's going on? They know India.
Man,
right, and they cut it off. Actually, Fox over here helping ICE
Tonight, Nevada law.
helping ICE with the fucking cover up because they don't even give you the full fucking video. See if they give you the full video now. But he's got this fake ass mustache. I don't know if it's two women. Kind of looks like a woman. Wearing a fake ass mustache. No identification whatsoever. No badge. No nothing. Got their hoods up. This guy has no fucking idea what's going on. Right? So then they try to accost him. They put the fucking handcuffs on one hand. Then they bail. Someone walks up with a fucking camera. Look at that fake mustache. Someone walks up with a fucking camera, and then they bail. They just bail. Dude's got one hand with fucking handcuffs on. And they took his watch. They fucking ripped his watch off. They took some shit off him. And then they just bail. And then later he's arrested, right? And of course, TSA over here. By the way, the guy has a water bottle with a fucking Punisher logo on it. Take a look at this. TSA, happy to do the work of the tyrants, just like the cops. Got himself a little water bottle with a Punisher logo on it. What a badass. Right? So then they just bail. Look at this shit. So the people with cameras are like, well, what the fuck is going on here? And then they bail. And they bail. They just leave. And then the guy is arrested later. Right? People running him down. This is all sanctioned by the government. This is totally supported by the government. Totally, yeah. put a fucking Spencer Gifts shop fucking mustache on and throw your hood up and then fucking accost people randomly at the airport. Steal their fucking watch.
You know, as a person of color, you know, as a black man, a lot of these experiences, whether they're big or small, I frequently have either seen or come across. So.
What happened? Look at that. He's got a fucking handcuffs on his wrist.
What happened?
I don't know. That come in. Back up.
Then Metro officers responded. Metro tells Fox 5 this all started around 6 Monday evening in Terminal 3 at Harry Reid. They got a call about a disturbance and found Phu Nguyen of Vietnam with...
Right, it's Vietnamese. I am racist. Can't win them all, folks.
The handcuffs still on one arm.
You know, I'm married to a Chinese woman. You think I'd be able to tell the difference, but no.
Metro says their investigation found agents had tried to arrest him, but left before taking him into custody. So Metro officers...
This is a professional ICE operation. This is what 47 days of training gets you.
Took off the cuff. They also looked into his records, but didn't find any warrants. But the Los Angeles branch of ICE tweeted this photo of...
Right. So they look into it, no warrants. What the fuck was going on? And then ICE, you know, big, scary fucking mugshot. Look, we got another one. Another rapist. Another hardcore blood-drinking liberal criminal.
Saying they had taken him into custody once he landed at LAX.
So, okay. So they failed in their attempt to get him. Guy gets on the plane, lands in LA, and then they scoop his ass up. They're probably waiting right there at the terminal to scoop his ass up. Another fish in the fucking barrel.
They say he overstayed his visa and claim so-called agitators.
He overstayed his visa. Oh my God. Meanwhile, the agents that are arresting him probably looking up kiddie porn and beating their fucking wives.
Tried to help him evade capture in Las Vegas.
Regardless if they overstayed their time being in the States, like, damn, you guys slam the elderly dude down to the ground.
Yeah, there's ways to do this. By the way, like someone pointed out on social media, these are like paperwork issues. Okay? This is the kind of stuff that used to be handled with a phone call or an email or a letter to the guy's residence. Hey, by the way, your visa's, you know, you've overstayed your welcome. You've overstayed your visa. You know, show up here, show up to court to do your thing, to extend your visa or, you know, fill out this form. These are paperwork issues. And we're supposed to believe they're drug dealing murderer psychopaths that, you know, are like literally, you know, scheming and stealing from everybody around them, and that they're a danger to society. They have to be kidnapped immediately, taken off the streets, or else they're going to come after your kids. It's Nazi shit. And like, and who is this for? It's not for us, right? It's for the Nick Fuentes types. It's for the Asmongold types. Oh, based, so based. You know, it's for the entire fucking, people who have a fucking Twitter account still. Oh, based, yeah, should have shot him. Should have killed him. Should have stuck a gun in his mouth and fucking murdered him. Probably word for word you can find the tweets. Sick motherfuckers. And we're talking about 400-pound masturbation addicts saying this shit. Right? We're talking about Billy badasses who are no longer invited to Thanksgiving because they're so fucking disgusting. We're talking about guys that have to tell their neighbors that they were, fucking arrested for sexual assault of a minor. These are the motherfuckers cheering this shit on.
Have your homegirl hold his hands down? Like, that's crazy.
Kim Passoff, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas.
Senator Catherine Cortez Masto responding to the...
Now, even Fox News deciding not to spin this. That's actually pretty interesting. You know, cutting to the Democrat instead of cutting to the Republican. Yeah, Simply Steve, that'd be funny. Talk about a January 6th riot.
Video writing on...
You'd see Asmongold marching in the streets. ICE agents' conduct is completely unprofessional, unacceptable for any law enforcement officer, and I have demanded immediate answers. Shut the fuck up. Oh, did you send an email? Yeah. Did it have critical wording? Strongly worded letter sent right away. I put a prompt into ChatGPT. I was right on the case. $5 more, please. Make sure you send me more money. Israel's only sent me 10 million. How about you get in the fucking streets, huh? How about you take one of your hair appointments out of your fucking schedule and get in the fucking streets with your constituency and demand change? I sent an email. I'm on top of it. Oh, I demanded immediate answers. Oh, did you get a response? No. They ignored me. Okay, what's the follow-up? Jack and shit. What about decorum? I reached across the aisle and they slapped my hand out of the air. I'm so offended. Oh, you gonna do something about it? Not a goddamn thing. $5, please. Make sure to donate. Vote blue no matter who. I'm useless.
Social media quote, the ICE agent, among other groups, calling for a full...
Chair of the NV Latino Legislative Caucus. Nevadans deserve to know who is conducting enforcement actions in our communities and whether blah, 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 transparency, no law. Okay, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Where's the call to action? They're lawless. They're unaccountable. They're not gonna reply to your fucking email. Wearing Groucho Marx fucking mustaches falling off, hoods and no identification. They don't fucking care. So what the fuck are you gonna do about it?
Gonzalez.
Well, we're gonna send some emails.
Carried out. You should.
American.
Strongly worded.
In addition to the Nevada Latino Legislative Caucus, the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Caucus are calling for a full investigation.
Oh, wow. They're calling for an investigation. Whoa, slow down. Karl Marx over here. Oh, holy shit. Fucking, Weather Underground over here. Total radicals. There you go. That's ICE. That's the ICE coverage for today. Let's talk about Lindsey fucking Graham. Let's talk about Ladybug Lindsay. Look, folks, I don't want to dance on anybody's grave, but I don't want to dance on anybody's grave. Lindsey Graham dead. I don't want to celebrate this. Let's not dance on anybody's grave. No. Come on. Let's be respectful, guys. Judith Dayall here said this. Quote, death does not erase the choices someone made while they were alive. It does not resurrect the people harmed by those choices, undo suffering, or transform cruelty into kindness. A heartbeat stopping is a biological event. It is not a moral reset button. But let's be respectful. Come on now. Stop it. By the way, Lindsey Graham just a few months ago called for nuking Gaza. No joke. He said, well, that ended the war in World War II. Why can't we do it to Gaza? Why can't we America could do it. Why can't Israel do it? Come on, guys. Ladybug Lindsay, kick the fucking bucket. Have some respect. So this guy here, I've seen him before. Can't remember his name. He had a great breakdown of how basically everyone's feeling, right? Kamala Harris came out, my colleague Lindsey Graham, so sorry. Oh, it's unbelievable. What a loss. What a loss. Lindsey Graham, who would throw the entire country under the bus if it meant Israel getting another $1 billion. Lindsey Graham, who literally said he's not here to represent, like, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he basically said, I don't represent America, I represent Israel. Calling to nuke the Gaza Strip. Kamala Harris, my treasured colleague. Oh, he will be missed. So this fella here had a statement that I pretty much agree with. Let's go ahead and watch.
Lindsey Graham died on Saturday. They announced it on Sunday, picked his unqualified sister to replace him on Monday, and swore her in on Tuesday. She hasn't even had time to plan her brother's funeral, and they already got her in office in the U.S. Capitol.
So apparently it's ridiculous, but this happens in quite a few states. Usually they pick another politician, right? Usually they pick somebody moderately somewhat qualified to take the position until an election happens to fill the seat. Donald Trump was like, I think it would be great if Lindsey's sister would be nominated. So, a non-political person, plucked out of obscurity. And just like what happened with the Democrats, right? Took months and months and months for this to happen. No, it took like 48 hours. Oh, they dragged their feet on this one, just like with the similar situations with Democrats recently, right? Took months and months and months, in some case a fucking year, to finally get the fucking person, the replacement for the person who died in place and certified, right? Months and months and years. No. Guy's body wasn't even cold. And they got this bitch lined up. Front of the line. Oh, they found time. They found time. So this is the new normal with these Republicans in charge, right? And what the fuck is going to happen after the midterms? Are they going to drag their feet on certifying dozens and dozens and dozens of new politicians, right? They're going to try to pass a bunch of draconian legislation before they certify these new Democrats in there and lose their majorities? That's what the fuck this new reality is.
And swore her in on Tuesday. She hasn't even had time to plan her brother's funeral, and they already got her in office in the U.S. Capitol. Meanwhile, when Representative Sylvester Turner, a black Democrat, died on March 5th, 2025, Texas Governor Greg Abbott waited until April to announce there would be no election to replace him until November, leaving the largely black and Hispanic district here in Houston unrepresented for nearly an entire year. This is how Republicans...
Well, give it time. Quick double tap. I'm sure I'm on a list somewhere. In fact, you know what's happened recently with my Canadian citizenship? So I've gone through the whole process. I've aced the test. I got a 20 out of 20 on the test. I'm literally just waiting for my email to pledge my loyalty to the king, right? Because that's what you got to do to the final part of being a citizen in Canada, to becoming a citizen. You got to pledge loyalty to the fucking monarchy. And my wife... Just yesterday, she took care of that. She got the email. Where's mine? We're supposed to do it as a group. We filed as a group. Where the fuck is mine? Mine's getting held up. By the way, I guess I feel comfortable saying this now, but I was a couple years ago. Got the knock on my door from a fucking cop because of some shit I said on Twitter. Right? Oh, just want to make sure you're not not doing terrorist threats, right? Doing their due diligence. So I know I'm on a fucking list. And now my application for Canadian citizenship just kind of waiting in the fucking... Something's holding it up. Something's holding it up.
No election to replace him until November, leaving the largely black and Hispanic district here in Houston unrepresented for nearly an entire year. This is how Republicans play politics with death. While Democrats are drafting generous statements of condolences for their oppressors, Republicans are callously seizing power from the oppressed.
That's right.
They pulled the same stuff when Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia died, and they wouldn't even hold a hearing on Obama's nominee, but then raised to replace Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg when she died in the final.
Within months. Yeah, thanks, fucking bitch McConnell. Invalid McConnell. Motherfucking brain dead McConnell. Thanks so much, you fucking corpse. I hope it's painful. I hope it's painful keeping his fucking corpse alive. Brain dead corpse alive, so that they can avoid a special election that would get Thomas Massey in there. I hope it fucking hurts.
Months of Trump's term. Republicans demand that Democrats observe all kinds of outdated rules about death and mourning, but then break the same rules when Democrats die.
Yeah, they're hypocrites. What are you going to do about it? News at 11, the fascists are hypocrites. Get in the fucking streets. Put a call to action in every fucking message you put out there, Mr. fucking Muscles. Mr. fucking shirt 3 sizes too small. The fucking slam dunks, the call outs that they're hypocrites is not enough. Where's the call for the general strike? Mr. fucking veins bulging. You got time to go to the fucking gym. You got time to get in the fucking streets. Am I wrong? What would Martin Luther King do? Not to bring race back into this. Right? I don't mean to shit talk this guy. I've seen him before. He was great on CNN. He called the motherfucking, Scott Jennings clone a liar right to his fucking face. The Republican was all like, oh, how dare you call me a liar? And he goes, liar, you're a liar. How dare you call me a liar on national TV? You're a liar, talking about the elections. Election fraud, right, in 2020. Repeating that lie. He's like, no, you're a liar. You're undermining our democracy, right? So I got a lot of respect for this guy. But you got time to lift weights and you got time to get in the fucking streets. Where's your bullhorn?
They're doing the same thing in Kentucky with Mitch McConnell in the hospital. When McConnell started glitching a few years ago, his Republican state legislature passed a bill stripping the Democratic government.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Bound. You know goddamn well he'd be doing nonviolent civil disobedience. And then he'd bang a hooker. Don't be trying to discredit MLK. Motherfucker was one of the most effective dissenters in our history. Wasn't perfect. Wasn't a perfect man. But that motherfucker was effective.
Governor of the power to replace him. They were fine when a Republican governor had the power, but they changed the rules for a Democrat. That's because the rules themselves are a trap. Democrats have to follow all the rules, but Republicans get to break them with.
So whose fault is that? Are we going to put pressure on the Democrats for being bitches, for being fucking, for opening the door to fascism instead of guarding the door against it? We going to call him out? Oh, I bet this guy's got some real friendly things to say about Obama. Once again, I'm bringing race into it, right? Are we going to call Obama a war criminal? Right? Are we going to call Obama a fucking, Republican light for legalizing George Bush's Patriot Act? Right? For putting Goldman Sachs in charge of his fucking economy? Are we going to call him out? Oh, no, he won the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, yeah. This is my problem with guys like this, though. Because they draw the line at criticizing, they'll do light criticism against the Democratic Party. But it's like this, and I'm not trying to both sides it, because there is no both sides equivalent here. But it takes two to fucking tango in a fucking duopoly. And we got Hakeem Jeffries over here refusing to even call out, a fucking genocide when it's like over 60% of his constituency despise Israel, and he still has their back. You got Hakeem Jeffries silent on 99% of the crimes of the fucking Trump administration, saying fucking nothing. Right? Where's the organization? How come Hakeem Jeffries hasn't put one Democrat in charge of getting in front of a camera every single day and saying, okay, these are the crimes that Donald Trump has committed today. Here's what the plan is for the Democratic Party when we get into power. This is why you need to vote for us, because we're going to undo this and we're going to undo that. Hakeem Jeffries hasn't even lied to us about what the fuck he's going to do about the ballroom. Slam dunk. Oh, I don't want to overstep my bounds and make promises to people that I'm going to demolish the ballroom and rebuild the East Wing. Oh, I don't want to seem partisan. So it takes two to fucking tango in a duopoly. And that's my kind of problem with guys like this, is that they'll come, and I don't know this guy's whole history. Maybe this guy is willing to criticize Obama. But he's giving me that vibe, right? I got Obama's back. I got the corporate Democrat Party, I got their back. You know? And it's like, no, man. We got to draw the fucking line. And we got to call these motherfuckers out. And we have to do it in a way that isn't just blatantly like, oh, both sides. Oh, just give up on politics, embrace political nihilism, give up, both sides. No, there's an intelligent, nuanced way to actually criticize the corporate neoliberal establishment while also calling out the fascistic Republican right. And identifying that we're not going to fix this problem unless we actually go, side with actual progressives and leftists to go after this system, right? To take over the corporate neoliberal Democrats while fighting against the fascists. He's just giving me the pro-Obama vibes, and it probably has to do with race, so it's probably my own fucking hang-up, right? Maybe this guy is willing to criticize Obama. I don't even know his fucking name. I do know he hits up the gym, though. Look at those fucking pecs. Christ, you can bounce a fucking quarter off those motherfuckers.
Impunity. Just like the rule of meritocracy, Republicans love to whine about affirmative action and DEI, which give opportunities to qualified women and people of color, but they just appointed a U.S. senator whose main qualification is simply being the sister of a dead senator. And you can't say that both parties do it when one party spent the past few decades claiming to only care about merit. They said that Barack Obama and Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson were unqualified, but then they sing the praises of people like Herschel Walker, Pete Hegseth, and Donald Trump.
That's a fair critique. Absolutely a fair critique. 100%.
Who was the first person elected president in U.S. history with no experience in government or military.
Totally.
They whine about Democrats.
There's never been a bigger, DEI, if you want to take the Republicans' definition of DEI, which is fucking racist. But if you want to, take that at face value, there's never been a more DEI government than Donald Trump's government, 100%.
Democrats being unfair to Republicans in California and Virginia with redistricting while they steal seats in Texas, Florida, and Missouri.
Yeah. Another thing, totally fair to call that out, that hypocrisy, right? After what they did in Texas and what they did before, the Democrats, and you've heard me argue, they need to gerrymander. Yeah, Democrats need to gerrymander. There's no choice.
And they started it. That's why Trump tried to change the U.S. Constitution on birthright citizenship by executive order. That's why he just fired all the federal election assistance commissioners, why he's trying to seize ballots and intimidate poll workers, and why he's desperately trying to pass a national voter suppression bill to stop mail-in ballots, which he uses himself. That's rules for thee.
Right. So slam dunks all around. What's the next step? Because if I was talking to this guy face to face, I'm sure he would agree with me. Yeah, it's not enough. A slick, well done, well rehearsed social media video, in a shirt 3 sizes too small is not enough. Right? So we got about 30 more seconds to this video. It's going to be a call to action, right? It's going to be a join the general strike, right? That's what we're going to do next, right?
Not for me. That's the Republican model. So let this be a lesson. Stop playing by their rules.
Okay, yeah, stop playing by their rules. Okay, yeah, telling the corporate neoliberal Democrats to do that. Okay, that's something.
Republicans have only one rule. Power. Every other rule is negotiable. The old rule book has been burned.
That's
and
right.
we will be too if we don't wake up.
Okay. It's better than nothing. It wasn't up to my standards, but few people reach that. And like I said, you know, his call-outs to the fucking hack on CNN was really great. He's like, how dare you call me a liar on national TV? No, you're a fucking liar, dude. I mean, he blasted that dude. He fucking blasted that dude. So there you go. That's my coverage of old ladybugs. Don't dance on his grave, folks. Come on. Don't dance on his fucking grave. Come on. Calm down. Don't get out of your seat and fucking cheer. Come on. Oh, that's so uncouth. Who brought confetti? What the hell? These people throwing confetti in there. What is going on here? Oh, now we're popping champagne bottles. This is ridiculous. Have some respect for old ladybugs. I just can't believe you would lower yourself to this level. You should be ashamed of yourself. You took your shirt off and you're swinging it around like a helicopter. You're dancing. Oh, Jesus. What have we become? Poor ladybugs. So I'm going to show you some stuff. You know, people have been fighting against flock cameras. They've been literally ripping them down. And I don't think I'm allowed to say I agree with it. I'll let you guys make your own determination about where I stand. Yep. Okay, everything removed on Reddit, of course. I should have gotten some other I should have gotten some other copies of these videos, because yeah, all the stuff that's being posted on Reddit is getting censored. Let's see if, you know, this one's still up. Okay, this one's quite popular. So I'll let you guys figure out if oh, you did? Excellent, Lenny. Excellent. Lenny over here covering the flock cameras. So I'll let you guys make your determination about what I think about these activists who have been cutting down these flock cameras. And I'm just going to play this video without commentary for once in my goddamn stupid fucking life. Let's go ahead and watch.
Leave flock cameras alone.
Yeah.
There's no need to label all the flock cameras in your area.
Yeah.
And don't put plastic bags over them either, because all that does is cost the company time and money.
Oh.
Grow up. I know that you can use a $50 high-powered blue or green laser like this one to permanently blind flock cameras, but come on, guys.
Oh.
Why? Definitely do not use the camera map on deflock.org to find cameras, approach them from behind on foot with a spray paint extender, and spray them. And if you do that, at least make sure that you have your phone in your pocket so we can identify you using the Bluetooth and 5G.
Yeah, make sure your phone is on and in your pocket.
There is no reason to spend $20 on a hard hat and high visibility vest and then buy a $30 Sawzall with diamond tip blades to cut down the entire pole. That's because the cameras and solar panels are clamped with a simple 8mm socket, so you're just doing too much. The cameras have about 12 hours of backup batteries, so they will be transmitting Bluetooth and 5G that we can use to track you. So under no circumstances should you put the camera inside of a Faraday bag while the battery runs itself out and then break them down for parts, because that would prevent us from finding you, and nobody wants that.
And there's like $100 of, like, you know, silver and precious metals in there. Don't do that. Don't break it down and you know, don't. That's terrible.
If you do any of these things, it's important that you do not buy a pair of Vader facial recognition blocking glasses, because then it would be impossible for us to identify you and charge you with a Class 4 misdemeanor, which is typically just community service or a small fine. And for the love of God,
for now, soon to be 50 years in jail.
Do not attend your city council meetings and demand that they cancel your city's flock contract. We need these cameras. Peter Thiel is a benevolent overlord, and we should all be grateful that he loves us enough to keep us safe. Yeah. Grow up.
Grow up. I agree. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Yeah, don't be a political terrorist standing up for democracy, okay? What would Peter Thiel think? So I'm going to show you this video here. But I have a lot of problems with this, like, legitimately. I know we're having fun. But if you're going to engage in civil disobedience, I know, Nero's, I agree. If you are going to engage in civil disobedience, don't do it this way. Okay? And I'm gonna point out some major mistakes this person is making. Okay? So let me just show you the video and I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Cool music, by the way. Actually, totally, and once again, talking about Killmageddon, totally reminds me of the song from the Killmageddon trailer, which was an awesome fucking song. Right, so he's showing you DFlock, the website DFlock, and he's showing, you know, okay, you can find the cameras in your area. Putting a sticker on the camera. I can't make the text go away because this is fucking Instagram and it's just the worst fucking video player ever designed. So he's showing the cameras being covered up with, you know, bags and whatnot. So interesting, he actually made some changes to this video. Oh no, he didn't. Sorry, I take that back. He didn't make changes. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is not how you do it. Okay? Let me explain the mistakes here. You got your little fucking logo, and he's got the logo on a sweatshirt. You got a public GoFundMe. You're doing public fundraising. You're telling the cops and authorities what cities you're going to hit next. You got your buddies in the video, and I can't scroll the video because that would be too convenient, right? We can't do that. So he's wearing a mask, which, okay, that makes sense. But then you have your buddies unmasked, you know, doing social media videos. They got no mask on their face. You think it's difficult to use facial recognition on your buddies and then immediately tie them to you? Dumbass. Look at this. No mask. You see that? You see the guy with the camera? Over there, I wasn't able to pause it in time. Got one of his buddies, no mask, no nothing. Probably got his cell phone on. Putting you know, his logo that he wears on his fucking sweatshirt, putting his little logo on the fucking flock camera. Hey, I did it, I'm over here, I did it, it's me. You can identify everyone that I did with my little logo. Putting his little question mark logo on the fucking pole. And then, you know, getting his buddies wrapped up in cases, getting them tied up in cases. Right here. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? Look at that. Boom. Boom. You're fucking done. Boom. All three of them wrapped up in cases. Right there. Boom. So look, if you're going to engage in nonviolent civil disobedience, which is what this is, let's be a little smarter about it, huh, folks? Don't put your little fucking logo on things. Don't be doing public fundraising. Don't be getting your buddies to follow you around with fucking cameras with no masks on. This is amateur hour. This is amateur hour Zoomer brained fucking ignorance. This is not how you do it, folks. Well, of course, officially, my stance is yes, don't do criminal damage. And that's where I need to leave it, or I'll break TOS. I'll let you infer. We'll just say that. But this is not how you fucking do it, folks. Why don't you just walk up to the cops with a fucking gun and shoot it in the air? Right? Why don't you just walk up to the fucking police, you know, with your hands in handcuffs? Dumbass. Yeah, exactly, Seneca. Fucking Zoomer-brained idiots. If you're going to engage in this kind of activity, how about you use your fucking brain, jackass? Here's where I'm going to go next. For now, Simply Steve. For now. For now. Let's just do it. Oh, here we go. This is another good one. Real quick on Flock before we move on. Another interesting video. I bet you do, Lenny. Yeah, that would make sense for a fellow like you to have a Faraday pouch. I mean, just don't bring your phone. Okay? Just don't bring your fucking phone. Don't take video of yourself. Don't put your little logo on the fucking thing. Do what you got to do and get the fuck out of there. I'm doing the work of the detective for him. Oh, yeah. Oh, I secretly love the cops, and I secretly want to get arrested. Let's make this... I'm the Riddler in a Batman comic, and let's leave a trail of clues to come find me. Riddle me this, copper. Whose question mark logo is this? Is it the big one on the back of my sweatshirt? Ooh, the world will never know, Batman. How about don't be a jackass? So we have another Patriot. Is that to prevent remote scanning? Yeah. So I mean, this is you can RF jamming. You can use it to basically shut down cell phones and Bluetooth, and you can just fucking jam the whole network. Right, which wouldn't be necessary if you just leave your phone at home, right? But say you live in a house and they've put a fucking flock camera right in front of your house. This is how you can, protect yourself. Of course, it works both ways, though, because this would block Wi-Fi, this would block cell phones, your neighbors would get mad. So, and also the cops can track, they can use machines that can track down where the signal's coming from. Okay, but, as the underground grows, so too will the need for technology like this, right?
Is a war-driving rig that I use to find flock cameras along with any other devices that transmit via Wi-Fi and or BLE signals. I got 4 Wi-Fi adapters along with the BLE adapter right here. And on the inside, I have the computer, the power adapter, fans, and any other cables.
So he's got a Raspberry Pi, he's got a battery pack there, he's got fans to cool the whole thing down, right? And then he's got the antenna array right there. And you can find instructions on how to build these things on the internet.
Of which I need to interconnect all the devices. Now, ever since my last video, I had a lot of folks thinking that this is a jammer, but it's not a jammer though. It's just something that I'm using to sniff wireless.
Oh, interesting. So it's not a jammer. It's a detector. It's scanning for all these different frequencies, and he's able to identify flock cameras because they're already. I think they've already taken out D-Flock, or they've tried to take out D-Flock. The CEO of Flock Cameras has said the people that are running D-Flock are terrorists, right? Project Curia. No, I actually haven't heard that.
Signals via the air. Now, if I do want to see how to jam these signals and or frequencies of which flock cameras are using, I will not be showing you how to do that. But I will show you theoretically how it works, though. Quick disclaimer, I'm just a college student trying to educate my fellow Americans upon how the outside world is being used to spy on you. Now, as y'all boys already know, flock cameras advertise themselves via Wi-Fi and or BLE, presumably so that way a local flock employee can connect to it. Now, these two protocols uses something called CRC or FCC, which is a protocol that's used to validate packets. Now, you can use these protocols against BLE and Wi-Fi by sending misinformed and or misconfigured packets, which causes it to drop legitimate packets.
Right, so you basically DDoS it.
Which is a jamming-like attack in and of itself. Now, the Center for Human Rights and Privacy organization has found that these flock cameras...
It's not going to explode, but cops will pretend like it's a bomb and treat you like you're a bomber. Sure, yeah, that could potentially happen. Sure, yeah. You carry around a military case with some antennas sticking out of it. Yeah, they'll pretend that they think it's a bomb and they think they're in danger and fucking gun you down. Sure, I could totally see a cop doing that. Yeah.
Inside of them have an LTE modem, which means that it's using the LTE band, which ranges from 600 to the 2200 megahertz frequency, which is being used to send traffic from these flock cameras to a local cell tower that then goes to flock safety, which has all the centralized information. Now, in order to jam these set frequencies, you have something called a noise floor, which is electromagnetic background interference. And you have this on every single frequency. On top of this noise floor, you have something called the signal, which is above the noise floor.
And cops can track this. So, don't think that you can just turn one of these on at your house and I don't care, everything's wired. I don't care about Wi-Fi. I don't give a fuck about my neighbors. No, you'll get the knock on the door real quick from the cops.
And as long as it's above the noise floor.
So you would use something like this if you were engaging in nonviolent direct civil disobedience.
You can successfully receive and decode this signal. Now you take an RF jammer, which raises the noise floor until the signal is buried underneath that said noise floor, which makes the...
basically, I guess that sounds like a very useful utility. I could put that in the activist resources in the Discord if you want to give me the link. Sounds very useful.
The signal no longer able to be decoded, which in and of itself deprives the user and or device from being able to decode these signals, which is how you cause a radio frequency jam. This video, along with this board, was made so that way I could push educational, ethical, legal content onto you, so that way you could become an even better law-abiding citizen. God bless America.
Now, let's not forget one of the most American things that you can do is, yeah, this looks very useful. Thank you very much. Basically, I guess we'll put this in the activism resources Discord. Very useful. I just want to remind you, because he said law-abiding American citizen, God bless America. One of the most American things you can do is fight against tyranny, dissent, defend the Constitution, and defending against unregulated, uncontrolled, warrantless wiretapping and fucking surveillance is definitely defending American values. So the cops won't see it that way, and your average pussy-ass politician won't see it that way, because they're all too happy to sign away your rights. Just know, when you stick your neck out, there will be entities and, government agencies that come for the swipe. So if you're going to put yourself in danger, make sure that you're ready to deal with the consequences. And if you're not ready to deal with the consequences, then you should make sure that you're protesting at a level, right? You need to be protesting. You need to be engaging in nonviolent civil disobedience. But it's up to you to define where that level is, right? The young person that I just showed with his little logo and his little fucking operation there, he's very young. He clearly has not much to lose, and he can risk getting arrested. If you're a family man, there's probably certain things, certain levels that you can't cross as much as you would want to, right? And that's definitely in my category. I have a disabled son. I can't be putting my wife through getting fucking arrested, for who knows how long, right? Thousands of dollars of fucking bills. Right, I can go out in the street and I can protest for now, but can I engage in, tearing down flock cameras and running around like I'm the fucking Riddler, leaving clues for Batman? No, probably not. I probably have to draw the line there. As fun as it might be, right? Don't go throwing any tea in harbors. Honestly, such a waste. Yeah, don't be doing that. But just because you have to draw the line at certain kinds of protests does not mean that you are off the hook, that you're no longer obligated to protest. No, you are absolutely obligated to protest. It's part of your responsibility as an American citizen, is to fight against tyranny and defend the Constitution. You're not off the hook. It just means that you have to find different avenues to dissent. All right, let's get our Palestine stuff out of the way. I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. I know it's incredibly depressing. Israel has been bombing the shit out of Gaza mercilessly. Oh, of course. Lovely. Reddit once again censoring stuff for the Zionists. Let me see here if I can. Breezy politics. I'm just using the thumbnail here. Right, because Reddit's one of the most heavily censored. Yeah, here's the video right here, once again on Instagram. Reddit is one of the most heavily censored websites on the internet, protecting power, protecting genociders. It just depends on the subreddit, but most subreddits are moderated by pro-Israel interests, and you know, people will post stuff, facts, information, and it will be very quickly. Nope, can't have that. Can't have real information. Technically, that breaks the rules of the subreddit, and technically, you're not a bing, 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 bing. Right, but if it's a settler talking about how awesome it is to take a home from a Palestinian, we'll allow that. That is well within the rules of this subreddit. Mommy, I want more tendies. I'm a moderator on Reddit. Remember that motherfucker that we saw recently? He got he lost his moderation. Like literally the stereotypical Redditor. I have more power than Hollywood. Literally looked like, he literally looked exactly like you'd expect him to. Yeah, that's like most of the moderators on Reddit. My job is more important than most people's lives. Like it was, total fucking parody, but he was 100%, unironic about it. But no, here's the video right here. So, welcome back, Ice King, by the way. So, interestingly, something interesting happened recently is that Hakeem Jeffries is losing control over the Democratic Party. Oh, I think it was over 100 Democrats voted to not fund weapons for Israel, to no longer give Israel money for its, like, no money, not even defensively, literally, have no choice. Their political constituency, the pressure from the public is too big. So even these corporate Democrats that would love to have Israel's support and would love to just go along to get along with Israel have no choice. It's for their morals, because they're so moral, right? No, it's because they want to keep their job, they want to keep their seat, and that if they were to vote for more money for Israel, they'd lose their seat. So that's why they did it. But what's interesting is that it wasn't just 3 or 4 Democrats like AOC and Bernie and Rashida Tlaib, and hey, it's a sweet gig. Yeah, it sure is. Right, because usually it's like five Democrats, right? The usual suspects, Ilham Omar, etc. And then everyone else votes for it in lockstep with the Republicans, there's no disagreements now in the Republican Party. Massey's out. Anybody that would disagree is out in the Republican Party. So they're just in total lockstep pro-genocide. But this new, and of course it's, let's not get it twisted. This is because it's an election year. We're just a couple months away from the election. And as soon as this election is over, a good majority of these 100 Democrats that voted against this, are going to be right back to supporting Israel. So don't get it twisted there. But this fella here, Joaquin Castro, did a good speech about it. And I thought I'd play it for you. No. So I'm going to have to literally go to his fucking website to play it for you. Too spicy. Look at this restricted video. What does he kill a man? Is it hardcore pornography? Huh? Is it a beheading video? Restricted video. What could it be? Oh, it's literally just a politician. Whoops. It's literally just a politician disagreeing with Israel. Oh. Dangerous video. Better sign in. Do you approve of watching this unbelievably crazy content? He criticizes Israel.
Israel does not need, and quite honestly, does not deserve more American money for weapons. Prime Minister Netanyahu has taken Israel down an ugly path. The tragedy of October 7th has become a justification.
And of course, he does the usual, this is what they're all doing. It's Bibi's fault. It's Bibi's fault. Like, let's totally ignore that it's like literally a Democratic majority in Israel wants the eradication of Palestinians. Let's ignore that any politician lining up to replace Bibi Netanyahu, if he does get arrested or die, is even more hardcore against Palestinians. No. Bernie Sanders does this too. Let's engage in the fiction that this is all Bibi Netanyahu's doing, and as soon as he's gone, oh, then the sensible people will take over. And no. The people lining up, the so-called moderates, are like just as like pro Greater Israel, 100%, take out the Palestinians. And these guys are, it's pathetic. It really is pathetic. Just, you can criticize the government as a whole. You can point out that a democratic plurality agrees with Palestinian genocide. That's a bridge too far. The poll numbers show it. Like, it's not in question. It is objective reality reported by Haaretz. Everyone knows it. The Israeli government as a whole, there's a couple politicians in the Knesset that disagree, but almost in lockstep, the entire Israeli government, opposition parties and the like, agree with total eradication of the Palestinians. Either kick them out or kill them all. That is literally the only debate that's happening right now in the Knesset. And a majority of the Israeli population, that's the debate that's happening. Do we murder them all, or do we, force them at gunpoint onto buses and planes and drop them off into Somaliland or Egypt?
The tragedy of October 7th has become a justification for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Self-defense does not include indiscriminately bombing homes, hospitals, churches, schools, or refugee camps. There were even credible reports of children intentionally shot in the head and chest.
Hundreds of
For decades,
credible reports.
our nation gave Israel billions to facilitate peace and a two-state solution. Instead, Israel has chosen more war and more occupation. Today, it occupies not only Gaza and the West Bank, but parts of Syria and Lebanon. If there are no consequences, why in the world would Benjamin Netanyahu change what he's doing? And words are not enough. Condemnations are not enough. If we hope to change Israel's behavior, we must use our leverage. The American people have seen this tragedy with their own eyes.
Yep.
They have made their judgment. They do not support giving Israel more weapons.
This is the result of political pressure and political activism. It's hard fought. It's not enough. But this does not happen without people demanding it. Because he would just rather go along to get along and push that I approve button and collect his money from AIPAC. But he has absolutely no choice but to stand up for human rights, because he'll lose his fucking job if he doesn't. And this is what political pressure looks like. Don't let anybody ever tell you political pressure doesn't work. that political leverage it's not the right time. It's not the right time to do political leverage. It's almost always the right time to use whatever power you have to fight against to fight for the things you believe in.
Do not reward a wrongdoer. Now it's up to us.
Right. And but he's still a coward about it, right? Like I said, you would think, Israel, there's some kind of debate in Israel about the humanity of Palestinians, right? There was some kind of debate in the Knesset. No. It's like literally just this madman named Bibi Netanyahu who's, going against the wishes of his country. That's how they frame it. It's the coward's way out. It's the coward's way out. And Bernie Sanders participates in this as well, by the way, this fantasy.
In this chamber to take action. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Right. So it lost. It lost. But the only the relevant news is that over 100 Democrats finally stood up and went against Hakeem Apak Shakur, aka Hakeem Jeffries, and voted no on giving them more weapons, defensive or offensive, right? Because usually they're like, oh well, we'll still fund the Iron Dome, but now we finally reached the stage where it's like, no, nothing, no more money for anything. You're on your own until the election's over. Vote blue no matter who. Thanks for the $5. I'm gonna send you 700 texts. Help me out. Oh, Trump bad. Trump bad. Help me out. $5 more, please. Oh, you gonna do anything? Are you gonna do anything that your constituency demands? Barely. Fucking barely. About 10% of what you demand of me. Please vote blue no matter who. So, Ben Gvir is actually to the right of Bibi Netanyahu. Him and Smotrich. I can't remember the name of his party, but this is the guy who wears a noose pin, literally a noose, a hangman's noose, celebrating that this law that allows him that allows the Israeli government to hang the Palestinians that the Israeli government has kidnapped, I think including children. He celebrated it not only with pins, but they had a whole cake with a fucking noose on it. And this comic book villain over here, I guess, is also Ben Gvir's plan to surround Palestinian prison with crocodiles moves closer to completion. Just to give you an idea of what's happening in Israel. This guy is, by the way, is like the defense minister or something. He was appointed by Bibi Netanyahu because he had to, because his government is being challenged by this guy. His government keeps getting more and more popular in the Knesset, and they're very, very close to taking over. God help us all. The Palestinians are toast if this guy becomes prime minister, and there's a lot of talk of making him prime minister. Look him up, and you will see I am not being hyperbolic even a little bit, in the slightest, to say that this guy, stone cold psychopath. Israel has removed a key legal obstacle in one of the country's most unusual security proposals. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir's plan to surround a prison holding Palestinian detainees with crocodile-filled waterways. By the way, there's no escapes in these Israeli prisons. This is comically unnecessary. Yeah, are there crocodiles in Israel? It's like a fucking desert. What, are you going to ship them in from Florida, watch them fucking float up, bubble up, and die the moment you put them into a fucking boiling hot, man-made fucking waterway? You got little laser beams attached to their fucking heads. But, like, there's no Palestinian jailbreaks. Milk and honey, no desert. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Forgot. Greatest country in the world. But there's like, this isn't a problem. Like Palestinians escaping, like wily Palestinians getting out of their, dungeon, their fucking rape dungeon. Look it up. Look it up. So this, like, Palestinians escaping prison is not even an issue, and this guy is like, let's surround it with crocodiles. Environmental Protection Minister Idit Silman signed a decree on Wednesday stripping the Nile crocodile of the protected status that confined the reptiles to licensed zoos. Right, so we're talking about Nile crocodiles. Okay, that makes sense. They're used to the desert. Reclassifying them as tended wild animals that security bodies may keep under specified conditions. The change, made over objections of Stillman's own legal advisor and Israel's Nature Authority, removes the barrier that has stalled the national security minister. So that's who he is. That's who Ben-Gvir is. National security minister. He's in charge of national security currently. National security minister's proposal for what Hebrew media have dubbed the crocodile prison, with Ketzat prison in Negev penciled in as the pilot site. True, conspiracy cat boy, that's true. Maybe the Palestinian prisoners would prefer the company of crocodiles to the IDF. Ben Gvir over here. Can we teach the crocodiles to rape the Palestinians? Yes. He's a fucking psychopath, okay? There's nothing anti-Semitic about classifying this guy as a mustache-twirling fucking comic book villain. Look him up. Look him up. I'm not playing. Psycho. Let me get you a couple more. Here is an Israeli settler. Yeah, I was making fun of this in the Discord. Literally presenting settler colonialism like it's a fucking life hack. All you need is the fucking indie ukulele music. Here's the 5 steps to settler colonialism in Israel. Like, literally just like a fucking life hack over here. Here's the one trick those Palestinians don't like. But this is literally from the mouth of the people stealing. This is in the West Bank, by the way. This is, Gaza's over with. They're just waiting for the IDF to let them in. The settlers in the Gaza Strip. But this is what's happening in the West Bank. This was posted on last month. Looks like this was posted last month. Freely, openly, on social media. Couldn't be more proud. Smiling ear to ear. Here's how we steal more land. Here's how we work with the Israeli government and the IDF to steal more land. Here's this life hack everyone should know about.
שלום לכולם, אני רוצה להראות לכם על משהו מטורף.
I want to do, so I'm going to read it for you. I want to do something amazing for
משהו
you.
מטורף. מוכנים?
Ready?
אתם רואים את
You see that mountain with the path with the road?
ההר הזה? עם השביל, עם הכביש? שם היה אמור
An Arab village was meant to be built there.
לקום כפר ערבי, ובזכות ההתיישבות
This is
הזאת,
in the West Bank, by the way. And thanks to this settlement, she points to the left and shows it off here.
חוות שומרי העמק,
Farm of the Guardians of the Valley.
אז הוא לא קם.
It did
כדי
not.
שתבינו
So you understand the significance of settlement. It was supposed
את המשמעות של התיישבות, זה היה אמור להיות כפר.
to be an Arab village that would literally strangle us here. Our Shiloh settlements.
ערבי שממש חונק פה אותנו, את גוש שילה. ההתיישבות.
Settlement is what brings in the army, and this is they've done literally for decades. This is how it's worked. This is how it's worked. It starts off as illegal, and so they invade a territory, they take over a land, they take over a farm, they take over a piece of area. Then the IDF comes in and prevents the Palestinians from getting them off the land, And then eventually the government says, okay, well, the settlement's been here long enough. There's nothing we can do, and just fucking legitimizes it and said, okay, now you're officially part of Israel. Move on to the next chunk. So settlement is what brings in the army. Settlement breaks new ground, and then the army truly arrives. This is an amazing partnership that safeguards all the people of Israel. If you were to talk to Scott Jennings on CNN, if you were to talk to what's his nuts from AIPAC there, Jeffrey something, I think. You talk to Bill Maher, right? You talk to Sam Harris. You talk to name doesn't come to mind at the moment. Scott something. Financial guy. Scott something. Deny. This doesn't happen. What do you mean? It's incredibly anti-Semitic of you. Scott Galloway. What do you mean? It's incredibly anti-Semitic for you to say that the settlers are working hand in hand with the IDF. Look, the Israeli government says that these settlers are illegal. Look, what more proof do you need? Every once in a while, the Israeli government will arrest one of them for a couple days and then release them. What's the problem here? This is the classic that you'll hear from them. It's a complicated issue. And you assuming that the Israeli government is colluding with these settlers is anti-Semitic. Jonathan Greenblatt was the other guy I was talking about. Head of the AFL-CIO or whatever. Maybe. Is it the AFL-CIO? Whichever. It's a lobbying group, pro-Israel lobbying group. Jonathan Greenblatt. But no, they just... And mainstream media has their back, too. That you can't say that on CNN. Can't say that on MS Now, ABC, CBS, NBC. It's a anti-Semitic trope. It's blood libel to say that settlers are working hand in hand with the IDF and the Israeli government to steal land. There's no evidence. You're being so anti-Semitic by spreading these lies, these blood libels. And that is the narrative right now. Meanwhile, in reality land, on social media a month ago, proudly in front of the entire fucking world, here's how we work with the IDF to take more territory. Here's how we do it. Look, let me just show you. I'm so proud of this. This is really great. We work hand in hand with the Israeli government. And you lose your fucking career even now. If fucking BTC what's his nuts? Adam Mockler. Or anybody that, any of these, to the left of the corporate Democrats, slightly to the left of the corporate Democrats who had the pleasure of getting to go on TV once in a while. Not like Scott Jennings, who has a permanent seat on CNN, right? Once in a while, maybe we'll bring in a slight lefty progressive who says crazy things once in a while. If they say this even once, you're gone. You're gone. You're never allowed on TV again. If they were to say settlers are working hand in hand with the IDF. Bye, career. See you later. Oh, yeah, you like being on CNN? You like that legitimacy? Nope, you're gone. Eject button. Meanwhile, on social media in front of the world, here's what's actually happening. An amazing partnership that safeguards all the people of Israel. Really? Is that what it's doing? Stealing Arab land? That's safeguarding Israel? Really? Because it kind of seems like you're pissing off all your neighbors. And you're basically forcing, even the EU and the fucking Qataris to unify, right? We're talking Israel, Syria, not Israel. We're talking Iran, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Qatar and the UAE. Israel is literally forcing their hand, right? Once they've completely taken or taken enough of the West Bank, and they've shown that they're not going to stop in Syria. They're going to take the Golan Heights. They're going to try to take more. All these Arab countries are going to be like, we have no fucking choice. They're coming for us. The greater, they don't even, Qatar and UAE, they don't even want to admit it. But greater Israel is real. Bibi Netanyahu, speaking only in Hebrew, by the way, for a Hebrew audience, points to a map of Israel taking over the entire Middle East. They gladly and proudly chant from the river to the sea, right? They say it's a terrorist thing. They say it's a chant that the terrorists say if a pro-Palestinian says it. But they unironically believe it. And they show maps that say Israel's going to take over this entire region. All the Arab countries. We're coming for all of them. So that is somehow making Israel safer. Basically declaring war on 7-8 different fronts with all your fucking neighbors. That's making Israel safer. Right?
מדהים ששומר על כל עם ישראל. אז
So applause for the army, applause for the settlement.
כפיים לצבא וכפיים להתיישבות ולפרוץ.
For breaking new ground, conquering and redeeming all the expanse of our land. Big smiles. Ukulele. Ding, ding, ding. Bing-a-ding, ding. Here's a little life hack how to steal land. Bing, 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 bing. It's really great to steal people's land. You can see our home here. He's on a horse. And here is the Shiloh Valley. Bing, 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 bing. It's really great to do settler colonialism. Making everything safe by taking over every country. And you can't even mention it on mainstream fucking media, man. That's the thing that blows my mind. It's like they're just bragging. Israeli strikes kill Palestinians attending Gaza funeral for earlier strike victim. No, this is not The Onion. So they kill some person. Who knows? I'm sure it's Hamas. Take their word for it. So they murder somebody, and then they strike the funeral. Well, gee, that actually sounds like America in Iraq and Afghanistan, doesn't it? By the way, fresh violence casts further doubt over fragile ceasefire. This is the ceasefire. Yeah. This is the ceasefire. Right? You cease, we fire. Blackout, blackout, blackout. Come on, quit being so violent. Come on. I'll spare you reading this one if you want to read it right here. Yeah, exactly, Seneca. We're almost done with Israel, Palestine. People can't stand, it's like literally the oversaturation and the Israel-Gaza fatigue is working. I can see it. As soon as I start talking about this issue, people are like, I'm gone, boy. See you later. I'm going to play some video games. And that's no offense to anybody. I get it, but it's real. The Gaza fatigue is real. And it benefits Israel. No protests, like 24 people show up to a protest, right? Nobody talking about it in the media. The media no longer feeling obligated like they have to talk about this. I mean, how many did they kill? 2, 3? How many funerals did they bomb? Just one? Just one funeral this week? Let's talk about Trump. Let's talk about Trump some more. It's a ceasefire. It's a complicated situation and a ceasefire. Come on, blah, 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 blah. It's complicated, blah, 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 blah. Let's have Jonathan Greenblatt on for the 700th time to tell us that everything's great and that Israel's keeping everyone safe. Al Gore stan. Yeah, how you doing? Fuck Al Gore, by the way. He's 100% correct about climate. Where the fuck is Al Gore, though? Well, that's good. Lizard Lounge. Land, oh my lazy lizard lounge. Hardest fucking name on Twitch to say. But you get my point, though. What's my political views? Fuck you. Tell Al Gore to suck my dick. That's my political views. I'm not a Republican. Fucking hate that question. God, I hate it. I'm a democratic socialist who believes in the fucking Constitution. That's my political persuasion. Are you happy now? Put me in that box. And make sure you tell Al Gore to fucking suck it dry. Where the fuck is he? He should be out in the fucking streets. Does a multi-million-dollar documentary. Where the fuck is his criticism of Bill fucking Clinton and the Epstein files? Not a fucking peep. Too busy hanging out with millionaires, going to $1,000 fucking dinners and enjoying his fucking waning celebrity. Should be doing marches in the streets and fucking speeches. Where the fuck is Al Gore? No, I know a fucking excuse. You know how many 80-year-olds are out there in the fucking streets defending our country? Fighting against tyranny? No fucking excuse. That motherfucker can't take a private plane to to hop in a limo to go to a fucking march. Go to a fucking march. Do a fucking speech. Can't waddle his ass up to a fucking microphone and do a fucking speech. Bullshit. Bullshit. Plenty of 80-year-olds showing up, doing what they're worth. Al Gore has some celebrity. Al Gore has some motherfucking play. He's got time, money. He does not have an excuse. And where the fuck is that? Where the fuck is he? Nowhere. Crickets. I bet you he's got time to do TV appearances and shit, show up to some motherfucking, bitch-ass interview on fucking mainstream TV. Oh, you're so great, Al Gore. What a hero. Oh, thanks. I'm Al Gore. Yeah, thanks. No fucking excuse. 78 years old, no fucking excuse. Plenty of 78-year-olds showing up to fight against tyranny. Where the fuck is Al Gore? I'm supposed to give him credit because he did a documentary about climate change that he's not wrong about, but he's not fighting for that shit. Multi-fucking millionaire. We're in a full-blown fascist takeover. Where the fuck is Al Gore? Huh? He can't find time to crawl out of his mansion for 5 fucking minutes to do his speech? Get back in his limo, hop on his private jet, back to his mansion before fucking sundown. Fuck Al Gore. Yeah, it's a big mansion. He has a hard time finding his way out of it. Fuck Al Gore. Here's the last video about Gaza, Israel that we're going to show today, and then we're going to move to a different subject. This is from the Jews of Conscience subreddit. Israeli pro-colonist organizations tell undercover Al Jazeera reporters how Western donors can evade charity law, help fund campaigns to demolish Palestinian homes, and provide military-grade equipment to illegal colonies in the illegally occupied West Bank. You won't hear this on MS Now.
We can't supply with weapons. We can give everything around the weapons. If they need better scopes, if they need better bags and different stuff like that, or medical bags or better helmets, that's all we do. The rifle comes from the army.
First of all, do you know anything about what doesn't?
So they know how unpopular they are. And so they're finding ways to take donations from people to fund the settlements, to give them weapons and armor in the settlements, but without advertising it.
It doesn't appear anywhere on the records of your family or individuals or organizations that they have donated to Regavim.
They were prepared to give to our educational non-profit arm that we established that sounds more okay-ish. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much. You know what I mean. We're monsters.
If it's military stuff, we need to report it in a different way internally for them to be okay.
So this is the reason why it is unlawful for charities in the UK to provide aid to a foreign armed force. Are they cracking down on this? Are they investigating it? Nope. Keir Starmer lets it happen.
I got a question about it. And my answer was no, they're not going to soldiers. You want the civilians who are evacuated and finished. Because if you got the soldiers, it'll be in big trouble.
So you went to soldiers?
Yeah, means soldiers.
So they're speaking candidly because this is an undercover operation. They don't know that they're being recorded, by journalists. They think this is all, they think it's a $1 million donor who's like, well, I want to support genocide, but I don't want people to know that I support genocide. And right, it's like, well, that's what we do. That's what we facilitate. Great, quick double tap, right? And I bet you they're fully enforcing that Ukraine rule. Welcome back, Harry Haas. So here are these American-made M4s being distributed to settlers.
רכשנו היום מאות רובי ארד M4 משופר, מסוג הרובים המשמשים את הימ"מ ואת היחידות המיוחדות לטובת תגבור כיתות הכוננות בשומרון. עשינו זאת באמצעות ידידי השומרון מארצות הברית, מקנדה ומצרפת.
So here's, as you can see, this is the mayhem that they get armed up, and then this is what the settlers are doing to Palestinians. As you can see, this man's about to get run over.
In the occupied West Bank, people are always afraid.
These are children being shot and killed.
The message to the settlers is you can do whatever you want. No rules, nothing. Really, total anarchy.
You're doing nothing.
It's like an era of miracles. More than 700,000 settlers live in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem, and they're pouring in more and more and more.
Now, all of them will form a belt of settlements that will physically separate Bethlehem from Jerusalem.
What Israel is doing is a continuation and an extension of what it's doing in Gaza.
So transfer is a code word for ethnic cleansing, right? Kidnap people, throw them on a bus, throw them on a plane, and dump them in a country that they weren't born in and have no idea what to do, and a country that doesn't want them, right? This is why they're legitimizing Somaliland, because the original idea was to try and create some kind of issue at the Egyptian border, the border that touches the Gaza Strip, but Egypt has put up like 6 fucking partition walls and has dumped all kinds of money into preventing it. So they've realized that it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do that. So now they're opening up a new path to dump people in, and that's Somaliland. Look it up.
The idea is to destroy the concept of Palestinians in Palestine.
That's right. That's right. What does this say here? Al Jazeera put its findings to all those featured in the investigation. Daniel Lura and Alteret Koknaim stated there was no scheme by which payments to Alteret Koknaim were routed through the educational nonprofit. So they just lie. The UK Charity Commission noted the findings of our investigation and invited us to submit our evidence. Oh, wow. They got them. They're on the case, guys.
Obama.
Random. They're on the case. Don't you worry. Evidence submitted. Email received. We'll get right on it. Nap time. The Israel Magen Fund and the other parties featured did not respond to our inquiries. Oh, well. How could it be legitimate if they didn't get back to it? The UK government's complicit. And in the US, it's even more blatant, right? So there you go. Oh, sorry. Real quick. Pro-Palestinian activist Fergie Chambers arrested in Spain after U.S. extradition request. So this guy, Chambers' arrest came the same day the Washington Post reported the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had invited senior ministers from more than 60 countries to a meeting on what the administration described as growing threat of transnational far-left terrorism. Over the past decade, Chambers has used part of his inherited fortune to support humanitarian initiatives in Gaza and legal defense funds for left-wing activists in the United States and the UK. So targeting someone who has funds, who has means, he inherited money, and he's using that money to try and, help the Palestinians. So he's effective. He has resources. So laser beam target on him, get rid of him. And this is how it's going to go for all left-wingers, right? They're going to start with the more effective ones, take them out, and then they're going to come after small-timers like me once they've taken out all the effective, larger names. According to the indictment, prosecutors have charged Chambers with international money laundering, riot, and conspiracy to riot. The indictment charges allege that after leaving the United States in 2023, he transferred approximately $7.5 million out of the country in order to seek opportunities to provide material support to Hamas, right? It's terrorism, terrorism, terrorism. You try to feed Palestinians, you're helping Hamas, right? You try to provide medical services to Palestinians, you're helping Hamas. And it's the same thing that we're going to see over here in America. Left-wing organizations that try to feed people, try to help people, try to organize. They're all supporting terrorism. Their intention is to riot and foment terrorism, right? Everything's going to be under this terrorism law. Any ability to organize is going to be destroyed. While the U.S. has never been a member of the ICC, the court asserts territorial jurisdiction over alleged war crimes committed on the territory of its 125 member states. The U.S. rejects this, demanding that the personnel and allies, such as Israel, be completely shielded from international prosecution. Yeah, and I haven't reported on this. Thank you for that, Seneca, but I haven't reported on this. But, of course, Marco Rubio recently came out just a couple days ago and said, we are going to attempt to dismantle the ICC, strip it down completely and depower it, which is, it's literally like a criminal getting in front of the microphone and saying, we're going to disband police. We're going to disband, any kind of rules against crime. We're going to go after anybody that would try to arrest us for our crimes. We're going to destroy those organizations. That's literally what Marco Rubio is saying. And this is just an extension. I mean, Obama did this too. He sanctioned members of the ICC that tried to, classify Bibi Netanyahu as a war criminal, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, Lenny, thank you again for coming in. And folks, make sure you're subscribing to Lenny. He's doing a great job with his stream. Make sure you give Lenny that support. Thank you for coming in, Lenny. Thank you again for your support. But, I mean, this is literally like, a criminal talking about we're going to disband police, we're going to disband enforcement against our crimes so that we can commit more crimes. And Obama is complicit with this. Joe Biden, of course, is complicit. I think Joe Biden sanctioned members of the ICC, froze their assets, because they dared call out Israel for its war crimes. So this is the reality. Okay. We got to talk about it. The Young fucking Turks and Tucker Carlson. Let's see. Let's just take a quick peek at TYT and see if they have a Tucker Carlson thumbnail in the last couple weeks. Let's just take a look. Looking for Tucker. No, where's the Tucker? Are we going silent on Tucker? They're getting a little quieter on Tucker. They're getting a little quieter on Tucker. Where's the breathless defense of your boy Tucky Tuck. Where are we at? How far down do we got before we get a Tucker in the thumbnail? Looks like they've slowed down. I wonder why. Gee, I wonder why. Are they going to call out Tucker, though? No. I don't see any call-outs. And I'm sure in these videos, they stopped putting him in thumbnails. But if you watch enough TYT, there's going to be a defense of Tucker Carlson. Oh, Tucker Carlson said this, or Tucker Carlson said that. Any of these videos about Israel, Tucker Carlson is going to be brought up somewhere. Tucker Carlson disagrees, and Tucker Carlson this and that. So why am I talking about this? Because Cenk Uygur is a useful idiot for Tucker Carlson. There's no other way to put it. I still have a shred of respect for Cenk Uygur, but every single day that respect diminishes. Even his own audience, I've seen it in Cenk Uygur's live streams, where he's like literally given donations, right? And he's like, oh, thank you for the donation. Then he reads off the donation, and it's like, I don't really like the Tucker defense. And, it's like, I disagree with the defense of Tucker. And like Cenk Uygur's like, oh, well, he's, we got to find common ground. We got to find common ground with the people we disagree with. Meanwhile, what is Tucker Carlson's stance? Kick out all the immigrants. Kick out all the brown people like Cenk Uygur. Destroy Cenk Uygur's life. Remove Cenk Uygur from being, criminalize Cenk Uygur's existence and kick him out of the country. That is literally Tucker Carlson's ideology. That's literally what he believes. And I'm going to show you a video here. Just a couple days ago, Tucker Carlson coming out and talking about how dangerous multiculturalism is. And how it's destroying the country, right? Because it's all about this great replacement theory. Right. Wait, hold on. Forgot the L. So Tucker Carlson fully believes in the great replacement theory. Hates immigrants, hates brown people, wants to literally kick them out of the country. And on top of that, he hates America. He hates democracy, except he's really smart about it. He's really fucking smart about how he talks about his desire to see America turn into a monarchy. He wants a dictatorship because he sees a dictatorship just like Nick Fuentes. They see a dictatorship as the quickest way that they can get what they believe is, their vision of America, which is a dictatorship, an empire, at the very top, a strong man at the very top who implements Christian nationalism, right? Everyone's forced into the same religion. Everyone has to be Christian. Bible taught in the schools, Christian indoctrination for your kids the second they know how to read, right? The second they even know what they're looking at, right? Miss Rachel forced to hold a Bible. And he hasn't, he hasn't just, and the reason why TYT talks about him is because Tucker Carlson has come out against Israel, seemingly for the Palestinians, which is a total fucking joke. Because the whole reason that Tucker Carlson is coming out against Israel, there's two reasons. One, he's anti-Semitic, and he believes the Jews are taking over the world. Two, he's connected to Russia. And it's literally a Russian fucking psyop to help destabilize the West by using the West's support of Israel as a wedge to divide and conquer people. And I've watched hours and hours of this garbage. Has TYT ever brought this up? They love talking about Tucker when he criticizes Israel. They'll show there it is. Okay. 2 weeks ago, Tucker's big apology. This is the end. Never, ever have they brought up the fact that he vehemently, proudly, and loudly supports the Great Replacement theory, which would see Cenk Uygur kicked out of the country. Never have they talked about Tucker Carlson's connections to Russia and his convenient U-turn on Palestine. Right? The moment he gets kicked off Fox News because of the Dominion lawsuit, takes a fucking propaganda trip to Russia, does a whole propaganda documentary. By the way, after he does a pro-January 6th, it was the left-wingers conspiracy theory. What was it? Where here? This one, where he does a whole the left-wing FBI connection to January 6th. He does that documentary. Then he gets kicked off Fox News, goes to Russia, does a disgusting, embarrassing propaganda piece for Russia. And then like 6 months later, he's doing his own fucking thing on his stupid fucking podcast with the fucking wood walls in his wooden cabin, getting invaded by demons, according to him. He does a U-turn. He does a U-turn on Palestine, right? Decades and decades of the brown people. Oh, the brown people. Oh, Arabs. Oh, no, 9/11. Arabs, 9/11. And then all of a sudden, oh, I care about human rights. It's just Christian. It's just Christian of me. Okay? TYT, silence. Silence on all that stuff. And instead, they only want to talk about Tucker Carlson's disagreements with Israel. And they frame it like it's genuine. Like they're like, well, you know, this one we have a lot of disagreements. They have 99% of the time they don't even say we have a lot of fucking disagreements with Tucker. Right? 99% of the time they don't even say that. But once in a while they'll say, "Oh yeah, there's some things that we don't agree on." They won't get into specifics. But they're like, "Oh, Tucker, oh, they have his back." And I'll show you here. Let me show you what your average TYT Tucker video looks like. Like I said, no mention of any of this stuff. And my only conclusion is that Cenk Uygur is dumb. What else can I say? Because he still does a bunch of progressive content. He still does all this anti-establishment, all kinds of stuff. But Tucker Carlson has him completely fucking fooled. Completely. He and TYT, Anna and Cenk Uygur, cradle Tucker Carlson's balls. Even though Tucker Carlson, if he gets his way, would install a Christian dictator who would immediately deport Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian, by the way. I think she was also a child of an immigrant. Nope, gotta go. You're gone. You're Armenian. Gotta go. You're not pure white Christian blood. And it's like, okay, it's one thing to do a segment, and I've done this before, where you're like, okay, Tucker Carlson, broken clock, said something right. Oh, that was an interesting interview with Tucker Carlson and this reporter, where it's like Tucker Carlson was calling out Israel, right? And he made a good point about how, if the good point that he made was like, okay, well, you say, Israel is owed this Palestinian land because they're, it was gifted to them by descendants, they were there first, right? And that there are descendants of these people living in Israel that are owed this Palestinian land, right? That the Palestinians kicked them out. By the way, not true. The Romans kicked them out. Wasn't the Palestinians, right? So like 10,000 years ago or something, when the Roman Empire was a fucking thing. But he makes a good point where it's like, okay, well, can't you do a DNA test? Isn't there a way for you to confirm these descendants? And they're like, no, wait, wrong button. They're like, right? It's like, well, can't you prove you're owed this territory? There was some descendants of this Jewish family that was there 1,000 million years ago or whatever. So it's one thing to say, okay, like, hey, Tucker Carlson said this thing that's kind of interesting. Oh, by the way, he's also a Russian shill. He believes in the Great Replacement theory, wildly racist. He wants a monarchy. He wants a dictatorship. He's just a freakazoid, right? Talking about demons scratching him while he sleeps in his bed. Oh, yeah, I got scratches on my body from demons as I slept. None of that. Silence on all of that. So let me show you. Let me show you what your average TYT Tucker Carlson video looks like. And then we're going to watch this video from Ebb and Flow where it's like, oh, this is the part that they leave out. Every single time. Dozens and dozens and dozens of videos on TYT about Tucker Carlson. And they leave out this part. And it's like, I even now, I have a hard time believing that TYT is like secretly pro Great Replacement Theory. Like these two ethnic, right, this brown guy and this Armenian woman are like pro Great Replacement Theory. Oh, I hate myself. I can't wait to put somebody in power that wants to kick me out and strip me of my citizenship and kick me out based off my race. So my only conclusion is that he's just a fucking useful idiot, that he's just, like, dumb. And like I said, I still have a shred of respect for this man, and it's kind of hard for me to say that. But I can't fucking understand why they cradle this Tucker Carlson's balls. I don't get it. Is it money? Are you getting money from somewhere? Is it some donor who's like, you got to do this? They seem to be doing it willingly. They don't seem to be getting paid to do this. It fucking boggles my mind. What is the reason? Why won't you tell the truth about this fucking fascist? So let me give you an example. We're not going to watch the whole 15 minutes, but I'll show you how they fucking, massaging this man's balls, dude. Why?
My father, who was a boxer at one point, would always say there are two types of guys, and you got to be careful of the second. They're the first who are like, what'd you say? What'd you say? Say it again. Push you in the chest. You don't have to worry about those guys. And then the guys don't say anything, just knock you cold, hit you in the face with a beer bottle and keep hitting you. Like, those are the people you need to be afraid of. They're not the posturers. They're not the braggarts in your, And I think everyone knows that intuitively. And Trump is very much, what'd you say? Shut up, bitch. I don't take you seriously.
Wow, he's against Trump, right? He's against Trump. Motherfucker's all about J.D. Vance. Motherfucker has no interest whatsoever in leaving the Republican Party. He wants Peter Thiel or someone else like that in charge, right? He wants Elon Musk in charge. The only reason he doesn't like Trump is that he's just too much of an embarrassment, right? He's not effective at implementing the Christian dictatorship. And watch how Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian frame it like, oh, he's against the Republican Party, right? They don't say that explicitly, but that's kind of what they're implying. This motherfucker has no interest whatsoever in coming to the Democrat side. He is still 100% on board for Project 2025. Totally on board for the destruction of leftism by force, by gunpoint. The installing a full-blown Christian dictatorship in the United States. Fuck the Constitution. He hasn't moved on that an inch, and I got proof. But watch how TYT over here, embarrassing, dude. I need to put up a fucking Pornhub logo for this kind of shit. Watch. I haven't even seen this video, and I know exactly what they're going to do because they've done it dozens of fucking times. This was 2 weeks ago. Watch this embarrassing display, framing this man as some kind of like middle of the road, common sense conservative who's like, who can be swayed by argument. Watch.
Damn. Okay, things are getting nuclear over at Tucker Carlson's place. So he's going after Trump in every way. Last week, he said he was leaving the Republican Party, and now we're going to apparently another level.
He said, I can't vote for this president. I can't vote for the current crop of Republicans. I would never vote for a Democrat. Yeah, I'm reading the chat. What the fuck you got to say? So he said that explicitly. I can't support a Democrat. His Tucker Carlson fucking manic laugh. I can't support the Democrats. And look at how this shit is framed on TYT. Oh, damn. Whoa. coming over to our side, bro. They're coming over to our side. He's just a dummy.
He said he was leaving the Republican Party, and now we're going to apparently.
But this is after Tucker Carlson did a flowery, precious interview of J.D. Vance. Either it was an interview or he made statements that was like, I love J.D. Vance. I think J.D. Vance is great. No, I think it was just statements. He didn't do an interview. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Flush yourself, motherfucker. No, but this is after statement. Cenk Uygur knows damn well at Tucker Carlson. He's like, oh, he's leaving the Republican Party. Cenk Uygur knows damn well. He's come out and made statements pro J.D. Vance statement. I think he's great. I think he's great. Very presidential. I think he's great. Ignored. Intentionally ignored. You're trying to tell me Cenk Uygur doesn't see this as plugged in, super political, watches every comment, plugged into social media, doesn't see the stuff that Tucker Carlson says outside of these interviews where he says something correct or says something that he likes to hear, but he ignores everything else and he misses everything else? Tucker Carlson isn't leaving the Republican Party. He's not even leaving MAGA. He just doesn't like Trump because he's an ineffective buffoon he sees he's like one of the rats leaving the ship. He's just one of the first rats. Anybody can see this. Anybody can see this.
Over at Tucker Carlson's place. So he's going after Trump in every way. Last week, he said he was leaving the Republican Party, and now we're going to apparently another level of Tucker Unchained. So, Anna, what does 11 look like on that scale?
Oh, my God.
This is pathetic. This is pathetic.
I had read about Tucker Carlson making those statements. I hadn't actually seen the video of it, and damn, the gloves are definitely off. That was amazing. And by the way, I totally agree with him. The people who puff up their chests the most tend to be the weakest, most cowardly individuals. And we're seeing that in Congress right now, actually. Now, with that in mind, it does seem that Tucker has some deep regrets on a whole host of things in his past.
View botting. That was a good one. What do I have, like 20 or 30 views? No, I'm paying money. I'm paying money. 30 viewers. I got 30 viewers. Oh, I'm paying money. I'm paying money for 30 viewers, guys. Oh, keeping it on the DL. Keeping it on the DL. Okay. I'm not a Trumpy. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Holy shit. I'm a view-botting Trumpy. He sees the beard and he sees criticism of TYT. I'm literally criticizing fucking Tucker Carlson over here. You, sir, are a complete fucking idiot. I mean, you are, whoa, you're way up there, dude. What does your colon smell like? Yeah, Harry, you're such a bot. 30 viewers. I'm view-botting 30 viewers, guys. Yes. That's all I can afford. That's why. It's because I'm fucking broke. I can't afford the 40 viewer package. Just the 30 viewers. One message per minute. Look, dumbass. The main reason why I have 30 viewers, but you don't see like a string of chats. You're such a jackass. But the reason why you don't see a string of chats is because most people in my chat have lives and they do other things, play video games or do chores or, they do things while they listen to me. So they kind of treat it like a podcast, right? They got it on and then see, Harry is cooking and, they do other things. So that's why they're not no-lifers who are fucking like, emoting in my fucking chat every 5 seconds. So, is he going to see it? Is he going to see my name? I hope he sees my name. Yeah, they have fucking lives. So that's why, you know, they're doing other things while they're watching my chat. You're a fuck. I mean, you are like literally hilariously stupid. Like, are you like Andy Kaufman's son? Like, is this some kind of bit? I mean, you are absolutely fucking stupid. So, quit saying ridiculously hilarious things to make me interrupt my chat, because I'm trying to make a point here about how TYT are sycophants for Tucker Carlson seemingly for no reason. So just go ahead and shut the fuck up and leave like you promised you were gonna, and I'm gonna get back to the subject of the stream, okay? You piece of shit dumbass. Welcome back, Splenvania. Good to see you. Are you another one of my view bots? How much did you cost? Splenvania, well-known bot. Cost me $1.50 for Splenvania over here. You know it. Wow. You think... I mean, you just keep saying incredibly stupid things. I can't help myself. You think it's impossible for a European to be dumb? I assume you're from the UK, maybe? Wasn't the UK the ones that just voted recently, a couple years ago, for Brexit? The only time in history that a country has imposed economic sanctions on itself? We're talking about a country that's like this close to voting in Nigel Farage as its prime minister? We can't be dumb. How can we be dumb? Europeans are smart. We're really smart. The same Europeans, like in fucking France, in fucking Germany. Germany about to vote in the AFD, motherfucker. You telling me that's smart? You're about to let Nazi Party 2.0 take over Germany, dumbass. We're smart. We're smart. They don't Sieg Heil. How could they be Nazis? Let's get them in there. I don't like immigrants either. Wow. Okay. I mean, you're so incredibly stupid that it's fucking like my mind is fucking exploding right now. No, Europeans are incapable of being stupid, guys. You might want to look at those polls, motherfucker. Might want to look at those polls, motherfucker. AFD are a fucking pussy hairs away from taking over the whole fucking country, having a majority in parliament, and getting their prime minister voted in there. You're about to lose your country to the fucking Nazis in Germany. Never again, huh? It's literally going to be one of the stupidest things ever in history, where it's like, I don't know, maybe the Nazis weren't so bad. I don't know. We're really smart over here in Germany. That's why we're going to give the Nazis another try. So every day when you wake up, do you have a cream pie, like just sitting by the side of your bed, so that when you wake up, you just smash that fucker like Three Stooges style in your face? You just oh, here's my cream pie. Smash! Is that what you do? Put on a little red clown nose? Is that what you do? I'm so smart. Honk, honk, honk. Beep, 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 beep. Face just completely covered in cream. My daily cream pie, not the sexual one. I literally smash a pie in my face and put on a clown nose. That's how Germans wake up every day. You keep talking about Trump like I don't dedicate my life to fight against this political project. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Look, I have shit to do. You're an embarrassing person. Okay? And I'm saying this 100% earnestly. You need to shut the fuck up and start listening. And like you have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I have to move on. I'm gonna time him out. But like you're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing. You're legitimately embarrassing yourself. I'm telling you, I don't really like you, but I'll do you a favor right now, and I'll say you're literally embarrassing yourself every time you open your mouth, and you need to completely like shut the fuck up for like an entire year. like a monk and do more listening and less of this. A whole lot less of this. I mean, you're literally embarrassing yourself. Okay? Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Once again, thank you so much. But you're legitimately embarrassing. Legitimately. Okay, back to the subject here. I'm going to show you a little bit more of this video just to make my point about how TYT seemingly cradles Tucker Carlson's balls. And it's like, and like I said before, it's one thing to point out, okay, here's some things that Tucker Carlson said that are correct. But let me also mention that he is a great replacement theory bigot racist who wants to install a monarchy and destroy the American way of life, who is likely working for Russia on behalf of Russia to divide and conquer our nation. Right? Could you find time to bring that up, maybe?
Including the fact that he lent his support to Trump, helped him get elected, and he persuaded others to support Trump. In fact, he gets into the details in this next video.
Oh, well, he's so
I wasn't
sorry.
apologizing so much for telling people to vote for Trump. I didn't tell anybody to vote.
No, Tucker Carlson didn't tell anybody to vote for Trump when he did the conservative conferences, when he did the TPUSA conferences, when he got up on stage during the entirety of Trump's first term and cheerleaded Trump and said, and said all these nice things about Trump. No, he didn't necessarily tell people to vote for Trump. I mean, well, you got to be dumb to believe this. You got to be dumb to believe this shit.
I wasn't apologizing so much for telling people to vote for Trump. I didn't tell anybody to vote. I almost never tell anybody to do anything.
I didn't tell anybody to vote for Trump. Cue the dozens and dozens of videos of Tucker Carlson telling people to vote for Trump. Literally. Does TYT have the resources to type Tucker Carlson supporting Trump into YouTube? I'm not even going to waste my time doing it. We saw the man do it until 5 minutes ago. You know what I mean? And they just buy it. They just buy it. TYT just buying it wholesale. No question. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. You've never told anybody to... I've never told anybody to do anything, says the guy who did a documentary about how January 6th was a left-wing plot.
But what I did was...
Yeah, Splendvania. He loves dictators. He fucking loves dictators everywhere. He loves fucking monarchs in Qatar and the UAE. He fucking loves them.
I vouched for his sincerity on these questions, and clearly he was not sincere. So
I didn't tell anybody to vote, but I did say maybe a couple times that he was a very sincere Christian, and he has the best. He loves America, and I gouged my eyes out, and I covered my ears so that I couldn't see the reality of it. I'm just too stupid. I'm just innocent little Tucker Carlson.
Or maybe he was sincere in some dramatic event that we don't know much about.
Right, so he's still hedging. He's like, well, maybe he was sincere when I was supporting him and telling you to vote for him, even though I wasn't telling you to vote for him. Maybe he was sincere, and then a major event, maybe a demon came to him in his sleep. Don't try to trigger me, man. You're triggering me. The grift doesn't have an ideology, just opportunity. Exactly. And TYT, dude, why? God, why?
Changed his views, whatever it is.
So he's still trying to hedge. He's still maybe he was being genuine when I was supporting him, and something happened and changed.
Did my best to sell Trump, the idea of Trump, to people on the basis of claims that are now clearly false. So I did that. If I sell you a mortgage at 4% interest and it readjusts to 12%, I've sold it to you under false pretenses, and that's exactly what happened.
He's a rat jumping the ship early because we can all see it. Anybody with fucking eyeballs can see that this whole Trump emperor experiment is collapsing because he's so bad at this, right? He's so narcissistic. He's destroying his own project. He's not leaving the project. He's not leaving MAGA. Maybe he said I'm no longer going to vote Republican. That's not true. He's lying. He's like, you don't say I'm no longer going to support Republicans, and then 2 weeks later say J.D. Vance is really awesome and J.D. Vance is really great. And I don't know if he said he's presidential, but that's what he was implying, right? He hasn't gotten off the fucking train. He's just, the emperor is walking around with no fucking clothes and his little tiny mushroom penis out, and he's like, he's doing a Seinfeld, and he's like, okay, I'm just going to wait for this guy to kick the bucket. And then I'm going to hop on the next hardcore, extreme Christian nationalist fascist, but younger with a suit and tie, right, who doesn't embarrass himself every single time he opens his fucking mouth. He's going to get fully behind that guy. I'm talking Tucker Carlson is going to do fucking speeches for anybody who replaces, right, who's seen as the new head of MAGA. This motherfucker is going to be right there lining up to support it, right? Because this motherfucker hates this country. He hates our Constitution, and he's going to get behind anybody that continues with this Project 2025 MAGA style project of installing a fascist Christian dictator to force everybody into his religion by gunpoint. I guarantee, I'll put money on it. Anybody, $100 right now, $100 with whoever takes over for Donald Trump, when Donald Trump finally croaks and whoever takes over as the head of the MAGA project, $100, Tucker Carlson will be doing speeches for that person. I will put I'll put $1,000 on. Who wants 1,000? Who wants 1,000? Is Cenk Uygur in the chat? Hey, Cenk, $1,000, $1,000 right now. Tucker Carlson will be doing speeches. I'm not going to say when. I can't predict that, like within weeks or months. But I guarantee $1,000 I'll put down that Tucker, whoever replaces Trump as the new king of America, new king of MAGA, he will get full-throatedly behind and fully support.
Now, why did it readjust to 12%? I don't really know. Like, what did the Fed do? I don't know. But it happened. So I'm sorry about that.
So this isn't the first time that he has shared his regrets in regard to his support for Trump.
I thought you didn't watch him, Anna. I thought you didn't watch Tucker. I thought you didn't watch these videos. But now all of a sudden you have a full fucking knowledge of his apologies. Which one is it?
During an interview, a separate interview with Sky News, he also shared his regrets on his previous rhetoric on Islam. But before we get to that, Cenk, I actually want to just quickly talk about just the difficulty of being a public figure who
they have his back so fucking hard. I just don't get
feels a tremendous amount of pressure, especially if you're in the political.
Because she used to be a left winger, and now she's a right winger, Megyn Kelly clone almost. And she's like, I really feel for people who make ridiculous statements, or in my case, truthful statements. And then they completely do a 180 in front of the public, and people don't like that. I really feel for people who do that. I mean, Tucker Carlson made a complete ass of himself his entire career, and now he's a socialist on one issue, and people are like injecting doubt. They say that Tucker Carlson isn't an honest actor. They're doing the same thing to me, who pretended to be a left winger, and now I'm trying to be a right winger, and people aren't buying it. It's really hard.
News space to endorse someone in every election.
She's a right winger.
And I'm done with it. And the reason why I'm done with it is because under this duopoly, this two-part.
She did an interview with Megyn Kelly a couple days after Megyn Kelly made the I wouldn't care if Republicans nuked something. Like if Republicans used a nuke, I wouldn't care, laughed it off. And she didn't even bring it up. She didn't even bring it up in her little interview with Megyn Kelly.
Party system that's deeply corrupt, where you have moneyed interests and foreign interests buying our politicians, both on
like maybe Russia, right? Right, with Tucker Carlson, Russia connection, right? Oh, you're sick of it? You think that's really? No, you're not going to mention that, though, are you?
The left and the right, and the right.
Because the only criticism she has is for Israel, and that's that's fair. That's fucking fair, right? Israel is buying up our politicians, but are we not going to bring up fucking Russia?
whatever that means in the context of the United States. I mean, what a joke. Like, what do you do? Who do you support? Who do you endorse? They're all liars, save for a few very specific examples. And so, like, I really respect the fact that he has his regrets and he's willing to vocalize those regrets.
How pathetic. It's just pathetic. He's a con man grifter who, I mean, he's not even hiding this very well, right? He's not even, you have to intentionally ignore all these other statements, and I'm about to show you this other statement that I'm talking about. You have to intentionally ignore all the other stuff that he says, where he's hedging his bets and he's basically making it clear that he's still a Republican. You have to ignore all of that and just laser beam focus on this one little thing that he talks about, and to believe this. It's like there has to be money involved or something. Like there's got to be some connection here.
I do not respect those who are like, oh, it's, basically like, you helped ruin the country by supporting this guy. It's all your fault. We're never going to forgive you. I don't respect that take, because I just like to.
Is that what I'm doing, huh? Is that? No, I'm not even doing that. I'm literally saying this guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he, like, his fucking wolf nose is sticking out of his sheep costume. He's not even a convincing sheep. And you are just totally ignoring that. Like, it's not like he's like, oh, forgive me, I was totally wrong. Forgive me for this. Forgive me for that. Forgive me for all these statements. No, he's like literally this one thing with Trump. And then as soon as Trump is gone, he's right back to it. I mean, it'll be the mea culpa one day that we get from TYT is going to make me fucking break through the table, okay? The mea culpa one day when Tucker Carlson does a TPUSA speech and, cheers on J.D. Vance and the resurgence of the new Republican Party, the mea culpa that we get from TYT, they're probably not even going to do it. They're probably just going to go total radio silence. Complete radio silence on on Tucker Carlson, and just conveniently forget that they cradled his fucking balls for. This has been going on for over a year now.
Ask those people, what would you expect a conservative Republican to do in the last election cycle? Did you expect them to vote for Kamala Harris? I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was a disaster. I didn't vote for Trump, that's for sure. I did what I usually do, which is write in Bernie Sanders. But that has been the case, 3 election cycles in a row for me at this point, because I don't like what the Democrats are serving up. I've never liked who the Republicans serve up. And so when I say I want people.
This is why I'm so fucking confused. I just don't get it. I just don't understand. TYT, they still call themselves home of the fucking progressive.
Ordinary Americans to be kinder to each other. And not to the systems, not to the politicians, not to those in positions of power.
Make friends with your local fascist who literally wants to destroy you. That's the solution.
Specifically talking about your fellow American. The reason why I'm saying try to be a little more empathetic is because we're all.
When you have a million forks, but all you need is a knife. That's irony, Josephus.
In this hellhole where we don't really have an option. We don't really have good options. Regardless of who you vote for, regardless who ends up becoming the president,
has to say, and then we'll
at the end of the day, you're going to be humiliated by them reneging on their promises, nickel and dime.
What is this political nihilism? What are we even talking about? Give up? Both sides bad? What are you even advocating for, Anna? What are you even talking about? How do we break through this? How do we defeat this? Handshakes to fascists like Tucker Carlson? What are we talking about? Because basically what it sounds like to me is like, give up. Both sides bad. Give up.
You as they just pour more and more money into the Pentagon and to foreign wars. And I'm sick of it.
Right. Now, to be fair, they do advocate for, they're even still defending Graham Plattner, which, I should have talked about Graham Plattner today. Maybe we'll talk about Graham Plattner another day, because it is pretty fishy, right? Like, okay, Graham Plattner guilty of rape, right? No, he's not guilty of rape. It was just an accusation. No investigation, no evidence. The woman who claims she had text messages wasn't able to produce them. I'm not trying to defend a rapist here, and I don't think, what I'm trying to say is that we don't have proof that Graham Plattner was a racist. All we have are allegations that were taken seriously by the media, and then full stop. That's it. That's literally all we have. It's like literally someone came up and said, I'm racist, and he sent Abandoned Nihilism sent me a bunch of texts that he hates black people. Oh, you got the text? Can I see them? No, I don't have the text anymore. Oh, well, Abandoned Nihilism is a racist, right? Like it's literally that's what happened to Graham Plattner. So they still have his back. So it's just to be fair, and it's not just Graham Plattner. They support Ro Khanna. They have the back of people that are pushing back against the corporate Democratic establishment, right? So she doesn't advocate for political nihilism. It's just like her little spiel here just doesn't seem, I don't know, it just seems very ranty, I guess. I guess I should know something about that.
I am done with going along with the system as it is right now.
I agree with that.
We need to break this system up, and we need to rebuild it as something that is for the people and by the people. That is not.
But it's not democratic socialist. They criticize Zoran Mamdani, her and Cenk. But the solution is not with democratic socialism, though. No, it's some kind of magic third path or fourth path where you're like Ro Khanna style, where you're rubbing up your Bernie Sanders, right? Where you're rubbing up against the corporate Democrats, but you don't go full socialism. Oh, that's scary. That's democratic socialism is scary and bad. And I don't know about this taxing the rich kind of stuff. Cenk Uygur hates taxing the rich. He does not like it. He criticizes Zoran Mamdani's tax policies, the rent freezing, the fucking grocery stores, criticizes all of it. Yeah, Josephus, totally. Yeah. Well, I'll talk about Graham Plattner next stream. Obviously, he's done. He's cooked. They're going to replace him with a corporate Democrat, and Susan Collins is going to win. That's obvious what the fuck is going to go on. But right now, on paper, right now, what do they have against Graham Plattner? He said, she said. That's it. If the dude's a rapist, how come he's not in fucking jail? Right?
What we have right now. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So a lot to address there. I'm going to answer your actual specific questions. First, you mentioned the folks who say, like, don't work with Tucker on anything. I
kind of agree, Splendvania. I kind of agree. I don't know. I think he does lend credence to the allegations by stepping down. He says that allegations are not true, but I'm going to step down anyway. So they're true then? Wait a minute. Why would you step down if the allegations aren't true? Well, it's like, so he lends, authenticity to these allegations that there's no court case. No one's getting arrested. She's got no proof. She's got no proof of these text messages and voicemails. Can't reproduce them. They're gone apparently. So they all they have is her word. He denies them. Right. Immense public pressure. Sure. But he denies them. But then he steps down anyway, which basically is like, I'm guilty.
First, you mentioned the folks who say, like, don't work with Tucker on anything. I just don't get it. Like, number one.
Yeah, you clearly don't get it. You're kind of a useful idiot for Tucker Carlson, man. Listen to this. He always does this. He always does this in every fucking video. He's like, the fucking crazy loony left coming out here criticizing Tucker. But you intentionally ignore every other statement from Tucker, and it has to be intentional. Don't tell me you don't see it. I'm going to show you. I'll show you in 1 second once he's done with his little diatribe.
Who say, like, don't work with Tucker on anything. I just don't get it. Like, number one, he has done what I view to be the maximum, which is he has apologized for, influencing people to vote for Donald Trump. I mean,
yeah, but it's like literally a guy who's committed 100 crimes and he's apologized for one, and he's actually hinted and made it clear that not only is he not going to apologize for the other 99, but he still totally supports those other 99 crimes that he committed. And we're supposed to be, oh, well, he said sorry for one. He said sorry for Donald Trump. Of course, he's a rat jumping the fucking ship. Of course he wants to jump off the fucking Trump train. Look at the fucking guy. He's an absolute disaster. The second a more competent fascist takes over for Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson is going to get right back fucking to it.
Literally can't ask for anything better than that. And then some on our side move the goalpost. No, he needs to say that he really loved Kamala Harris. Come on. That's absurd. That's an absurd standard. Why would he say that? I don't even like Kamala Harris. I voted for her, but
that's the standard. That's what we're not judging him because he didn't come out and say I support Kamala Harris. We're judging him because he still supports the Great Replacement theory, that there's a bunch of connections to Russia, that the motherfucker's a kook talking about demons slashing him up in his sleep, talking about how diversity is America's weakness.
only because Donald Trump was on the other side. And so, no, is that good enough? Well, I mean, if that wasn't good enough, he just called him a bitch. I don't know anybody insulting Donald Trump more than Tucker Carlson outside of me and Anna.
Clearly, you don't watch enough leftist media. Clearly, you don't watch any of your so-called fellow progressives. Kyle Kulinski calls Trump a fucking pedophile rapist. I haven't seen anybody outside of Tucker Carlson call Donald Trump a bitch. Oh, well, then clearly you're not watching any progressive fucking leftist media.
Right. So if Tucker Carlson is criticizing Trump more than you are, maybe you should take a seat.
Nice straw man. Beautiful straw man. Fucking is the straw man marching down the yellow brick fucking road right now? What a ridiculous and Cenk Uygur is the king of the fucking straw man. Check out his interview about half a year ago, or maybe even a year ago, against Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball. It was nothing but fucking straw men. He was like, "Oh, you say this and you think that and you have this opinion," and they were like, "Whoa, dude, no, we don't. What are you talking about?" It's like, how dare you say you come up here with this opinion and that opinion? It's like, we don't. That's not what we believe. And then he talks over people. He doesn't then let them tell him what their opinion is. He has this complete manufactured fucking straw man of what the left is, this fucking made up enemy that he considers what the left is, and he doesn't even fucking know. He doesn't even fucking know what the left is. And he claims to be home of the fucking progressives.
Right? About criticizing Tucker's on that issue, right? And again, if you're binary brain and you just can't muster up enough mental power to say, I oppose Tucker on these issues, like
what issues? What issues? Tell me.
Rights, feminism, etc.
Human rights, feminism. How about the fact that he hates you? He hates immigrants. He works with Russia. He fucking believes diversity is a weakness. He wants a monarchy. It's not just human rights and feminism, Cenk. He literally hates you. He literally, if it was President Tucker Carlson, he'd put your ass on a bus and kick your ass back to Turkey.
Oppose Tucker on these issues like gay rights, feminism, etc. I agree with Tucker on war or Israel or against Trump. Are you now going to be pro-Trump because Tucker's anti-Trump?
Right. So if you criticize Tucker, you're pro-Trump. How dishonest is this? How ludicrous is this? And he criticizes corporate left-wingers for the same thing, right? The same type of people that say, if you criticize us, then you support Trump. And here he is making the exact same fucking argument for progressive, because who's he criticizing? He's criticizing progressive left-wingers now for continuing to criticize Tucker Carlson. Right, and he say, "Well, if you continue to criticize Tucker Carlson, you support Trump." It's just lazy.
I mean, what level of absurdity does that purist camp get to?
That's purity, right? Yeah, to fucking go against people who still vehemently support the Great Replacement theory. That's purity, huh?
I don't know, but we're probably going to find out.
Right, so there you go. There you fucking go. That's your average TYT Tucker Carlson segment. That was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Now, let's go ahead and jump to reality land, huh? Where us lefties are doing our purity tests against Tucker Carlson because we secretly want Trump to win, and we secretly want Israel to win. right? Because we just can't see through the fog. We're just useful idiots for do-nothing leftists, right? So you just got an earful of how TYT frames the argument, how TYT thinks progressives and leftists, when they're criticizing Tucker Carlson, who we are. Let me show you the reality of who Tucker Carlson is. This is shit that he said days ago. Days ago. This is the shit that TYT intentionally ignores. Watch this. And this is from your boy Ebb and Flow, by the way. Make sure we're supporting Ebb and Flow. He's a real-ass motherfucker. Pass the blunt to Ebb and Flow. Real-ass motherfucker right here. This is the reality of Tucker Carlson, broken down quite eloquently by your boy Ebb and Flow. Let's watch.
I'm so thankful. We were saved by the Democrats. Don't often say that, but it's true in this case.
You know,
saved by the Democrats.
But it does have this sort of like in the air. It's possibility. It's possibility. It's possibility. It's possibility. All right, so Tucker Carlson has been consistently making waves in the conservative politics world ever since he came out against Trump and against this Iran war and opposing Trump on issues like Israel. He's been very strong on that, voicing his opposition to this war, not just in strategic terms, but in moral terms, as well as America's support of Israel, criticizing it on moral terms, that, you know, it's a genocide and what they're doing over there is terrible and we can't be supporting that. And while there's the question of how much of it is honest, how much does he really believe this anti-war stance versus is it just opportunism? He sees that that's a popular thing at the moment, but also my concern with not just him, but a lot of these conservative guys who have turned tail on Trump, what about their ideology has actually changed? In many of these people's cases, it's nothing. They haven't actually changed their worldview at all. And so that's the interesting thing about this, is they're trying to carve out a way to criticize Trump on the war by saying this isn't what we voted.
Cenk Uygur calls us fucking like idiots and we Trump supporters because we don't give Tucker Carlson the benefit of the doubt.
For this isn't what he said he was. However, there's no acknowledgement of the fact that the reason we've been kind of sleepwalked into this terrible position as a country is because people bought into these guys' cultural arguments. So here's a couple clips, first of all, where you can see sort of where his head is at about some of this stuff. And he also makes an interesting comment here about having talked to somebody in the CIA. So here's that.
People, yeah, of course, there are a ton of people like that still in the administration. Who would work in an administration? You're not going there for the money. You're not going in there for the hours. You're not going there for the prestige, I hope, because there is none. You're going there because you want to serve your country and you like believe that this guy can make America great again. A lot of people believe that. I believe that.
Right.
Sort
Yeah,
of.
there's just no money for the fucking people who work in the Trump administration. The ones that go in, $50,000 to their name and then leave multimillionaires. There's just. You know, you're joining because you just earnestly love America and you believe in the project.
And so, yeah, they're still there for sure. There are a lot of people who love the United States in a normal way, not a kind of chest beating, creepy, bloodthirsty way, but like a nice way. Like, it's a great country. Let's not wreck it. There are a bunch of people like that in the administration, including at CIA. I hate to say that, but it's just true. Talked to one this morning.
Talked to one this morning, huh? Like you do. Called up your buddies at the CIA, huh?
There are a lot of countries that we describe as tyrannies that are more responsive to their population than...
Literally, this is how he describes brutal, tyrannical monarchies like Qatar, like the UAE, where you know, if you're a woman, you walk, you know, without a headscarf, or you fucking, you know, you protest against the government, you fucking disappear and get your fucking fingers chopped off. And listen to how he describes it's more free than America. They're described as tyrannies, but they love freedom.
Ours is, and I would name every Gulf country. They're all
every Gulf country, Iran, Qatar, more free than America. Listen, this is because that's his vision of freedom. Is a conservative monarchical, fucking Christian dictatorship, and this is how he's incepting this idea into fucking goobers and morons like Cenk Uygur, who like, who are like, well, give him a break. He just loves America. He only wants a fucking monarchy.
There are a lot of countries that we describe as tyrannies that are more responsive to their population than ours is.
They're more responsive to their populations. You're not allowed to fucking have any amount of. You can't protest in Qatar. You can't criticize the royal family on social media in Qatar. Your ass gets scooped up immediately. You can't do that shit in Iran. The fucking morality police show up to your house in Iran if you criticize the fucking theocracy in Iran. And listen to how he just gets more free. It's more free. Gee, I wonder who's an ally of Russia in the Gulf states? Oh yeah, Iran. Jeez, what a weird coincidence that he's once again peddling Russian propaganda.
I would name every Gulf country. They're all monarchies. All 6 of them are monarchies. The GCC. It's hereditary. You can't run for emir, okay?
And they're more responsive to their people than America. And listen to how he describes Canada.
You're born into it or not. And yet those governments, I've seen it firsthand a lot over years, and I know some of those people, but they're really kind of aware at all times of what their population wants. And they make a good, they may blow a lot of money on hookers and private planes and all that stuff, and that's well documented. But they do not ignore the baseline concerns of their population.
They absolutely ignore the baseline concerns of their population, Tucker. Are you joking? And then listen to how he brings up Canada, where it's like, oh, there's no democracy in Canada. Oh yeah, he describes it like it's a fucking tyranny, like it's a third world country. And it's like, no, it's the exact opposite. I mean, it's just literally fucking banana fucking, it's crazy. It's bizarro world shit. He's like, no, the real freedom can be found in the Gulf states, but not in Canada. It's only a person. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not stupid. Tucker Carlson is many things, but he is not stupid. He knows 110% what he is doing. This is, I don't know if it's directly from Russia or if he knows Russia will approve of this. This is divide and conquer, confuse people who think they're pro-patriotic American, patriots, to advocate for a monarchy, to advocate for a dictatorship. And he's doing it in a really slick kind of way. But it's very, if you understand politics, if you understand what the fuck is actually going on, you can see how insidious this is.
Because, well, for a lot of reasons, but one, because it's stupid to do that, because you get a revolution. I feel like our country is less representative of the views of its population than almost maybe any I've ever visited. Europe is pretty close. Canada, of course, is worse than we are, but
Canada, of course, is worse than the United States when it comes to democracy. And I'm the purist. According to Cenk Uygur, you're a purist if you continue to criticize Tucker Carlson because of a few disagreements on human rights and feminism. He literally just said the Gulf states are more free and more democratic and more, and more reactive to the desires of their people than Canada or the UK. You have to know nothing about politics to believe that. You have to know fucking nothing about politics. Like literally, Keir Starmer had to step down. He had to fucking step down because people were demanding, get the fuck out of there. Does that happen in the Gulf states, huh? Did the royal family in Qatar step down because people were sick and tired of fucking not getting services or whatever? Did that happen in Iran? Are they responding to the demands of the Iranian people, the fucking theocracy? I know for a fact the Canadian government responds. I mean, there was just a recent incident with Doug Ford trying to destroy a green belt. During his election, he promised he wasn't going to touch it, and then all of a sudden he was getting buddy-buddy with contractors. People got ripping pissed. People protested that shit, and he did a total 180 on that. Okay? And, Mark Carney absolutely has to, weigh the concerns of the Canadian populace when he's making decisions. He isn't coming in here and just, going full blown austerity neoliberalism, probably like he would probably want to, because he's a fucking corporate neoliberal, austerity loving banker. He's very careful, actually, about how far he pushes people and how much he takes away. And he's very careful, if he's taking something away, he's giving something to someone else, because he's 100%, not 100%, but he's way more accountable to the population in Canada than anybody in the fucking Gulf states. And listen, to that, it's delivered like it's common sense. It's delivered like everybody knows this. And Cenk Uygur says we're the fucking idiots. Cenk Uygur says we're the purists because we're not swallowing this fucking tripe.
Other than that, we lead the world in non-representative government. What the country was like not that long ago, before 9/11. It was like a silly, frivolous country in some ways. Everyone always said that, oh, you're so shallow. Yeah, fair. But also really happy, pretty happy country, really.
Cohesive, yeah.
Yeah, and yes.
And listen to this. So the guy just said, yeah, pre 9/11, we were really cohesive. And listen to how Tucker, listen, all of a sudden it gets dark. All of a sudden he's like, yeah, cohesive. Yeah, watch his description of what this guy was like. Yeah, better times, right? People were happier. 9/11, we were more cohesive. Cohesive. Yeah, listen to what Tucker Carlson has to say about that.
Well, that, underlying all of this is that fact, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I wish that weren't true, but it is.
I wish that weren't true, but it is.
Yeah, cohesive. It was a cohesive country,
Yeah, cohesive country, demographically cohesive.
Diversity was not our strength.
Diversity was not our strength.
Our weakness in the people.
It was our weakness. And this is that great replacement theory stuff that Cenk Uygur intentionally ignores. Yeah, we were more. Yeah, you're right. People were happier pre 9/11. There was more cohesiveness. Yeah, it was our weakness. Demographic diversity was our weakness. It wasn't our strength. He contradicts himself. Why? Because he believes brown people and other cultures have made America weaker, when it is the exact opposite. That we are the shining city on the hill. The message on the fucking Statue of Liberty makes it clear, right? The reason why we're so strong is because we let people in, other cultures in. We are the melting pot. And Tucker Carlson goes, yeah, scary, isn't it? Frightening. Yeah, we got to do something about it. I promise you, if Tucker Carlson was ever president, Cenk Uygur would be on a fucking plane to Turkey. I guarantee I put $1,000 on it.
Pushing it knew that, right? There was a concerted effort to destroy the country.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I talked to one this morning. Tucker Carlson, for anybody who does know, for anybody who doesn't know, his family does have some CIA ties. His father seemed to be a part of some kind of CIA propaganda program involving the radio. And most people don't just have casual conversations on a Friday morning with CIA members of the CIA. But I think also what's interesting here is how dark he gets immediately when someone mentions that, essentially the demographic of America has changed, that it used to be a more cohesive country. So he hears that word cohesive and he instantly goes to this sort of dark place about, oh, well, yes, there are people who have very purposely been tearing apart the social fabric by trying to. So this is where it gets into the great replacement theory and this sort of purposeful demographic change that
and Cenk Uygur's not stupid. He is intentionally ignoring this shit and being like, well, take your victories where you can, and we gotta work with fascists and bigots like Tucker Carlson to achieve our agenda, our progressive agenda. This is the only way for us to win. He doesn't speak like a person who's opposing this stuff. He speaks like he's a capitulator, like a collaborator, right? He has no interest in defeating Tucker Carlson. He wants to work with Tucker Carlson. And it's like, no, you have to draw the line. You got to put the fucking foot, you got to put your foot on the fucking ground, and you have to stand your fucking ground, and you have to accept that these are two diametrically opposed visions of the future of America. There's no halfway, compromise between the great replacement theory and, the vision of America as envisioned on the Statue of Liberty. It's one or the other. And Tucker Carlson, he's going to do everything he fucking can to destroy us, the left, the progressive left. And Cenk Uygur is absolutely going to be part of that. He's not going to be considered one of the good ones and be protected.
Democrats have essentially done to make the country more liberalized. This is a theory that Tucker Carlson has been beating the drum of on his program for years. It's straight up Nazi shit, and it's what not just conservatives, but sort of psycho-conservatives do with this issue of immigration. They take the fact that immigration is something that is always happening and happens because of various political conflicts or wars, like ones that we start, and they turn it into like this invasion that's happening. Or it's something that people are doing to import people deliberately to replace you. And so that can be the U.S. government, liberals.
It's an insidious invasion, and he thinks Tucker Carlson is part of that invasion. You're bringing your Turkish values and Turkish culture into America. You're muddying our purity. That's what he fucking believes. And I'm supposed to ignore that shit because he pretends to think, you know, he pretends to believe that Palestinians are human beings temporarily while it's politically advantageous for him.
Nancy Pelosi, it also can be the Jew that is often a target of that type of conspiracy. And so he says, and so it's important to note that he is still 100% on board with that. His thoughts have not changed on that a wink. And that ties in with this stuff about how he's like, oh, thank the Democrats because they are going against Israel now. It's starting to not make very much sense, but he's not changing his mind on that in the same way that he claims to have changed his mind on Trump. And he also says this interesting stuff about monarchies. And he makes a point that I think a lot of people would agree with, or at least would be interested to hear, that there are countries that we consider to be authoritarian, like monarchy style governments that are more responsive to their people than America is, because they actively are trying to avoid revolution, whereas American leaders kind of don't care, don't feel like they have to fear that. So while there's a point he's making there, he's also kind of caping for the type of Gulf countries that people...
Yeah, it's not, but it's not even fucking true. Because until you know, Israel was attacking Iran, what was happening? You know, there was protests against the Iranian monarchy, and they were cracking down on those motherfuckers. Now, the numbers that are being bandied about are lies, right? Tens of thousands of protesters were being killed, but it is true that they were killing at least hundreds of protesters, murdering them in the fucking streets for daring to speak up against the theocracy. And, you know, and of course, here, you know, he's showing proof of connections. Of course, Tucker Carlson has connections with the Qatari royal family. Tucker Carlson sparks uproar after revealing plan to buy a home in Qatar to make a statement that I'm an American and a free man. Cenk Uygur, man, I can't wait for the mea culpa, because it's like he's in too deep. When the day comes when Tucker Carlson, right, when he can't hide it anymore, right, when Cenk Uygur can't ignore it anymore, when it's too glaring and too in our face, I just can't wait for that mea culpa. I was wrong, you know, the title of the TYT video, I was wrong about Tucker. I can't wait.
People have been skeptical of Tucker Carlson's ties to for a couple years now. And that also does coincide with his turn on Israel, being so harsh against Israel. Again, I think that's a great thing. I'm glad he's out there going hard on Israel, but it does have this sort of like, it's certainly not a left-wing critique, I'll say that. And it's interesting that in other countries he notes as being non-responsive to their people, he notes Europe and Canada, two other countries that uphold democratic principles, which Tucker Carlson, that is something he claims to care about.
He hates democracy, Tucker Carlson. In a democracy, he's not allowed to force his religion on other people. You can only get away with that with a theocracy, with a dictatorship. Can you have a state-mandated religion? And that's exactly what Tucker Carlson wants. He wants to stick a gun in your face and say, do you believe in God or not? And if you don't, get the fuck out if you're lucky. And if you're not lucky, you get... That's the ultimate end goal of Tucker Carlson's ideology.
Individual freedom, democracy, and yet pretty consistently he points to monarchical nations as being more free or more stable or more clean or whatever. And it's just an interesting commonality in Tucker Carlson's worldview, and the fact that he points back to liberalism as being this sort of fundamentally corrosive thing. Like that's what makes governments not responsive to their people and also is responsible for this sort of demographic.
So you have this enemy of liberalism, enemy of progressivism, and you got home of the progressives, TYT, fucking cradling and massaging his nutsack. It's something is missing here. There's some connection that we don't know about.
Change and purposeful destroying of a country like America. And so that's where I want to get deeper into his current worldview on where things are at, as well as the fact that, as others have noted, these guys are already kind of setting the stage for J.D. Vance to now be presented as the alternative to
Oh, he's against the Republican Party. He's against the Republican Party. No, the fuck he isn't, Jank.
Trump, which, first of all, I don't think is going to work very well, but also it's an interesting sleight of hand because Trump is supposed to be the alternative to typical Republican politics. J.D. Vance is a lot closer to typical Republican politics. It's sort of repackaged, and he has a different kind of more working class focused way of presenting the same ideas, but by and large, J.D. Vance is closer to typical Republican politics than Trump is. And so they're all just going to immediately start saying, well, this guy's obviously the better alternative to what? To Democrats, to liberals, because of the immigration, because of the abortion, etc. So here's where he gets into that, and you can see.
You know, and Cenk Uygur's going to be picking Tucker Carlson's nut hair out of his teeth, being like, "Oh, I didn't see it coming. Oh, I thought Tucker Carlson was this, and I thought Tucker Carlson was that." It's going to be epic. I'm going to be there for it. Let me tell you something. The mea culpa is going to be fucking beautiful.
Not only that this is not a guy whose worldview has changed, but this is somebody who has a specific agenda to try to solidify the forms of conservatism that he likes so that they don't get destroyed by this current strain of Trumpism.
Exactly.
When you have broken with the Republican Party, does that mean you have at least slightly broken with J.D. Vance, or do you still see him as someone who could fix things?
I mean, well, first let me just say, let me take issue with the term catastrophic Iran war. That's not strong enough. I think of a new adjective. I can't, but like the war that, you know, ends the world we knew, that brings brings American empire not to a kind of gradual, sensible wind down, but to like a screeching, disastrous halt. That's what this war is. It's the worst, dumbest thing any American president in my lifetime has done. So there's that. JD. Yeah, I mean, I know J.D. Vance really well. I make a life rule of not becoming friends with politicians because that's not a good idea, obviously. And for
liar. Like a year ago, he was in the fucking Trump White House taking PR photos with Donald Trump. Buddy, elbow to elbow.
For many years, I thought of myself as like a journalist, and like that's not allowed. I mean, all kinds of reasons, and I don't really like them. By the way, they're all kind of mediocre. I became friends with J.D. Vance. Like
lovely, isn't that lovely? Oh, I have a rule. I'm really principled. I'm not friends with politicians, except J.D. Vance. He seems really earnest and honest.
Really like J.D. Vance. I really like his wife, like his children. I think he's really smart. I think he's a decent man.
This is the man that's left the Republican Party, according to TYT.
I don't agree with him on everything, obviously, but I really like him, and I pushed him hard on Trump, both when he ran for Senate in Ohio and to pick him as vice president.
Because Seneca, he has a lot of play. His ridiculous fucking podcast is one of the more popular ones. It's like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and a few others. He has a lot of fucking play right now with the so-called Republican Party, right?
Others did the same. I was very aggressive about it, and I think I had some effect on that. So it's really obvious. Like, I love J.D. Vance. I still feel that way. I don't know exactly how much.
And look, the reason why I keep bringing up TYT is because they're one of the largest independent, so-called progressive, liberal news networks on social media, on YouTube right now. They're one of the biggest. They're all over cable news. They're all, they got apps everywhere. They're one of the only leftist news programs, political-oriented news programs that reaches out past YouTube. So they're very relevant, and they consider themselves, they literally call themselves home of the progressives, and they get millions of views, right? And I mean, millions of views like every month, not on every video. And yeah, I read your comment there, Splenvania. It's 100%. A theocratic ethno-state. But they're one of the only, like, even Democracy Now! Doesn't make it to cable networks. But you got fucking TYT on the Samsung app system. They're on cable. You know, if you go, it's like conservative, mainstream, and then TYT. Democracy Now! Isn't there. Fucking The Hill isn't there. Rising isn't there, right? And it's like it's hard to even call Rising left wing half the time with Sagar and Emily over there stinking up the place. But they're one of the only mainstream left wing, supposedly progressive, independent news networks that gets out past YouTube. And here they are, I mean, totally like cradling the guy's balls, man, and calling other leftists that criticize him purists.
Effective vice president can have. He's got no constitutional power to send or withdraw troops. He's not in charge.
It's crazy.
He's the stand-in in case something happens. So, I mean, I would just say the obvious. The guy hasn't had any actual authority except that granted to him by Trump. I think it's tough for anybody affiliated with Trump, associated with Trump.
By the way, Sagar Anjanetti, the co-host on Breaking Points with Crystal Ball, fucking loves JD Vance, considers him a close personal friend, and it does interviews with Tucker Carlson all the time. They get together at least twice a month or 3-4 times a year. They do these little pally friendly back and forth interviews, right? It's a slicker version of MAGA, a more refined, more focused version of MAGA that's waiting in the wings. It's waiting for Donald Trump to die. And as soon as Donald Trump dies, Tucker Carlson and JD Vance and Sagar Anjanetti and all the others are going to crawl out of their fucking holes and say, okay, this is the new legitimate conservatism, right? We're gonna go harder on ethno-nationalism. We're gonna go harder on dictatorship. We're gonna go harder on anti-immigration, lies and rhetoric. And this is the new direction for MAGA. Which is even more tyrannical, even more dictatorial. But we're not going to be embarrassing. We're not going to focus on the ballroom. We're not going to focus on the reflecting pool. And we're going to have less connections to Jeffrey Epstein and less. We're not going to embarrass ourselves as much. We're going to present better in front of the camera. But we're going to go even harder on fascism. And we're gonna have this era of legitimacy. They're just waiting for Donald Trump to die, and these motherfuckers are gonna kick it in full gear and say, no, we're the adults in the room. We're gonna finish the Project 2025, and then we're gonna go to the next evolution of Project 2025. We're gonna go harder with the dictatorship and harder with the anti-immigration rhetoric, and we're gonna implement the theory of great replacement. We're going to make that a reality in America, and we're going to do it with a suit and tie, and it's going to look all buttoned up and real nice and respectable while we kick out millions and millions of brown people, and purify the blood of America. But we're gonna do it real sensible. We're not going to make a fool of ourselves every time we get in front of the microphone, and we're not going to have these embarrassing connections to Jeffrey Epstein, and we're not going to put gold baubles on the fucking wall and dismantle the East Wing, right? We're not going to do any of that. Maybe we'll do it a little bit, right? But we're not going to build a fucking Arc de Trump and put our fucking faces on the coins. And, that comes at the end. That comes at the end when they got their dictatorship in place, and then the statues and stuff. When they have full control over everything, that comes at the end. But we're going to hide our power level, right? We're not stupid enough to start treating ourselves as kings, as a monarchy, until we've actually achieved that status of monarchy, and then the gloves are going to come off and all the statues are going to go up, and we're going to be czars and we're going to be dukes, right? Tucker Carlson is going to be able to control all of California. He'll just be assigned California, and he'll be able to. I mean, you know, the gloves will be off, and the fantasy comes true. But that's the plan here, is that they're going to be, you know, they're going to take over the fascistic MAGA project, but they're going to de-Trumpify it, right? But they're going to go harder on the Stephen Miller style bigotry. Yeah, dude, Splenvania, Sagar Antonetti is a fucking joke. And Crystal Ball, every single time she sits next to him, she dishonors herself. And I wish she would do better. As a fan of Kyle Kulinski and as a fan of Crystal Ball, I wish she would fucking separate herself from that fucking grifter who absolutely loves Tucker Carlson.
To have a political future anytime soon.
Gus.
This is so bad.
Goost X raid. Thank you, Goost X, coming again in the paint, man. Appreciate it, Goost. And don't worry, to the people that are being forced to watch me, we're actually wrapping up the stream. We're ending this very soon. I've been shitting on TYT and Tucker Carlson for the last hour. That's what we're doing. But big props to Goost. Thank you, Goost. Big fan of Goost. I haven't seen any of his streams, but I'm a big fan. Ryan and Crystal are way too soft on Sagar. Absolutely. I got problems with fucking Ryan as well. But honestly, like, Crystal Ball is too good for Sagar Antonetti, you know, and I think secretly Kyle Kulinski would agree with me, right? He keeps the claws in the closet when it comes to Sagar Antonetti. Kyle Kulinski does. Like, he keeps his criticisms to himself. But I think whenever that day comes when Crystal and Sagar separate, he's going to have a lot of heat for Sagar Antonetti. But yeah, thank you, Goost X broadcast there, Goost broadcast. Once again, thank you so much for coming in. I know we've had our disagreements last time, but that's very kind of you to come in and raid. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you had a good stream. Definitely got roped into that, and now she can't get out. Seemingly, like, I mean, I've seen her disagree with Sagar, but only when Sagar says the most ridiculous, extreme, outrageous stuff. Yeah, I think we had a slight disagreement about something last time you raided, but you were like, I gotta go, man. I ended my stream. I gotta get the fuck out of here. But no, I appreciate the support. Thank you, Goost broadcast. Like I said, I've seen Crystal Ball disagree with Sagar, but only when he says the most extreme nonsense. Most of the time, she stays quiet while he spews right-wing conservative nonsense, right? With no question, with no pushback, and nary a disagreement. Not that she agrees with him, but she just, she keeps it to herself. Yeah. And look, I love Kyle. I really do. I'm a huge fan of Kyle Kulinski, right? So I'm not trying to shit on his wife. Please don't clip this and send this to Kyle. No, I disagree, Josephus. He's not a leftist Pee Wee Herman. Is he a little bit childish? Sure. Yeah. He, just like I do, he busts out the derogatory graphic descriptions, like he's not afraid to make fun of Miss Lindsay, Ladybugs Lindsay over here, right? He's not afraid to he gets really graphic talking about slobbing knobs and stuff. He's always talking about fucking, like blowing people and stuff. Like, he gets really graphic in his description. So he's definitely juvenile there, but that's, whatever. What can you do about that? But I do think he keeps his mouth shut about Sagar Antonetti out of respect for his wife's, show right on the Hill, But I think whenever that ends, we're going to get a Kyle Kulinski segment on Sagar Antonetti, and it's going to be fucking awesome. It's going to be good one of these days.
If we have a real energy, let's just say oil goes to 120. What does that look like?
Yeah, Splenvania.
In the United
Me
States.
too.
Well, what actually would happen? This is a poor country in a lot of ways. And I live in a poor area, so I see it a lot. What would happen with oil at 120, 130? Honestly, nobody talks
Yeah, thank you for the reminder, Lily. Anybody in the chat, if you like leftist political streams, make sure you're following Gust Broadcast. Thank you again, Gust, for the raid. I totally recommend following Gust. I haven't seen the stream myself, but it seems like a pretty fucking awesome dude. Keeps raiding me. I greatly appreciate it. So He has my seal of approval. I don't watch any streams. I don't even watch titty streams, okay? So I don't even have time for that shit. You know, feet stream, people looking at their feet through their tits. They got the camera in their tits looking at their feet. I don't even watch that stuff. But I think Gust is a pretty cool dude from what I've seen, so make sure we're following Gust Broadcast, folks. Click follow on that motherfucker.
Also, like in ideology world, but what's the actual material effect on Americans?
Me and you, it's the best chat. I respectfully disagree. My chat, I think, is the best, but you know, we'll have to agree to disagree there. But it's a close second. It's a close second. The Gust Broadcast. It's a close second. Just kidding.
If that happens, that is again, I'm searching for words, but that is so bad that anybody associated with it is going to be badly damaged. I don't know if that's going to happen. It certainly could happen. That's confirmed. So, you know, I don't know what the...
Look at this motherfucker dancing. Does he got the fucking tap shoes on? Look at this motherfucker. He's like, oh, what's her name? I just ruined my analogy there. He's like Susie Q. No, there's a different fucking... never mind. But he's dancing. He's shucking and jiving over here.
Future is. I know I'm freaked out by how hating whites is the center. Hating whites and loving abortion.
Listen to how he describes the left. Hating whites and loving abortion.
Kind of related, actually. Or at the very center of the Democratic Party.
Center of the Democratic Party. Right, and Cenk Uygur says that we're purists. I'm just repeating myself for the new people in the chat, but Cenk Uygur from TYT says that we're purists for criticizing Tucker Carlson. He just said the core of the Democratic Party is hating white people and loving abortions.
So anyone who puts race hate at the center of his political program.
The guy who talks about the Great Replacement Theory is now going to moral grandstand about racism, but not racism against black people. No, it's reverse racism. It's racism against white people. And what is racism against white people? When we give black people and people of color rights, when we treat them as equal, that's what he considers racism against white people. And Cenk Uygur has this motherfucker's back.
And killing people at the center of his political program. Like, I can't support that.
Killing people, yeah, because that's what abortion is. It's just killing people.
I would never support that. You hate.
By the way, does Tucker Carlson support, programs for mothers and programs for poor kids and programs for kids that that were born and that were put into foster homes and things for that? Hell, fucking no. He'll toss you some motherfucking bootstraps and give you a big shiny kick in the ass and say, good fucking luck, child. Not a penny of my taxpayer dollars better go to helping you. I'll arrest a woman who decides to make a choice about her body to get an abortion, right? Makes a choice about her fucking body. I'll send her to the fucking gulag if she decides to do that. But the moment that kid is born, good fucking luck, you piece of shit, you fucking parasite. I'm not giving you a cent of my taxpayer dollars. Here's some fucking bootstraps. Have fun. That's Tucker fucking Carlson, and Cenk Uygur has his fucking back.
The whites and you're for abortion? No. Just like no. So where does that leave people? If the Republican Party is obviously they're in slavery to Israel, obviously. And the Democratic Party
hates... That's J.D. Vance, buddy. That's J.D. Vance, your close personal friend. Absolutely, Gus. Thank you once again for the raid. I appreciate it. You have yourself a good day, and I hope once again you had a good stream. Thank you again.
Hates whites and wants to open the borders to sub-Saharan Africa. And
right, because that's Joe Biden, who literally wanted to implement the Heritage Foundation's immigration policies, wants to open the fucking border and open no borders. That's what the Democratic Party stands for. That's and once again, Cenk Uygur has this motherfucker's back.
Like loves abortion. There's no choice. That's not I can't choose.
By the way, this entire time he's had a piece of white fucking smegma on the corner of his fucking mouth.
Either one of them. How could I? these are not small things. I mean, these are big things. This is not like an argument over the marginal tax rate.
So one thing Tucker Carlson does pretty repetitively is making strong statements, strong moralistic statements. I would never support a country that does that.
And amazingly, Cenk Uygur he doesn't have the time to see him. He only has the time to see the anti-Israel stuff, and then it's right on to ignoring the rest of the leftist commentary about everything else, and then straw manning us. And then straw manning us about what we actually believe in.
Because I just wouldn't. I could never do that. He says a lot of things like that throughout this conversation. I'm not leaving America. I'm going to die here. Strong moralistic statements. It's been shown pretty clearly that he contradicts himself on that. There was an interview he did, I think, with New York Times where he made some strong statement about how I've never said that. I know I've never said that.
No, he said that right to it. I never said that. Cut to the clip of him literally saying word for word. She literally had it on paper exactly what he fucking said. He's like, I've never said that. I would never say it, because he was talking about how Trump might be the Antichrist, and how there's all these signs that Trump might be the Antichrist. And this, he was having this conversation with I think it was the New York Times reporter or something like that. She's got the fucking statement on paper right in front of her, and he's like, I never said that. I would never say anything like that.
Because I never would say that. And it turns out he said that verbatim. So I think that he just kind of reflexively makes these very strong statements. And you can see him contradict himself literally in the same sentence where he says, I never make friends with politicians. It's wrong. You shouldn't do that. As a journalist, you shouldn't do that. Yeah. But I made friends with J.D. Vance. So the only reason for saying the beginning part there.
And we're purists, according to TYT. We're ridiculous pie-in-the-sky purists. Once again, I'm repeating myself for the new people in the chat, right? But that's the whole point of this segment is understanding what the hell, why TYT is defending Tucker Carlson. But, and then Cenk Uygur says we're purists for criticizing Tucker Carlson on a few things, just on a few things. Come on, why can't we all just get along? Thanks again, Gust.
Was to make it clear, I know that it holds no weight for me to be saying I'm friends with J.D. Vance, because that just makes me look like a member of the establishment. So let me make it clear that normally I would never do this. But J.D. Vance is just such a fun, charismatic guy that I just couldn't help be friends with him and friends with his family.
The avatar of Peter Thiel, who wants to enslave humanity, literally, wants to fucking put a chip in all of humanity, puts a fucking camera up the ass of every fucking human being. The goddamn puppet of Peter Thiel. Great guy. Yeah, really great. I get along with him so well. Yeah, I really see presidential material out of fucking J.D. Vance.
There's just something different about him. He said the same thing about Lindsey Graham, by the way, even though he supposedly hates Lindsey Graham and everything he stands for. Lindsey Graham is a great guy. I always found him very charming. But what he says at the end there about this is why I could never vote for Democrats, and this is what the Democratic Party is. This is why it's very important to take Tucker Carlson's.
And it's intentional. Splenvania. It's intentional. Cenk Uygur is not a motherfucking idiot. Okay? He's and what am I supposed to believe, that he only sees the stuff that he likes from Tucker, and then he just doesn't see all, and he's just ignorant to who Tucker Carlson is? That he knows exactly who fucking Tucker Carlson is. So where's the motivation? Why is it money? Is it some kind of connection? Is it some kind of thing? What is the fucking reason that Cenk Uygur is carrying Tucker Carlson's water? I don't get it.
Seriously, and to not go along with this thing about how he, needs to be on the team because he's going against Trump and we need to be forgiving of people like him, because that framing that he says, the Democratic Party, their central idea is abortion and hating white people. What? And so, of course, I can't support that.
What?
And this isn't a conversation about the marginal tax rate.
Yeah.
If you're wondering how we've gotten into this situation with Trump being a madman, this war that doesn't seem like we're going to be able to get out of, we've already lost and we still can't get out of it. If you're wondering how we got to this point, it's because of what Tucker Carlson said there. It's because of that worldview. And the fact that he and others like him, everyone from Joe Rogan to Tim Dillon to everyone on the right-wing side, framing American politics in those terms is exactly why we are...
You know right off the bat, if the person you're talking to is a fucking propaganda slurping ignorant son of a bitch, when they start talking about how Democrats want open borders, they've never wanted that. They've never implemented that. And the last time we had a Democratic president, he word for word was going to take the Heritage Foundation's recommendations on immigration and implement them. Obama was called the fucking deporter in chief because he was deporting so many people. In fact, Obama has, to this day, deported more people than Donald Trump, even with his fucking ICE raids and his goddamn Nazi ICE fucking, kidnappings. Barack Obama was able to deport more people. Anytime you hear like a Tim Dillon talk about, the Democrats, open borders, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You got a theory. Cenk wants to launder an anti-oligarch, anti-imperial message and wants Tucker's audience. But that's not Tucker's audience, though. If you agree with Tucker Carlson, then you agree you want a monarchy, you're anti-democratic, you want a theocracy, Like, that's not Tucker Carlson. He doesn't. He loves J.D. Vance, who's a fucking puppet of a massive oligarch. Has lots of positive things to say about Elon Musk. Tucker Carlson doesn't deliver an anti-oligarch message.
Are now governed by a madman, and what has damaged American politics to the point where, in even Tucker Carlson's opinion, it could lead to the collapse of the empire. Because he says this isn't a conversation about the marginal tax rate, but it is. That's exactly what this conversation is about. And it's the fact that Tucker Carlson would rather make moralistic claims about the nature of immigration or the nature of abortion or the fact that Democrats hate white people as a core position. That's the type of moralism that prevents us from having
Motherfucker should be in a straitjacket.
Conversation about the marginal tax rate, which is what this current strain of Democrats, who he praises in a moment here, that is what they are fighting for, is to change that top marginal tax rate, to change the amount of our tax dollars that are going to Israel, etc. So the choice is clear. The choice is clear which of these parties is better. And he makes that argument earlier about how, our American government isn't responsive to its people. And I agree with that. I think a lot of people agree with that. We can all sort of perceive that in our daily lives. But he makes a point here in a second that contradicts what he's saying about why he can never vote for Democrats, because he essentially says here that the Democratic Party is more responsive to their voters on this issue of Israel, and that is why they voted.
If he were to get his J.D. Vance, you're right. If he were to get his way, he'd start. Trump is gone, right, and the Republican Party is transforming into this newer version of MAGA. The criticisms against Israel and the defense of the Palestinian people is going to go right in the fucking trash can. Right in the fucking trash can. If you want to know who Tucker Carlson is, just try to understand, what does Russia want, right? What does Russia want the American empire to turn into?
Against the recent amendment to merge U.S. and Israel's military, which is something that Tucker Carlson opposes. The entire Republican Party voted for that. Democrats prevented it from passing for now. So here's...
I don't really want to respond to somebody on Rumble whose first comment is, I love Iran. A theocratic fucking dictatorial nightmare. Now, should America go to war with Iran? No, absolutely not. Are they some kind of like beacon? Are they some kind of like defensible government that deserves praise from the left in America? Absolutely fucking not. They're a theocracy who despise democracy. So I'm not really interested in responding to your comments.
Tucker Carlson praising them for that. This is a clip that's been going around a decent amount.
But what's interesting is this is like the last opportunity for the democratic process to stop this, small d democratic process, and the big D Democratic Party stopped it. And the reason they did is because they're afraid of their own voters.
Look at that fucking schmegma on his fucking mouth. It's moved down his mouth a little bit even more. Man, get a fucking napkin.
They understand, like,
Billy, go fuck
I'm very
yourself,
upset about
please.
Israel. That's why I was interviewing Dennis Kucinich, lifelong Democrat. He was a wonderful man, by the way, actually. I don't mean to, he's probably a bad example because we actually do agree on a lot, but there are plenty, Ro Khanna, for example, we don't agree on much.
Yourself.
But we strongly agree on this. Well, I'm still an outlier on the right, and you guys are too. But on the left, I know from going through airports 2 days ago, this is a huge issue on the left, and God bless them for making it that.
Exactly,
against the wishes of their leaders, by the way. Chuck Schumer doesn't want to talk about this, but a lot of Democratic voters do. And I just think representatives watching those three races in New York City, those primaries where Mondani got behind three Democratic socialists and they all beat incumbents. Like, wow, how'd that happen? Israel.
Oh,
That's how
Billy.
it happened. I'm so thankful. We were saved by the Democrats.
Oh, Billy.
Don't often say that. but it's true in this case.
So this is where the whole thing kind of falls apart, because it's a saying.
I literally say free Palestine and go fuck yourself, and he calls me a Zionist. You know, Rumble. What can you? It's fucking Rumble over here, folks. Fucking Rumble.
Thing that he's saying here, and he probably knows that he's going to make some headlines by saying it, you know, God bless them for doing that, and I'm so thankful to the Democrats. And he makes a true point, which is that the only reason that Democrats voted this way is because they are responsive to their voters. They're afraid of their voters in the way that he.
Right, but I thought, wait a minute, I thought in monarchies are more responsive. How could that be?
Put it. So that's true. It's not because the Democratic representatives are just better people, although in most cases I would say they are, but it's because they know that the base's opinion on this has changed. It has shifted, and they no longer have the political cover to continue voting in favor of Israel. They know that they're going to get killed over this and that people are paying attention.
Right.
So,
which is why, of course, it's happening during an election cycle. But as soon as the midterm elections are over, it's right back to the AIPAC fucking the AIPAC fucking slop, you know, fucking trough to go scoop up some more of that AIPAC money.
Republicans also know the same thing. Their base's views on this are changing. Not so much the older people, but the younger people that they need to keep in order to be politically relevant. They are not in favor of this Israel stuff, and the only way Republicans are going to survive with that group of people is if they vote against Israel. So clearly, they have not perceived that their political future is dependent on that, and they still feel that they have political cover to vote with Israel. And so this is where this premise of how, well, America or Canada or Europe is so irresponsive to its people, he's pointing to like liberal governments. That's why he emphasizes Canada when he says that Canada's worse than we are. He says we lead the world in governments that are unresponsive to their people. And yet a government being unresponsive to its people, a government not having to listen to
and this is great. This is why Ebb and Flow is so amazing. Because, it's a total contradiction. He's like praising the Democratic Party for being responsive to their government. For being responsive to their constituency, because now there's like 100+ Democrats standing up against Israel during an election cycle. But then he says, that doesn't happen. Just earlier he was saying how, Qatar and Iran, those monarchies are more responsive to their people than America. Certainly more responsive than in Canada.
broad working base of its country is explicitly a right-wing principle. It's actually a specifically Republican principle, because the whole idea of a republic is you elect a representative who then acts on your behalf. But even he's making the case that it's clear that the Democratic Party is more responsive to its base and is better on this issue. I would argue the reason for that is because Democrats have cultivated a culture of caring about human rights, whereas Republicans just absolutely have not. So even though Democrats tried to resist on an establishment level changing their view on Israel, the reason that the floor is changing under them faster is because their entire premise is built on human rights.
Yes.
So once this became a human rights issue, it was inevitable that Democrats were going to have to change their stance on it. And they still haven't fully. There's still progress to be made here. In many cases, this was kind of a show vote and not the most important vote when it comes to this amendment. It's going to come up again. But my final point is, Tucker Carlson is kind of disguising his pretty insane Nazi-esque ideology underneath this ability to articulate rational politics very well. So he articulates.
Here's the link to Ebb and Flow, by the way. Give Ebb and Flow that like. And if you're a leftist and you like leftist YouTube content, you cannot go wrong with Ebb and Flow. He does a great job. Splenvania is 100% correct.
It's rational political points, but then he's precluding a lot of the right-wingers who listen to his program from ever considering the idea that Democrats, just on the whole, because of what the party itself claims to believe at least, is just better than Republicans. Leads to better results, they're better at governing, and even on the case of Israel, they're changing their tune faster and more responsive to their base. He cannot allow his listeners to think that, so he has to mischaracterize them as being obsessed.
And I showed the clip earlier, right, of Cenk Uygur kind of hand-waving away these criticisms. Oh, we have some slight disagreements with Tucker Carlson, right? He literally says, like, the Democrats want to open the fucking borders. Lie. They're all about abortion is the core of their fucking party. Total fucking fallacy. That immigrants are transgender for everyone, as Donald Trump would say, right? And that, like, these are not minor disagreements. Right? This isn't a purity test. Like, this is a line in the sand. This is like, which side do you want to choose? And Cenk Uygur has this fucking guy's back. and he admonishes criticizes the fucking left for saying, hey, Tucker Carlson is not it, man. Like, working with characters like Tucker Carlson is not how we achieve our progressive agenda.
With abortions or trying to demographic replace you, etc. And the reason for that is because he's racist. He's obsessed with race. Exactly. He was raised that way. Exactly. He was raised to be obsessed about these things. Right. You know?
This it's a purity. He just wants purity. That's what ebb and flow. He's not being critical at all. He doesn't understand how to be strategic and how to win. Right. Cenk Uygur's a fucking joke, man. I just don't get it.
About demographic and stuff like that. And that's why to him, it's just an accepted truth. It's not something that he feels he needs to even litigate with his audience anymore. And so that's not going to go away. They're going to just continue to launder it through J.D. Vance or even Thomas Massie if he ends up being the Republican nominee. Exactly. This act Tucker Carlson's doing about a third party is not real. He's going to go back to voting Republicans, and that is explicitly 100%. Why he says
$1,000. I'll put $1,000 on it. 100%.
Absurd thing.
And the mea culpa is going to be so sweet.
About what Democrats actually think, and meanwhile he's still very proud to be a conservative. Yep. So just remember that those conservative ideals that Tucker Carlson professes is exactly what got him to promote Trump in the first place. Exactly. And that's why they're going to promote the next huckster who's promising the same thing, and the result is going to be the same. And don't expect Tucker Carlson, no matter how clever he is in changing his political position, to ever truly come to grips with that.
I'm in the hot.
Boom. And they know they can't slow it, can't stop shit. The game's so cold, so toxic.
Boom. That's your boy Ebb and fucking Flow. One more time with that link in the chat. We're liking, we're subscribing to your boy Ebb and Flow. He's a rapper as well. I'm not a rapper, but he is a rapper. Check it out, Ebb and Flow. And that's all the time we got for me today. I'd like to remind folks why we're here at the News Underground. Big props to your boy Gus Broadcast. Maybe you don't know, but this is the motherfucking News Underground. And the whole point of why we exist is the 3-step program. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, fixing this country. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's what we did today. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. Here's the link right here. We sign up and we show up to motherfuckers that are organizing. In step 3, we put in the motherfucking work. We make this shit into a lifestyle. Nonviolent direct political action is the only thing that's ever worked. We take those lessons from MLK. We take those lessons from Gandhi and we apply them. This is how we win. We don't win by working with Tucker Carlson, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian. Go do another interview with Megyn Kelly, Anna. You're embarrassing. Big props once again to Gus Broadcast and all the people who rated in. Big props to Doubting Josephus, Mr. Boosted Engine, Splendvania, your boy Woke Patriot who came in for 5 seconds. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Twitch Tash. Big props, Twitch Tash. All you lurkers out there, thank you to all the lurkers. Big props to Ice King of Space. Big props to Kem Goblin, who came in during the Ukraine section, giving us that Ukraine perspective. I always appreciate that. Lucy Rozzy, thank you. Me and You. Living Lily, thank you very much for coming in. Big props once again to all you lurkers. Big props to Your Tubing, Simply Steve. Any motherfucker that I missed, Seneca Athena, big props to Seneca Athena. Thank you so much, Seneca Athena, for coming in. Very much appreciate all you OGs coming back, giving me the goddamn will to continue, keeping this chat interesting. Best chat on Twitch. Number 2 might be Goose Broadcast, but number 1 is Abandoned Nihilism chat. You guys are the best. You're the most motherfucking informed. Take no shit, take no prisoners. That's how this chat operates. Big props to Female Eunuchs. Just going up the chat here, trying to give as many props as I can. Crail of Xanath. Big fucking props, and anybody that I missed, I'm sorry, and thank you to anybody that followed. I still haven't done the follow thing. I got to do some kind of follow thing to, you know, thank you for the follows. But organize before it's too late. 100% Seneca Athena. We got to organize before it's too late. 3-step program. Inform ourselves. Sign up and show up. And put in the motherfucking work. Turn this shit into a lifestyle. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. And this has been the News Underground. Peace in the motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And free Palestine. Thanks again, folks. I'll see you next time. We'll do a deep dive on Graham Plattner next stream. We'll talk about that. I have some thoughts. Hit the fucking streets. It's been the News Underground. News Underground, motherfuckers. Keep it real. Take care of yourself. Fuck flop. Take you out. Thank you.